What's your greatest most satisfying I faking called it moment? Boyfriend's best friend, let's call him John, started asking me for favors and texting me at odd hours of the night. Felt uneasy about John's actions and informed my boyfriend every time I was contacted. As soon as it happened, I explained to boyfriend that John was acting suspiciously and making me uncomfortable, but I couldn't pinpoint why. Cut to a month or so later, John claims I cheated on my boyfriend with John. I fucking knew it. Disclaimer, I didn't do cheat with John. Edit. A lot of people have asked the same questions, so I figured I'd answer here. John has been demoted from best friend to no longer acknowledged person on earth. I don't know why John did what he did, and I likely will never know. However, his actions were a reflection of who he is as a person, and have very little to do with me. Boyfriend and I are still going strong. It's privileged to spend my days with my boyfriend. I hit the jackpot by getting to be in a relationship with him, and I wouldn't risk it for anything. When I was in 6th grade, I became friends with a couple other girls in my neighborhood. We each had completely different backgrounds, but we just clicked. For years, we three did all the things good friends do. The only thing I, personally, didn't like was to stay over at the house of one of these girls. I'll call her Brianna. I'd sleep over at the other girl's house. They could sleep at mine, but I always came up with an excuse not to stay at Brianna's. She started to get her feelings hurt, but I ignored it. Then, when we were all about 16, somebody got a hold of liquor, and we all sat around drinking. Being drunk, we got into a little debate about who is better friends with who, and I was somehow accused of not liking Brianna as much as the other friend, because I wouldn't spend much time at her house. Since I had zero filter at that moment, I blurted out, "Brianna, it isn't you. It's your dad. He's a child molester. I can tell just by looking at him." As soon as I said it, everything changed. I apologized. That didn't work, of course. Both of my best girlfriends dumped me that day. I still had a solid best friend, but I had to get myself a new group for sure. Also, they started bullying me a bit, but I just took it, because of the horrible thing I said about Brianna's dad. I felt super guilty. 3 years later, I was out of high school, living with my best friend who was still friends with Brianna. I got home from class and there was Brianna sitting on the living room couch. It was so uncomfortable. I decided to try to apologize again. "Hey, I know you are probably sick of hearing this, but I'm so very sorry for what I said about your dad, Brianna. Please forgive me. I still don't know why I'd say such a thing." She sort of chuckled and said, "It's no big deal. He molested all of us." I never questioned my intuition again, because I faking called it the second I saw that perv. Edit. Thanks for the gold by us. I believe she meant all of the daughters in the family. There were 3. I don't know if any of my former friends were molested. Last I heard, I was still a shit talker about her dad, and I wasn't going to correct them and humiliate her again. I figure she can tell who she wants now. I'm not proud that I called her dad a child molester. It all came out because her younger sister said something to a church minister, but he was never brought into the criminal justice system and Brianna moved out of state. She and I remained friendly and kept in touch for several years but lost contact. I still do feel really bad about saying that about her dad to her. It was a shitty thing to say. I could have kept it to myself and just stayed away from their house, but drunk me doesn't do that, I guess. I'm surprised at all the people who are responding that they have a similar story. I'd like to read them. In high school, my best friend's little sister, 16 at the time, brought home her new 18-year-old boyfriend from work to meet the family. I was over at the time and talked to him for a while because we were the same age. After meeting him, something was off. I got the impression that 1, he was much older than claiming, 2, had been in jail. I wound up saying something to my friend, who told his parents and sister. Long story short, the family freaked out on my for spreading rumors that weren't true, telling me to mind my own business etc. 2 years later, the sister comes home from a date with him in tears. He finally came out and admitted to her that 1, he was 30, not the now 20 he was saying. 2, He had spent 2 years in prison, but refused to say for what point. I was very quick to point out to the family how I called this years earlier and was basically shamed out of their house. Edit. Rather than responding to everyone's comments, I figured it was easier to add an edit on a few things. 1. I'm really not sure how the family didn't immediately pick up he was a lot older. I can only venture to guess and would rather not speculate. Also, this was before the time of being able to Google someone and look up their records too. I'm still close with my friend and his family. There was a point later on where I got a G. Maybe we should have listened to you 3. I have no clue what he was in jail for. Still don't know. For those who called me insensitive for pointing out I was right almost immediately. I was 20, had previously taken a lot of grief for calling this out, and it wasn't exactly let go quickly on their end. My husband is super medically fragile. He's had cancer twice and a bone marrow transplant in the last 9 years. A few years ago he had surgery on his wrist, and I had a gut feeling he was brewing an infection despite being on antibiotics. His surgeon's office saw him and switched ABX. I contacted the cancer center because I just knew it was going to become more. They blew me off and punted back to the surgeon's office. I knew this was beyond the surgeon's scope. I pitched a tantrum fit and pretty much told them they were going to see them, and I wasn't accepting no for an answer. The triage phone nurse was condescending and telling me it was probably nothing and could wait. We got to the clinic and the nurse there started looking around the incision site. She told me that she believed my gut and pushed to admit him. The court showed a huge infection that landed him in the hospital for a week on potent 4th antibiotics with another surgery to clean out the site. Edit. Whoa. Silver? Thank you, kind stranger. Adding on, he is followed by a PharmD in his BMT clinic as well as utilizes a pharmacy just for patients like him. It's not a retail pharmacy. He obviously has a lot of other issues too. And I'm just doing what a spouse is supposed to do. I'm no saint and sometimes I lose my temper at both him and the situation. If there's anything I can beg of you all, please check in on older relatives if they're hospitalized or in homes and double check that their meds are correct and their medical history is right. We're lucky enough that I'm not older or confused and that I'm astute enough to keep up with his info. Hell, I've made a few stumbles along the way, and I'm reasonably intelligent. I can see how easy it could be to mess things up if someone wasn't capable. Oh fuck. Well, I don't want to go into too many details, but I was friends with a groomer type. This was a guy who I had celebrated basketball championships with, who I had been to dinners with, who I had gone to parties with. But something felt off. Slight disclosure, I'm working in the youth department of a church at the time and he's the youth pastor. The I faking called it moment happened when I go to the head pastor to say something's wrong. I think he's messing around with the girls. And I think he's a little unstable, so if someone doesn't put a stop to this, he's going to end up killing someone. I get kicked out for BS reasons 1 year later. I'm part of a new church doing good work in the hood and helping raise money, clothing, that sort of thing for disadvantaged people. I get a call from one of the girls from that old church group. Turns out my old friend was hooking up with underage girls and ended up murdering one of them. Guy's in prison now. Edit. I'm just now realizing this thread is about the moment being satisfying. This moment was not satisfying. It only helped take a burden off of me because I thought maybe the head pastor was right and the problem had actually been me. Edit. I'm not giving out any more details because there are young girls who attended there whose identities would be at risk if I gave the name. In my first year in college, on my level 1 motor vehicle engineering course, we were being taught how to change spark plugs and adjust the timing on engines. So my then friend, we'll call him Ryan, is working with me on a 1998 Audi A3 1.8 non-turbo. We both agreed that I should do the timing as I was more confident about it, which makes little sense thinking about it now, and that he wanted to remove the spark plugs. When he was taking out the first plug, I noticed that he wasn't very careful about it. For those of you who don't know much about cars, spark plugs are made of ceramic and metal, and the ceramic is easy to snap if you're not careful, and when it does, little pieces of ceramic will end up falling inside the cylinder, which, if the car is started, can cause serious damage to your engine point anyways. I tell Ryan that he should be careful about taking out the spark plugs. He just says nah man, it's fine, they're made of metal. I didn't reply as I noticed that he didn't give a shit about the job. So he unscrews the second spark plug and pulls really hard as he can't fully undo it, and right there, I hear the spark plug snap in half. And to top it off, the entire ceramic part of the spark plug fell inside the cylinder. I immediately told him to tell the tutor, which he of course didn't point. So then after he moves away from the car, our tutor tells us to move the car to a different spot. I give Ryan the keys and say go on then, as I didn't have my license then. So he gets in and starts the car, and right from the start, me and the tutor can hear that something is knocking inside the engine, and before the tutor could tell Ryan to switch it off, we hear a very loud pop, and the engine stops by itself point right there and then. Out loud I looked Ryan straight in the eyes and said I faking called it you dickhead. He got kicked off the course since this was an actual teacher's car edit. To those of you saying that this could also be my fault for the car getting faked, you're not wrong. I'm glad I've changed since then. Probably too late, but I want to share this anyway. The last few months of my wife's pregnancy with my daughter, the little baby would regular as clockwork, around 10:30 p.m., put her feet against my wife's ribs and try to straighten her legs so she could head butt her way out of my wife point bam, headbutt to the inside of your whatever. My wife would faking jump up cursing like a sailor every time point. It was painful, but also hilarious, reliable, and I guess we knew she'd be an active little kid well before she was born. Cut to the evening of her birth, the doctor is telling us around 9 p.m. that things are going well, but he's going to go get dinner because he hasn't eaten, and there's no way this kid is coming out before midnight point. I look at my wife, look at the doc, and say don't go far. The kid is going to deliver herself around 10:30 p.m. I promise you. You're just going to have to catch her. He laughed, told us he's been doing this a long time, and he wasn't worried. 1025 He's rushing in and barely gets his gloves and scrubs on before my daughter shoots herself out of mommy like a greased bullet. Point direct quote from the doctor looking at me as he holds my little darling. Well, I guess even I can learn things still. I don't blame him at all. Who would believe parents about something like that? But that kid had done so many test runs on such a regular schedule, I knew there was no stopping her. And fair game, getting headbutted daily for a month, or whatever as a trade-off, to having a very short and easy labor? There are worse deals. Late to the party here, but what the hell, cause this story is bonkers. Point back in the early 90s I was in my early 20s, and, as people in their early 20s often do, I spent a lot of late nights at my local Denny's hanging out with friends, and drinking cheap coffee. Point the late night wait staff was pretty small, so my friends and I wound up getting to know them pretty well, socializing with them as well. Some of them would hook us up with free fries or sodas, that kind of thing, and every now and again, if things were slow, they'd sit at our booth with us. One of the people who would hang out with us was Charles. Charles was an older guy in his 50s who was very nice to my friends and me, but he was a little creepy. He would never get overt about it, but he definitely embraced the whole creepy uncle persona, maybe even being a little tongue-in-cheek about it. He'd tell the girls in my group how pretty they were and how he wished he was still young, that sort of thing. Reading between the lines, he was telling them he wished he could have sex with them. But this is not going where you think it is. I'm just setting the stage. Y'all point the guy was a little weird, but he was a nice guy to us. All the same, I remember telling people Charles has a secret. He's in his 50s, slinging coffee at an all-night restaurant, but he comes off as educated and sort of worldly. He talks about traveling and living well. I don't know what it is, but Charles is damaged. I bet he killed somebody or something. I was convinced that the nice guy bit was a cover for something dark. Point out. Yeah. Point. So as my group got older, people came and went. Some of us fell out with others. Some of us got real jobs and couldn't stay up until 4 a.m. at a Denny's, and we eventually stopped hanging out there. Never really gave Charles much thought after that, for years. Then I saw Charles on the news. Turns out Charles was Charles Rothenberg, a man who, in 1983, was going through a bad divorce. in what I understand, was originally intended to be a murder-suicide. He drugged his 6-year-old son David, doused the boy in kerosene, and lit him on fire. David survived, but was horribly scarred for the rest of his life. Charles continued to get into criminal trouble and was ultimately sentenced to 25 years in prison as a result of California's 3 strikes law. He's still in prison today, but in the late 90s he changed his name to Charlie Charles, because sure, why not? In 1988 there was a TV movie based on the incident called David, which starred Bernadette Peters as his mother. Meanwhile, his son David became one of Michael Jackson's child friends and eventually an artist. When he was 19. He visited Charles in prison, apparently reading a prepared statement to him. "Charles, you are not my father. You are an imposter. Parents don't hinder their children from experiencing a normal childhood. I wish that you could experience the trauma and pain that I have gone through." Afterward, David told the press he wanted me to know that he loved me. "The last thing I said was, 'No you don't.' And I walked out." In a somewhat bizarre turn, David later legally changed his own name to Dave, mirroring the Charlie Charles name his father adopted. I have no idea if this is coincidental somehow, but the irony is not lost on me, that's for sure. Dave even appeared on the Larry King Show to talk about Michael Jackson when he died. If I recall correctly, he defended Jackson against the reports of child molestation and denied he was a victim of Jackson's. Unfortunately, Dave himself passed away last year at the age of 40 to his ongoing medical issues, which were the result of his burn injuries, eventually killed him. And in my opinion, that means Charles was ultimately successful in murdering his son. So, yeah. I called it. Charles was harboring something dark when he was getting free fries for my friends and telling the girls how pretty they were. I just had no idea how dark. When I was 19, my girlfriend and I, along with another friend of ours, took a road trip up to Toronto to visit a friend of ours who lived there during the summer. It was my first time leaving the United States since I came here when I was 3 years old, so I was excited. We were there to see our friend, but we had also heard that in Toronto they have these novelty ID shops where you could get a fake ID from a US state. She was starting college in a few months, and I would joining her the next semester, so we wanted to have fake IDs to be able to buy booze ourselves. We went into the city one day and found one of these shops. It was pretty crazy. They had a whole book of sample IDs featuring every state and also some other random novelty IDs. We heard from someone that Michigan was the one that looked the realest, so we made ours from there. We paid them $60 and they gave us a form where we basically filled in all the info except an address. I told my girlfriend to make sure she got the year right, since she could be absent-minded sometimes, and she said, yeah, I got it. Make sure you got yours right." They took a picture for the ID and then handed me a Michigan State hoodie. Part of the $60 included a second form of ID, in this case a college ID, and by wearing the hoodie it gave the illusion that the pictures were taken on different days. After a short wait we had our 2 IDs and were set to be able to buy alcohol back in the US. We get in the car and are about to drive back to our friend's house. I ask my girlfriend to see her ID because I wanted to see if her address was the same as mine or if they used random ones. As I'm looking at her ID I notice that the year on hers is wrong. I told her, "Babe, you got the year wrong. This says you're 20, not 21. She laughed and said, "No it doesn't," and grabbed the ID from me. She stared at the ID for a few seconds and then her smile turned into a scowl. She didn't say another word for the rest of the ride back, and I was trying so hard to hold back my laughter because I knew something like that was gonna happen. Because she screwed up the birthday, her ID was basically useless until her birthday next year. I never found out if she ever even got a chance to use it because we broke up a few months after she started because she cheated on me, so this story is especially hilarious to me. I've been practicing law in the same venue for many years with the same judges and attorneys. New hotshot attorney out of law school is opposing counsel. It's a death case. My client was not responsible, but opposing counsel would not listen to reason. On the eve of trial, my client is willing to offer a decent amount to settle the case. I call the attorney and encourage her to take it. I told her that if she didn't accept, when we went to trial the next day I was going to have all her evidence thrown out and strike her witnesses. She thought I was bluffing. I assured her I was not. I told her to call any attorney in the area and ask them if I was a straight shooter. She basically told me to fuck and that she'd see me at trial. Sure enough, the judge excludes her documentary evidence, all hearsay, and strikes her witnesses. She has zero evidence when the judge is through with her. Her client was in tears. I think she got sued for malpractice. She wasn't at that firm long after that debacle point, but I faking told her that would happen. My company, MC, had a contract with a big Fortune 500 company, F5. I was head of one of the departments. Kept raising flags that the contract was at risk due to changing F5 policies. Was told not to worry about it. MC boss got distracted by and married a foreign stripper who lived across the country. Stopped paying attention to MC. He asked me to do a specific thing to cover up the internal problems we were having. I said no disrespect meant, but I already tried that. It didn't work, so I'm not wasting time to try it again when I'm overworked, as it was got fired for insubordination. Told MC good luck with the contact. They didn't have a chance without me. F5 company was furious. They cut the contact with the department I used to head 6 months early and with the entire company when it came up for renewal. MC has been through about 6 rounds of massive layoffs since then and is struggling to pay their bills. F5 company hired me directly for a 15k raise doing basically exactly the same job. I tried to warn MC. When I was in high school, my family took a trip to Colorado. A good chunk of that trip was like a tour of major religious right institutions. We went to the Focus on the Family headquarters, the Navigators headquarters, and the New Life Church, a mega church in Colorado Springs led by a prominent figure named Ted Haggard. We were graced with Ted's presence that night, which was rare, since he was usually out doing speaking engagements and stuff. I did not like the vibe he was giving off. My parents were sort of fanboying out, which didn't help, and he just seemed schmaltzy. At one point during the service, they had a Q&A session. Someone asked him about Israel and Palestine. He requested that they turn the cameras off and answered, "I hope Israel blows Palestine off the map." I mean, regardless of if you're pro-Israel, it felt shitty for a major religious figure to be advocating violence like that. So I was not a fan of Pastor Ted. Anyways, a few months later it came out that he had quite the history with methamphetamines and male escorts. I couldn't stop smiling for days. After breaking up with my first girlfriend, she rebounded with a very sketchy dude at her work. Within a month he was living with her, and she had become a completely different person. I tried warning her she was being gaslit and manipulated. Her friends tried, but the dude had his teeth sunken too deep. After 6 months he dropped the act and made up an elaborate story about his mother, who he had previously said died of cancer, having faked her death, and being alive in California. So he left for a week, at which point he stopped all contact with my ex. She panicked and came to me saying she was worried, and within days his entire construction fell like a house of cards. My ex was devastated, and I was too angry to be vindicated. I broke up with her, but still cared for her. I spent about 3 months following up with her and taking care of her until she was able to be on her own again. The events themselves were traumatic and awful, but the feeling I got from knowing I wasn't wrong about him and that I'd proved to my ex she could still trust me and be my friend was worth it. We are still best friends today. My brother had a girlfriend who was really faking crazy. They were on and off for a long time, and on their last break she came back 3 months later saying she was pregnant. Everyone believed it was my brother's baby except me. So for the next 6 months of the pregnancy I doubted her, and everyone kept calling me insensitive and mean because I was open about my doubts. When the baby came out 6 months later, it reinforced my doubts, because the baby came out brown with straight hair. Everyone in my family has really curly hair. So does my brother, and also, my brother is a real pale white guy. Even then no one thought that maybe it wasn't his. So when the baby was almost a year old they decided to do a paternity test, and guess what? It was not his baby. We were all in the living room at home when we got the news, and of course, being the gentleman that I promptly stood up and threw it in everyone's face. Let me preface this by saying that my dad was kind of macho, military nut. I mean, he used to be. Apparently he was kind of a badass and went on a million tours with his army buddies, but I didn't really know him like that. He was always a pretty chill, peaceful guy when I was growing up, so I saw his weapon collection as a sort of relic of his past. I wasn't really allowed to touch any of his stuff, as he kept it locked away, except for one particular weapon/gift. More on this in a moment. He gave it to me as a sort of symbol of my entrance into adulthood, and when he eventually passed away it became the only real heirloom I had to remember him by. Anyway, I noticed that whenever I hung out with one of my closest friends, he'd always be eyeing this thing. Even if we were just sitting around, it felt like he wanted to take it and swing it around like it was a toy. I explicitly told him that it was special to me and it really wasn't meant for other people to play with. He assured me that he wasn't interested at all, but I could never shake the feeling that he was going to just snag it while I wasn't looking. I even asked him one day if he wanted to hold it just to get it out of his system, but the dude pretended like that wasn't even an option. So, of course, the other day, while we are each doing our own thing in the yard, I get distracted for just a moment and I see my goddamn hammer flying through the air. The guy just up and takes it, then swings it around like he owns the thing. I knew it. Oh boy, do I have a good story for this. One point in college I went to a theme park with my then boyfriend. Right before I moved away to California, we had decided to break up as he didn't want to do long distance. Mostly his decision. He had driven us in his SUV. He has really bad eyesight and had just gotten brand new glasses. I believe they cost about $400. As we are going up the stairs in line for a roller coaster, I said, "Hey, why don't you give me your glasses and I'll stick them in my purse?" He said, "Nah, it'll be fine." And I said, "Are you sure? You're making a $400 bet where if you win you just get to keep what you already have." And he said, "The forward momentum of the roller coaster will keep them on my face." So I thought, he's an adult. Whatever. Literally first drop of the roller coaster I hear him yell over the roar of the wind, "Do you have my glasses?" So we spent the next hour walking around the base of the roller coaster looking for them and leaving a report at the lost and found booth. I then had to drive us home in his SUV, which I had never driven before. He had to attempt to navigate while practically blind. So yeah, still pretty smug about that one. I was instrumental in creating the theater club at my high school. I was president all 4 years and put my heart and soul into it. My second semester senior year I took a step back to allow for others to step up in preparation for next year. Throughout this process I had gotten close with our faculty advisor and he and I were talking about leadership positions for the following year. He decided that his favorite actor should be the next president. I had the opposite opinion. She was self-centered and had no ability to plan or lead. So while she was great on stage, she shouldn't be the next president. He however overruled me and announced her as the next president. After this he also refused to acknowledge any of my hard work and dedication over the years as an additional fuck you to me. Around Christmas the next year I heard he was fired and facing criminal charges because the person he picked had falsely accused him of sexual assault and he is no longer allowed to teach or work at schools. If only he had listened. My friend was going to bomb a hill on a skateboard. The hill was steep, but the road was very good and new, so you rolled very smoothly. Anyway, he was going to try to go down the hill. He doesn't wear a helmet often, which I knew, but I reminded him that he should really wear a helmet this time. He told me he was going to make it without one. So I said, "Dude, you're going to run into something head first or something." He responded with a mocking chuckle. Then he got on his board and started rolling down the hill. It was then I realized how stupid he was. He had no helmet, no kneecaps, the wrist protectors, no nothing. I also remembered that he has never bombed a hill this steep before. And right as that faking thought hit me, he leaned to his right a little too much and at full speed rammed into someone's garbage bin, which was full. His face went full speed into the bin. He knocked a tooth out too. The trash can fell over and he rolled over it, hitting his head on the ground. I called an ambulance just to make sure he was fine because he had scratches which were bleeding too. He was fine. This is actually my brother, not me. He was in high school, probably around 14 to 15, and I was in middle school. We were with our mom at the car dealership getting her car's oil changed. It seemed to take forever back then, so it felt like we were there for hours. Meanwhile, the only thing to entertain ourselves was the TV in the waiting room, which was on the local news. Our state governor was doing some kind of press conference that afternoon, but this was before there was a ton of news online all the time, so we had no idea what it was about. My brother heard just the first bit and immediately said, "Oh, he's definitely having an affair." My mom was adamant that he was wrong. After easily an hour of weaseling around the issue, our governor announced his resignation because he had been caught having an affair and using taxpayer money to travel to his mistress in South America. I think, still hilarious to me how well tuned my brother's sleaze meter must have been, lol. And I'm sure it would be super obvious now to see the guy just talking in circles and trying to deflect blame, but at the time nobody could believe he would do something like that. I don't know about satisfying, but do you remember The Runaway Bride? Not the movie, the actual woman. Well, there was a woman who was kidnapped before her wedding, maybe a couple days before, if I'm not mistaken, and the whole world started looking for her. If I remember correctly, she was able to make a phone call to her family, and she told them she was kidnapped by some Mexicans. As soon as she said that, I knew she was lying. Whenever people specify a race when explaining a crime, my ears perk up, but I understand why she did it. People will believe it. Either way, my girlfriend at the time got so mad at me saying, "You always think you know it all." This woman was kidnapped and all you can do is think of something to be right about. Have some compassion. Couple days later, guess who shows up? Apparently she didn't wanna get married and decided to get kidnapped rather than call it off. Luckily the state made her pay back all the money they spent to search for her, but of course, no jail time. I never said I faking told you so to my girlfriend, but I know she was waiting for it by how she was acting, didn't speak much, acted aloof. So we never spoke of it after. In The Notebook, as soon as the movie started I was like, oh, so they have Alzheimer's. Am I the only one who saw that coming? And old man that we don't know goes to read to a random woman every day? I would often hear scraping of furniture over the floor in the studio apartment above mine, sometimes in the dead of night. It had kept me up a few times, but as I didn't have anything going on at the time, it didn't bother me that much. I did once knock on her door to ask what was going on. She apologized and stopped that night. However, for about a month I'd have to get up at 7 AM during the week, so I knocked on her door, politely asked if she could stop doing it after 11 in the evening. She said okay. There was some loud talking going on in the hallway. Sign at the bottom floor clearly states absolute silence in the hallways. Went upstairs and knocked on the door opposite to hers just after it closed. It was her again, and the guy who owns the room. I didn't approach it too well. She got pissed and brought up an issue she had with me. Fine, that was fair enough. But then she proceeded to claim I haven't done it in months, and okay, I won't do it again. Both of which were obviously bullshit. I started to think with the insane amount of cleaning going on that she had some form of OCD. Friend came over, told me he used to date her. He didn't want to mention it, but I was able to put it together and ask about the OCD thing, which he confirmed. And we are not talking OCD the way that people use it, actually diagnosed OCD. At that point I felt pretty conflicted. I felt completely vindicated and was pissed at her lies. On the other hand, I know how difficult the issue can be and how hard it probably is to be confronted about it by someone who's mostly a stranger. Co-worker didn't like the new boss we had to transition under. From day one co-worker was openly being insubordinate, talking shit about new boss behind their back. But the thing that put it over the top for me was the day she came into our break room bragging that new boss had asked her to do something, and she'd handed new boss back a sticky note with a number of who to call in order to resolve the situation. Co-worker was convinced she was invaluable and wouldn't be let go because all of our clients love her so much they don't. The worst part was that she hated new boss so much she brought the whole vibe of the workplace down to a hellhole. Every day there was something new to bitch about. We were all just venting receptacles to her. Even though I consider her a friend, I was quietly beginning to pray for the day our boss had enough point. I told my good friends that worked with us, yup, she's gonna get fired, and sure enough, a few months later she was let go. When she told me, she called the office crying on the phone and I could barely muster an "I'm sorry" because I was so relieved that I wouldn't have to work with her anymore. This is kind of bleak, but definitely one of these moments. I have one BO sibling and lots of step ones. An older brother. He has always been a faking monster, narcissistic, cruel, unpredictable, threatening, etc. Just all around an awful person who treated me like garbage the entire time we were growing up. We were always shuttling between our divorced parents' houses, so even when one family got a break, I was always with him. Every time I tried to point out that he was awful to an extreme degree, particularly to me, I was told, "He's your brother. Brothers pick on their sisters. He's just doing it to get a rise out of you. Ignore him. You're being too sensitive. He's your brother and you have to love him." Years go by, he and I live in different states, and even though occasionally I'm forced by people like my grandma to spend time with him, I generally just text him once every few months to assuage my bad sister guilt, but continue to really genuinely believe he is a bad abusive person, which I know from first-hand experience. I make no effort to see him, ever. One day my dad calls me and says they found out through his old roommate, who has been trying to find him so she can get the rent she's owed, that he has been missing for months. Turns out the FBI raided their apartment and confiscated all his electronics because he was under suspicion for distributing child porn. We eventually discovered through credit card records that he is somewhere in Montenegro. I was like, "Hey fam, I hate to say I told you so, but I faking told Oya also. He's not just mean, he's evil." That was in 2016, and I have not seen or heard from him since. Hope I never do. I had a main friend group in my undergrad college days. It was me, C, G, and A. We ate lunch and dinner together, mostly dinner since our schedules were all so crazy, but C decided to bring a new friend in. It was alright, we didn't mind adding people to our friend group, since we all felt a bit lonely anyways, so we welcomed her. After the first initial meeting, me, A, and G all agreed that C's new friend was a bit off/weird. C defended her and told us we were being too judgmental. Okay, maybe we were, so we let her stay in the friend group. She would later be caught up in a ton of lies and drama that supersede anyone I've ever met. She lied about having her leg broken, and she even walked in a cast. She lied about her family dying. She lied about having an abortion. She would bring dudes around our group and get on the dudes' laps. She would ask us weird questions like, "What kind of friend do you guys consider to be a good friend? I want to really be a part of your friend group." It was sad. Completely sad, and she was so delusional. We felt bad for her, but at the same time me, G and A did not want to hang out with her. Eventually C and her left our friend group. C came back a year later telling us she was sorry, and she now sees what we were talking about. She told us about what happened with her and the other girl, and me, G, and A were all like, "We told you." We didn't tell her that. We all talked about it and said, "Didn't we tell her, Mayo?" So yeah, it was quite satisfying to see our friend come back to us. It wasn't that the new girl was a liar and such, but on top of it all, her old group of friends who she was super close with came to us and told us she was crazy and to stay away from her. They told us she made up a bunch of stories and lies and would eventually lure us into a dangerous situation, just like she did to them. That's when I knew we had to leave this beach behind. A few years ago, a friend of mine had gotten caught up in the Let Go app, like eBay and Tinder had a baby. He found a crazy good deal on an Audi and wanted to check it out. I was apprehensive about the low price and how it was advertised in a lower income community. No offensive intended. He told me not to worry and invited me to come along to check it out. My friend was texting the seller throughout the day trying to make this deal happen. He, his girlfriend, and I went to the seller's house to check out this car. We couldn't see the car anywhere and figured it was in a garage or something. We arrive at the house of the seller and were greeted by a young guy, early 20s, dressed in laid back, lazy day on the couch, bum around the house, basketball shorts and t-shirt. At this moment I knew something was up. We hop out of our car and the seller leads us to the backyard of this little suburban house with no garage, but a shed, almost wide enough to fit a car. The seller says that the car is in the shed and his brother has the key. He begins to walk up the steps to the back door, and from around the corner of the house pops out a thin guy with a hoodie and a ski mask on. His right hand is hidden behind the lining of his hoodie, but is posturing that he has a gun and is ready to shoot. We all freeze. Not because we're paralyzed with fear, but because the absurdity of the moment. It's 2:30 in the afternoon on a bright sunny day in a modest suburb in everyday America, and here we are getting robbed at gunpoint. I look at the seller and see the weakest surprised face I've ever seen. It was clear to me that this was a setup, and we bit the hook. But luckily for us, these two guys were the most half-assed fishermen in the state. We didn't move an inch. We stood calmly and silently thinking the same thought. If he actually has a gun, then we can panic. We stood there for a few seconds waiting for the ski mask to engage us and make his move, but he just stood there at the corner of the house. After about 30 seconds of silence, the ski mask dipped back behind the house and I urged us to leave. We pile back into our car and head back home. Now, this should be a near miss story, and you all are waiting for the I faking called it. You see, on the car ride home, my friend was trying to get back in touch with the seller. He didn't believe that the whole situation was a setup, and that we got out of it into shade because of the ineptitude those guys. He kept texting him and told us to pull over at a gas station so he could try to get this Audi. I sat and argued with him for literally 58 minutes, explaining that this car, this price, this seller, all of it was a lie to try and rob us. I said, we got lucky and avoided getting robbed or hurt or killed, and now you want to go back and put the same hook in your lip. My friend argued that even a chance at a car at this lower price was worth it. If I can arrange for this deal to happen somewhere in public, then I can get this faking car. He texted something to that effect to the seller and didn't get a response. My friend started the car back up and we went home. Later that evening, I was with my family watching the local news, and who should pop on screen? A mugshot of the guy who was selling an Audi. He was caught by the police later that day for trying the exact same trick. I sent my friend a screenshot of the mugshot with the message, "Look, it's your boy, he and I haven't talked in years." This is not satisfying whatsoever, but I faking called it. I knew a friend of mine, let's say Lucy, had started hanging out with a group of people that were into drugs and partying. As far as I know, heroin was involved, but I don't know if it was anything more besides weed and alcohol. Anyway, my dad was in and out of AA, NA, and rehabs a few times during my early teen years, so I saw what happens with that sheet. Because of this, I was not happy about where Lucy was heading, and I was not shy about sharing it. We stopped talking during this time because my growing disappointment and anger about the situation was not well hidden. Also, this was in the days of MySpace. For time frame, anytime she'd post a picture or some starry-eyed bullshit quoting Sylvia Plath, her other friends would comment about how great her makeup was or how pretty she was, and I would retort with how they were just enabling her when she should be getting help, etc. etc. Looking back, this was over 10 years ago at this point. I was not going about this maturely at all, and I absolutely see it that way now. My heart was in the right place, but I did not act on it properly. Regardless, I lost Lucy and several others as friends because of the way I started treating her, with people telling me I wasn't being fair. Several months later, I come to find out that Lucy had checked herself into a rehab halfway across the country. We have since mended fences and smoothed things over, though life has moved us in different directions, so we don't keep in touch often. I'm just happy there is no more hostility over how I acted, and that she is happy and healthy, engaged, and a mother now to boot. I was sitting in my car, waiting for one of my friends, when it started raining. In my friend group there is one girl who was always sort of the little sister to us. She was a long-term girlfriend of one of the guys, and he ended up cheating on her. She hung around and has been one of my best friends for 7 to 8 years now. Anyway, she has a boyfriend for about a year or two that absolutely none of us liked. He was pretentious, annoying, didn't have a good job, and full on mooched off of her. He was just really not fun to have around. Point anyways, a few months into dating him, my friend complained that she was having relationship problems and her boyfriend never wanted to have sex. She's a good looking girl, and I told her it could be plenty of things, and not to worry. About 6 months later she told me the same thing, that it had been 2 to 3 months since they had sex. I told her that he was gay. She got offended and adamantly denied it. About 2 weeks later she showed up at my house, damn near in shock. She got suspicious and went through his phone. She found a video of him jerking himself off that was sent to John. She accused him of cheating and asked who John really was, assuming it was a girl. Nope, it was John. Normally I would have felt worse about the whole situation, but the guy was a complete piece of shit. This girl worked a mid-level position at one of 10 of our office locations. I was a higher up, so I was at a different location every day busting heads. She was always at the one location. I had been there a couple times over the prior month, but I had no memory of the girl. Me and her and 2 other colleagues shared a taxi home after work, and she got to talking and was just an absolute firecracker. I didn't know her name, but something about her caught my attention. She laughed a lot, she talked loud, she was shameless, and I remember thinking I want to marry this girl. Which was crazy since, at the time, I had decided to be single for life. I didn't see her or end up back at that office location for a month. Then she called me randomly one night, no idea where she got my number, and as soon as she said who she was and explained who she was, since I didn't know her name, I was like, it's happening. I'm definitely going to marry this girl. We talked for an hour, met up that night, and a year later we were married. 6th anniversary last March and we have a 2-year-old. My mom and I were driving home one day, and she had to get some gas. We stopped at this small gas station on the side of the road, and told me to go in and ask one of the employees to fill up the tank. I took 2 steps in, looked around, then got his feeling like a gun was being put to my head. I ran back to the car and told my mom I couldn't do it, tears rolling down my eyes and everything. No matter how hard she pleased, I refused to go in, saying that something bad was going to happen in there. She just got tired of it, and we drove off, just as this red van pulled up. The next day my mom called me into the kitchen to show me the news. That gas station was the subject of an armed robbery, where 3 people were shot, 1 person died. It was crazy. The scariest part was that the news showed their mugshots, and also their vehicle. They were in that red van. They literally pulled up and robbed the place just as we left. I've never gone into a gas station since. In high school one of my friends hung out with this kid who was a complete loser. He would always do crazy drugs and steal pot and alcohol from his stepdad, and he was always that kid skipping class and fighting with all of his teachers. One day me and my friend, I'll call him Brian for the sake of this story, were talking and I brought up that kid who was his friend. I was talking about how he was always doing dumb shit and I asked why he even hung out with him considering he wasn't even a great guy to talk to either. Then Brian starts getting all defensive saying, oh, he's a cool guy and you barely even know him. I said if he isn't in prison by the age of 30 I would be legitimately stunned. 2 months later this kid goes to a party and gets absolutely smashed and tries to sleep with this guy's girl. They then get in a fight and he smashes a bottle over this dude's head. The guy faking dies and he is sentenced to life in prison. I pulled a told you so on my friend and he didn't know what to say. Moral of the story, don't be that guy. My class was putting on a show of sorts in a library. It was part of our course. The teachers look at us do stuff and give a grade. There were lights, music, fog machine and a big screen and some VR stuff. I was kinda looking over couple of the guys. I was the only girl in our 10 people group. Sort out our electricity need. I'm sorry I don't know the English terms. I was the one who had, in advance, talked with the library staff and counted basically what will blow the fuse. They were about to plug in this big /main power cable and I said not to do it because I was 99% sure it would go bad. Even the teacher said it would be fine and didn't believe my calculations. They argued with me for like 15 minutes. It's fine, you counted wrong. Eventually I threw my hands up and said fine, go ahead and fuck us all up. They went ahead and plugged in the cable. Darkness. The whole goddamn library went dark. I just laughed bitterly and called maintenance. They didn't even say sorry or acknowledge that I was right. I hated my class. Haven't talked to any of them after I graduated 3 years ago lol. A few months ago my boyfriend fell in our backyard and landed on his arm. He has a super high pain tolerance and swore up and down that he was fine and it was just bruised. So we went to dinner with my family like we had planned. I had this gut feeling that he had broken his elbow and his wrist, so after dinner we went to the urgent care near us. The NP comes in and does an exam of his arm, tells us nothing is broken, he just had a bad bruise. I still had such a strong feeling that it was broken that I asked her to do an x-ray. After flat out refusing and telling me nothing was wrong, I finally convinced her to x-ray his wrist. 15 minutes later she comes back into the room to tell us that it was indeed broken. It later needed surgery to repair the break. Anyway, she kept refusing to x-ray his elbow and saying that that was definitely not broken. After a while we give up and leave. Fast forward a few days and we are at our arm specialist. They x-ray his elbow when I ask them to, and what do you know? It's broken. Again, a bad break which could have caused permanent arthritis in his elbow if it wasn't caught and if he had lifted anything too heavy. Moral of the story is that urgent care is the worst, and I was right. When I had my child, when I was pregnant, I knew something was weird with me before I took a test. About 10 weeks in, I knew it was a boy and told everyone. People would say things like, oh watch, it'll be a girl now. The ultrasound tech asked what I thought I was having. I matter-of-factly said I'm having a boy. Sure enough, the tech pointed out his little third appendage. Then came the baby shower. We had a guess when the baby will be born calendar. I don't know how, but somewhere deep down, I knew. I initialed the date point the day before. My hubby and I made a trip to our favorite orange home improvement store for something and stopped to eat dinner at a non-fast food burger place. I remember sitting there knowing my son was coming the next day. My hubby sitting there, not fully believing me. We went home, snuggled up and went to bed. At 4 AM, I woke up with some pretty intense contractions being 2 minutes apart, over a minute long. I had slept through the early contractions. 8 hours later, we were holding our baby. I was tired, but not too tired to remember I called it. All throughout high school I could not sleep at night. Sleeping early was impossible, which made waking up in the morning impossible. I was always late to school. Of course, I got the usual responses from everybody. You just have a messed up sleep schedule and need to reset it. You don't have any problems, you're just lazy. Well, midway through junior year I was behind on credits because I was missing class. My father finally took me to a sleep specialist who diagnosed me with delayed sleep phase syndrome. Basically, I can't sleep at night, but I sleep perfectly fine during the day. My sleep schedule is delayed, but other than that perfectly healthy. After years of a power struggle with my parents, this was the biggest I faking told you moment. I switched to night school, which the high school I was already attending offered, and it never caused any issues ever again. Just being diagnosed with it helped my life so much. Also, to everyone that told me I was just lazy and didn't want to sleep, go fuck yourselves. When I was young, like 6 or 7, me, my cousin and my sister were playing beside a frozen, swollen creek. It was the dead of winter and my younger sister and even younger cousin wanted to build a snowman beside the creek. I disagreed and said we should go back, stating that the creek was too swollen and icy and that we would likely get caught by the creek. My younger family just laughed and hobbled over towards the creek. I hesitated, but I knew that if I didn't go then they'd surely get in trouble. By the time I sludged through the snow, my cousin and sister were throwing snowballs in the creek. I still reserved judgment and tried to get them back to the house. They both started throwing snowballs at me for ruining the fun. As my sister went to gather another snowball, her foot slipped on the ice near the creek and now she was holding onto the root of a tree. She started screaming for help, and I helped her up. By the way, we were all wearing snowsuits, Had any of us fallen into the creek, we would have either drowned or died from hypothermia. The current of the creek pushed away from the house. I helped my sister up, and we all got away from the creek real fast. Before we got into the house, I just shouted I called it. And none of us had told the adults about the incident until 5 years later. I grew up with two very dysfunctional parents. My parents are very strict. I hated every single second being near them. The older I got, the less I was at home. I would always find excuses to stay longer in school, so I didn't have to go home. I even started the finish your homework in school club, so that they wouldn't get too suspicious of me doing homework at other people's houses all the time. Usually I would stay in school, make homework with some fellow students. But sometimes we would also go do fun stuff. One day, I came home with red eyes. My mom flipped out on me, and my dad called the cops on me because I smoked weed. I was 16 at the time. The cops tried to de-escalate the situation, but my parents had already made up their mind. They put me in a halfway house for 2 days. When I was 18, nothing had changed. I would even sneak off at night and still smoke weed with my friends from time to time. And 2 days after my graduation, my mom and dad said, "Tomorrow, you leave this house." The next day I was woken up by 2 screaming parents. "You leave now." Imagine waking up to your mom's face all red from anger, and 1 minute later she's hitting you because you don't want to leave. During the struggle, she yelled that I was a bad influence on my little sister. Her name is Laura, and she was 12 years old at the time. I clearly remember yelling back at her, "You watch. Laura will be exactly the same." My mom replied, "Never. She is a sweet girl. She's not a problem child like you!" 5 years later, my sister, 17, and I go out to eat, and she asks me if I can order a Bacardi Coke for her. I say, no, you're 17. Then she blatantly says, "Oh well, me and my girlfriends usually go drinking on Fridays and sometimes there is also some weed. I tried it a couple times, but I don't like it." I'm like, "What the fuck?" And she continues, "Yeah, mom would freak out if she knew, but that's why I sneak out. I probably will never tell them, but I faking called it." Not very satisfying, since it ended sourly, but here goes. My cousin fell in love with a guy through Instagram. They were both influencers and posted corny inspirational posts and basically spent the equivalent of a full-time job's work making sure their lives looked perfect online. The guy, we'll call him Jay, seemed really fishy and off. He would post pictures showing he wire transferred cancer patients money for treatment and other charitable work. In one specific post, he claimed to have sent around $200K to someone for chemo. His proof of such actions was text message screenshots from the recipients thanking him and screenshots of wire transfer receipts. I instantly smelled bullshit, but didn't know how to bring it up to her or anyone for that matter, but all the proof on his page seemed so fake. He would also post pictures of himself giving homeless people roses and even kissing them on their hands, sign of respect in our culture. It was total clout chasing. He would post pics of nice cars and claim he owned multiple businesses. They began talking online, and soon after he came across the country to meet her. They dated for a little while before she kept pressing to be more in his life and come visit his family. He would never take her to his hometown, only come to hers. Then finally on his birthday she decided to surprise visit him. She flew out to see him, got to his business that he kept posting about, and it was literally just a rinky-dink clothing store with low quality t-shirts that he designed online and sold in store. Not like real designs, just his company logo plastered all over them, or a silhouette of his face/beard. She pretty much forced him to take her home, and he shared a dirty apartment with roommates. He drove an old car that he claimed was his work car, and he said he had the rundown apartment to stay closer to work, and his real house was across state lines. They don't talk anymore. I didn't feel good having called it, but it was so obvious. I'm so late to this thread, but here's my story background. 2 months prior, my girlfriend, my best friend, his girlfriend and I were in the woods at a cabin, staying the weekend for a music festival. My best friend and his girl has just gotten the dog, so they brought him with us. We couldn't find a can opener and the pup was eating canned dog food, so my buddy looks up on YouTube how to open a can up with a knife. After fucking around with it for a little, while on the porch, unsuccessfully, he goes back the kitchen. 15 seconds later he runs out screaming, "I need to go to the hospital, I just cut my hand open." He removes the towel he had on his hand and blood is squirting everywhere. All over the floors, the doors, the furniture and the walls. We all jump in his car, and I drive him to the hospital. His hand was okay, just needed some stitches, but it got me to realize how quick a knife could fuck you up. Fast forward to September 22nd, I was on a serious burger kick, where every night I would come home and make 2 burger patties and eat them. Weird, I know, but so good. Tonight, however, I forgot to pull them out and thaw them, so I was trying to separate them with a butter knife and just throwing them around. Basically just faking around until they split apart. My girlfriend yelled from the bedroom, "Just use the big knife," and I was like, lol. I'll cut a finger off if I do that. So yeah, no, obviously I grabbed the big knife and the first attempt to make, I slide it right through the pad of my left index finger, almost completely removing my other section of that finger that has the fingerprint on it. I grabbed paper towels and sprinted to the bedroom and told my girlfriend I needed to be taken to the ER, and she was like, "No way, you did not." And then I squirted my blood on the walls and looked her in the eyes and said, "I told you I'd cut my finger off." I threw up on the outside of car while she was driving me there because I kept almost blocking out. I don't do well with the sight of my own blood, but 8 stitches later, I still have a fingerprint. After a motorcycle accident I needed a skin graft on my foot. While I was recovering, nurses would come and change dressings at my house every day. I pointed out to 3 of them that there was a loose piece of bone sitting in the graft, poking out. No, that's just glue from the graft surgery. It'll dissolve, they all told me. A few weeks later I was back in hospital to get 2 screws removed from a broken bone near the graft site. That in itself is another "I told you so" moment. The surgeon came round pre-op, followed by all the training students. I mentioned the piece of bone which was still there. Same thing, in a very convincing way, "It's glue. Okay, just look at it please." Hours later he came to check on me in recovery. In a daze I asked about the glue. He sheepishly told me it was bone. I must have given him the biggest fuck you smile as I drifted back into happy unconsciousness. I had 2 I faking called it moments with my best friend, which I wish I had done more to prevent. This guy has been my best friend for God knows how long. Grew up with him, lived with him during my university years and still see him weekly. Some people contrast us to more brothers than mates because he's the kind of guy that does dumb shit without thinking of the consequences and needs someone like me around to slap him. He's a lonely child and his parents are as always trying to take control of his life and make his decisions for him, even until now. He's 23. Flashback 2013 graduation from school. They forced him to get into a degree in the health field he wasn't cut out for. I had told him that I didn't think he was going to thrive in that career and he himself wanted to do something involving finance. I was 100% sure at the time that he will end up dropping out and eventually going into finance, and I told him this because I could tell he wasn't enjoying it. Since I lived with him, he still thought his parents knew best. No, they faking. Don't. Fast forward 2016 he vanishes off the radar and stops driving down to the house we lived in with some friends. Didn't turn up to any classes or lectures and doesn't contact anyone. Contacted his parents and found out that he attempted suicide and is in severe depression and wanted to leave the course he's in. I said to his mum, even though I knew it was wrong, "I told you so," and understandably she wasn't upset because I actually did. Few months later he's fine with regular visits from myself and his girlfriend and some therapy. Dropped out of the course and found his way into the financial sector. Buys a new car. Always stayed up late and drove long distance early. Told him as a joke once he'd end up sleeping on the wheel and wrapped around a tree. 2 months later exactly that happened. Swerved off the road and straight into a tree at 80 km/h. His car saved his life with all the airbags, and it would be an understatement to tell you it was a miracle he only came out with a bruised sternum. Faking the balls on this guy. He learns the hard way and listens to Noon. But this proved to me that sometimes parents truly don't know best. Totally gonna be buried, but still gonna share. My boss 10 years ago, VP of manufacturing, said he had an engineering degree. He always carefully avoided saying the school name though, and for a lot of little reasons I never believed him, and told several coworkers. Fast forward to 3 years ago, and he'd been gone for a few years, left on his own, but due to the position opening back up our owner started negotiating to bring him back, but as more of a GM, higher level. Well, everyone is on LinkedIn now, and I found his profile and called the school up, said I was verifying the education of an applicant, not entirely untrue. Bam. Find out he dropped out after his first semester. Liar, liar. I told the owner and he mulled it over, then promoted me instead. Honestly, that was not at all my intention. I just didn't want that liar as a boss again, haha. But now I'm running the entire operations side of the company. My girlfriend had a friend that was like obviously and vocally super into her, and she made it apparent to him that the feeling was not mutual. Among some of his notable actions was expecting to stay at her apartment uninvited, trying to sleep in her bed with her. She let him sleep there and came and stayed with me instead, and grossly overstaying his welcome once he did show up uninvited. We knew he would be less than stoked once he learned we were together, so we made sure to hide our change in relationship status on Facebook, though to everyone else it was, and had been obvious for a while, because we were together all the time, had pictures together, and generally didn't hide it otherwise. When he finally figured it out, which was like much later than it realistically should have taken, he lost his shit. Oh my god, it was the most vindicating and entertaining thing I have ever experienced, cause I had been telling her literally, since I met the guy, that he was a nice guy. Blew her up, called her all kinds of mean and nasty things, how she's gonna wish she never shot him down, how I'm an awful and abusive person, and blocked her on all social media. Strangely, he never actually said a word to me as you'd expect. Eventually he unblocked her methodically, one platform at a time, always sends Snapchats to let her know when she's in town, etc. But she hasn't talked to him since. God, I hate this dude. Thankfully, he's in the Navy and is stationed on the opposite side of the country now. Go fuck yourself, Ryan, you fucking manchild. I hope you drown. Back in my early/mid 20s, a good friend boned a girl that was part of our circle of friends. Many weeks later, she is looking bustier. I called it that night that she was preggers, and it was his. The preggers part was soon confirmed, but she ends up marrying some guy she'd been with on and off with 4 years. Eventually, they drop out of sight, what with the kid and all. Flash forward decades later to the Facebook era. Everyone starts friending everyone. Everyone is posting pictures of their kids, including this chick. She actually has 2 now, and the youngest is the spit-in image of the husband. The oldest, I'm sure you can guess, but, yep, looks like a young version of my friend. My wife and I joked about for a couple years, but I never said anything. After a few years, I actually see this kid out and about. In person it was even more obvious. That next weekend I'm out with my friend and his longtime girlfriend, along with my wife. The G/F goes to the restroom and I say, hey, I saw S oldest out the other day, and I just smile. Come to find out, yeah, he knows. The chick contacted him a year before and told him. I knew it. So I have an extremely long list of rare medical issues and I needed to get something called a PICC line placed in my arm. It's like a giant more permanent force that goes straight to my heart. Anyways, a big risk for it was infection. I still live at home with my parents, since I'm on disability and they have to help care for me. For the past week or so I ended up getting chills and just feeling worse than usual, so as told we were asked to get someone in to look at the site. The nurse pulled off the bandages, and I had an allergic reaction to them, and it causes sores and stuff all over the area. We decided to watch it for infection, etc. I keep telling my parents that it was infected, and they brushed it off and said not to worry, and it should heal up. Well, when the week was over I woke up, and I couldn't walk or barely move. I wasn't cold, but I could not stop shaking. I knew it had gotten infected. I eventually went to take a shower and everything felt weird, and I couldn't stand for long, and I had to get out and tell my parents to take me to the hospital. They didn't believe me still, even though I looked horrible. Anyways, got in the car and drove an hour or so to my hospital. I got there, my blood pressure was in the 200s and dropping fast, and I had a 104-degree fever. Turns out I had gone into septic shock and the infection spread throughout my body. I was told that if I hadn't gotten there within an hour I would have died. I had to stay in the hospital 77 days to recover. Most in NICU. Now I have a huge scar on my arm and a story to tell. I also said a huge "I told you so" to my parents. Got a really bad vibe from my older sister's childhood friend. Told her so many times I didn't like her, but she brushed it off. Even asked the girl what she would do if my sister was getting beat up real bad. She said my sister could hold her own. About a year later my older sister gets jumped by 3 girls, and guess who had set her up? Another friend of my older sister's. I would see her rolling her eyes at me, and one time she drank my orange soda and said it was disgusting, so I hated her after that. Turned out she was two-faced and would gossip about my sister to anyone and everyone who'd listen. Cousin's husband. When they first started dating I'd notice he'd share long eye contact with me. Every time he'd laugh he'd make it a thing to put his hand on my leg or touch me. Told her to make him stay away from me and he did. But after that I always knew he was a sleaze. 5 years later they divorce because he gets her friend pregnant. Years back I was taking a remote sensing planetary science class. We had to design a telescope observation and write a proposal for it. I thought it would be cool to propose for time on Hubble, and designed an observation that would use refracted light through the plumes on Enceladus to look for biomarkers by analyzing the absorption spectra. Biomarkers? For what? Aliens? Was pretty much the incredulous reaction of the class when I did my final presentation. What you have to know about grad classes, especially at highly ranked programs, is that the other students are generally dicks who will tear you down just to make themselves sound smarter. Me. I wasn't even a grad student. I was just using my tuition reimbursement to broaden my horizons, but yes, to look for signs of life within the subsurface oceans, methane or CO2, or other organic spectra would be important for justifying future missions there. Apparently this was a pretty laughable concept, and I was the butt of the jokes that day. A couple years later, I see this proposal being considered for discovery funding. Dicks. When I was a kid, my cousins and I all bought relatively low FPS soft guns to shoot each other with on the back acre of my grandparents' ranch. The first day we got them, we decided to set up a scenario where my older cousin would go to the shed at the back of the property and barricade himself inside, and it was me and my younger cousin's role to break into the shed and apprehend my older cousin. As we were walking out to the shed, I noticed my younger cousin hadn't grabbed safety goggles. I told him he should run back to the house and grab a pair of my grandpa's goggles from his workshop. So he turns around and runs into the garage, but comes back empty-handed. I ask him where his goggles are, and he said he couldn't find any, and he'd be fine. I insisted he go ask my grandpa to find them for him, but he was impatient and started getting whinny and said, "I'll be fine, let's just go." I told him, "Mate, if you get shot in the eye, you got no one to blame but you." We get out to the back shed, and my older cousin had nailed a large tarp to the inside of the door so that he could see our silhouettes when we opened the door. My younger cousin gets on his hands and knees and peeks under the tarp to look into the shed. The first shot my older cousin fires hits younger cousin directly in the eye, and he screams like a banshee, starts hopping around yelling that the game is off, and I'm pissing myself laughing. Fortunately there was no permanent damage to his eye. The pellets we were using were plastic, and the guns were not very powerful. Still got to laugh to myself for the entire day while he iced his eye and complained. My buddy was engaged to a woman. I told him I'm pretty sure she fucks around behind his back, and he got mad at me. I don't usually see those things, but just a few comments she directed towards made me feel like she was fishing to see if I was interested in her. I let him know, out of being a friend, that what she was doing and asking me was not normal, but he ignored me. A year later my buddy found out his fiancée was sleeping with a different guy, someone he knew. He contemplated breaking the wedding off, and I told him if she did it once, she will do it again. I suggested he talk and prepare to be ready to be in an open non-monogamous relationship with her, but monogamy was his only option. They went for counseling and worked through things, and he was satisfied with her promises to stay faithful, and they got married. About 2 years later, about 8 months after the wedding, he got home from a business trip and found her in their bed with the best man. They got divorced. A pickup truck flew by us when my dad and I were driving to a football game. He had to have been doing 90. I, being the nerd/law enforcement major, also saw that the color of his month/year expiration sticker on his license plate was 3 years past its date. I said he is going to wreck. My dad just laughed. About 20 minutes later, we had reached the road that takes you to the parking lot area, standstill traffic, when all of a sudden it freed up, only for the car in front of us to stop suddenly. The guy 2 cars up from us had rear-ended a car, which caused a chain reaction of about 7 cars. We all drove around the wreck, and I happened to notice the car that started the wreck was our pickup truck friend, only to see him open his door and have about 5 beer cans spill out. And to top it all off, right behind our car was an unmarked police car who promptly turned on his lights and assisted everyone right after they put him in the back of their car. Another story, this one from my grandmother. She was driving through South Carolina a couple of years back and got passed on the interstate by one of those roll-off dumpster trucks. She noticed that it was not properly secured. She slowed down greatly to let him get around, and she kept the traffic behind her from passing her to avoid a massive wreck when the dumpster inevitably falls off. A couple of miles down the road, she came to the top of a hill, and right as she got over it there was the massive dumpster sitting in the middle of the interstate, and at the bottom of the hill was the truck. At school, everyone got these award ribbons that were made just to make us feel special. Well, my last name starts with a Z. Rough, I know. Well, I had a feeling that I was going to be left out because of the whole last name thing. Ceremony starts and everyone goes and gets their citizenship, perfect attendance and honor roll awards. But guess who they forgot? Me. Everyone's walking out of the auditorium and one of my teachers go up to me and ask, wait, I was here today. Why didn't you get any awards? I told her I didn't know why, but I had a strong feeling I was left out. On accident, of course. I go to class, while those who got all 3 awards went to the cafeteria to get soda and a cookie. We get an announcement to our class asking for me. I go to the office, and they explain that they left me off the roster. There was about 4 total pages of students, and I was the only one on the 4th page. They got rid of the page because they thought they printed out too many. I got 2 sodas and 2 cookies as compensation, and a bit of a faking called it moment. TLDR, called this whole Bro Jard and Commander Holly thing. A few months ago, I was listening to old Dice, Camera, Action, a live play DD game with those 2 as players and Chris Perkins as DM. Well, after listening to it, over time, their character developed a relationship, nothing physical, more emotional. But whenever Ross would pop up, Jard was a total dick to him. Holly was passive, and Jard would turn the party on Ross. Guy was an ass. Well, was listening more, and in content from about a year and a half ago, when Ross and Holly divorced, Jard started coming on to Holly in character more, was getting more into it, and she was 2 people were saying it was good role playing, but I can tell when 2 people that are into each other are playing together. I have a love equals DOVEY wife and husband in my game. I know how it is. Told my buddy, a pro Jard fan, my thoughts, and he said they were just good friends. Well, look at it now. When I was younger, our church group went on camping trips, and I got this super really bad feeling about one of the bridges we had to cross to where I was feeling like I had to puke. I have a phobia of heights, but getting scared before I even cross bridges never happens, and usually it's crying my eyes out, not pukey. I told our pastor that there was something very wrong with the bridge, and it didn't feel safe, and he postponed our journey and called up one of the park rangers. Now the older kids and some of the adults were pissed at me because now we wouldn't be able to get there until later. I was called a baby and chicken and how I should have just been left at home with a babysitter if I was going to act out because I had to cross a bridge. Turns out that the bridge was in very real danger of breaking. It was one of those rope bridges and most certainly would have if enough people got on it. There's a girl I knew I'll call Jen. Jen was married to a guy I'll call Scene who used to play guitar in a band with another friend of mine I'll call Jack. Jen made Scene quit the band he was in with her in quite a dramatic fashion by issuing him an ultimatum of her or the band. Fast forward and Jen and Scene are on the rocks, so Jen starts seeing Tim who plays guitar in a band Jack just joined. A few months later Tim quits the band he had been in for 12 years in a dramatic fashion, alienating most of his friends in the process. Tim disappeared. Fast forward. A friend named Matt tells us about his guitar player's new girlfriend named Jen. I confirm it's the same Jen. I inform him that he is about to lose that guitar player. Matt assures me she's cool and it's all good. A week later, his guitar player quits in a dramatic fashion. Epilogue. Scene and Tim are both back playing together actually, and Jen is gone. They tell tales of her manipulation, but can't quite explain why they went along with it all. I got a friend request from Jen the other day, but I don't play guitar, so what's the worst that could happen? Because this is an Ask Reddit thread and following the rules is boring. Not me, but my fiance, F. We are planning our wedding, and I ask a friend, GM, I've had for over a decade, to be in my wedding party. Once we get our wedding party, we start planning who to invite. Well, GM''s girlfriend ghosted our little friend group one day out of the blue over 2 years ago. After a lot of back and forth, F and I decided we didn't feel comfortable extending an invite to GM's girlfriend. My family was going to bring enough tension to the day and I honestly didn't feel it was worth the $100 a plate. F warned me, as soon as GM's girlfriend found out, she'd give GM an ultimatum. I told F that wouldn't happen. Besides, I'd be more than willing to invite her if she sits down with us and clears the air. So a month ago, we let GM know his girlfriend wouldn't be receiving an invite. He of course was upset, but I told him the compromise F and I had already discussed. I begged him to just get her to grab a drink with us when we are in town. I live across the country and we could put all the drama and nonsense behind us. So F and I get to town and he hasn't brought up meeting up. The day after we were supposed to meet up, he leaves me on read. Fly back, message him again. Finally he tells me not only can he not be in the wedding party, he won't be attending the wedding and we are no longer friends. F was right. She gave GM an ultimatum. I think F was torn between satisfaction of knowing their characters better than me and sad at how upset I'm losing that friendship. This all just happened within the last few days, so it's all still pretty fresh. If you made it this far, thanks for reading my cathartic rant. Watching the girl who bullied me up until graduation get booed off stage at graduation by parents and students alike, then getting kicked out of college for trying to pull her mean girls antics, and finally getting knocked up by a boy who left her when the kid was born. She's now fat and miserable, just like how she made everyone else feel. Told her that's what would happen if she kept treating people like shit in 7th grade, and would you look at that really happened. This girl was a beach to everyone. She beat up people who talked back to her, tried to break one girl's legs, and pushed one of my friends to suicide. RIP best friend. She deserved every bit of it. Her only defining personality traits were mean, hot, and rich. Watching karma hit her like a bus was the most gratifying thing I've ever seen in my damn life, and I occasionally watch that graduation recording just to hear that wonderful sound of boo. Fuck you. Is it kind of beachy for me to say this? Yes. Did she deserve it? Yes. This will get buried, and I never comment on these, but years ago I was working at a hotel doing overnight audit. We had a crazy week coming up, and were oversold most of the nights. I went through all the check-ins for the week, and realized if we didn't turn someone away early in the week we would end up turning away a silver or gold rewards member. Called walking, send the guest to a different hotel and we pay for it. Oftentimes we only pay for the oversold night and you have to move hotels if you're staying multiple days. One of the perks of being a rewards member is never being walked. I emailed my GM and manager Saturday night about the situation. Didn't hear anything, but I did my part and didn't worry about it anymore. Wednesday I was working when the GM was helping the front desk and had to walk a gold rewards member. He was livid. He ended up calling corporate and the hotel got an earful. We had to buy him all sorts of points. Cost us so much point the GM never mentioned my email. Avoided me for the rest of the night. But I called it. My mom started acting aggressive and mean. Not crazily so, but way more than she used to. It was getting worse and worse for about 2 years during my hormonal 13 to 15 year range. Finally I sat my dad down and told him something was wrong with her, not in a teenage angst way, but that something was wrong with her brain. This was a very hard conversation for me at 15 years old to initiate, and my dad was taken aback and credited work stress. We didn't talk about it again. Our relationship got worse and worse. 2 years after that my mom and dad disappeared during my junior year for like a month, out of the blue. My close aunt and uncle staying with us. Then they called from the hospital in Minnesota with my mom looking like she'd actually been hit by a bus with them telling us how great it was she was alive. Then they told us they'd found out about 2 months prior she had a brain tumor the size of a tennis ball that had been growing for years. There was hope that she might survive in some vegetative state and full expectation for the loss of sight and some degree of mental retardation due to its location and the size that was to be removed. Chances she survived were minimal anyway. This was a lot to take in retrospect and is definitely not the way to handle telling people in your family about illness. But man, I'd called that shit so early and I was so right and right for so long. She's fine. Miracle recovery and lost her sense of smell and has memory/stress issues, but came out of it herself again. Lots of familial issues over the handling of things, but Al's forgiven, though never forgotten, and emotionally scarred for life. Seriously, don't do that to your kids. This sort of could be considered malicious compliance, but it's a bit more fitting here. 2 years ago my unit was in a dry dock period. Take the boat out of the water for extreme ship Makieva, Coast Guard edition. Lots of money and hours worked and drunken shenanigans. I'm the only id on board, and it was my job to maintain the shitty Wi-Fi keeping the boat connected to the internet. Because of the security protocols in place, we had a temporary router/firewall with crypto in place between the dirty internet and our cutter, so we could also access the mill domain. This router is set up and controlled by a third party. We were getting ready to dump the boat back in the water and head home, and during an all-hands meeting I had this conversation with my ops department head. Ops, we are about to get underway and leave here for good, so we need to return our connection back to our satellites. Me, Roger, but just so you know, if we are delayed at all, this is an irreversible process and we will be without a line-side connection for good. Satellite connectivity is incredibly slow with one computer, let alone 35. Are you 100% sure we will not be delayed? For those that don't know, dry docks are always full of delays, and at this point we had been pushed back 2 times already. Ops. 100%. Do it. I make the phone call. Our crypto is made invalid and our routing tables return to normal. Ops. We are getting delayed, and we need our connection returned. Me. 100% cannot do it. We had shitty connection for the next 2 weeks and every time it was mentioned to me, I got a little giggle. 100% is now meme on board. A client, Fortune 100 company, paid my company $250K to write custom software to track and manage hardware service on serialized parts. The system saved them $5 million in the first year of operation, so definitely paid for itself. On turnover I gave them the software, the source code, and full instructions for backup and maintenance. At the time they were in the process of turning over their IT services to a global IT services firm. Also my contract called for me to delete all customer proprietary data from my systems including the software. They had the software on their server, along with the source code and the full production files. The system was responsible for handling almost a terabyte of data that changed about 10% of the data every day from feeds from all over the country. I was satisfied, and the customer was very happy. 3 years later the Northeast blackout occurred. Turned out 1. The system they installed on had no backups. 2. In the process of copying they copied the source code to the new machine, then wiped the old machine, and never separately backed up the source code. 3. The system was on a RAID array, but not on a RUPS. Also during the project they'd slow paid me. Well, after my terms dictated they pay by as much as 3 months after TLDR they lost the entire install in an unrecoverable manner. Then called me to ask if I could restore it, and I just sent them the copy of the contract, where they told me I had to delete everything at the end of the project. They asked what they needed to do to get the system back. I asked for a $250,000 deposit to begin work since they slow paid me last time. My now husband's high school female friend kept messaging him to hang out shortly after we got engaged. I looked at him and said, she wants to be your girlfriend, or at least get into your pants. My poor husband was, and still is, pretty clueless, so he disagreed, and she came over about 6 months later when I was there, and we all took a walk to a nearby park where she actively tried to exclude me from conversations, and made it so I had to walk behind them on the sidewalk, despite my husband's best efforts to walk next to me. I wasn't worried, because I was waiting for the sweet I told you so moment. He shared the news that we just learned we were expecting a baby, and I watched her face fall. I don't know if she didn't think we were serious because we were still fairly young, if she was that desperate, or maybe it was the effects of the trashy town we were in, but she didn't give up. A few more months later, and she invites my poor clueless husband to her birthday party at her house. Just him. Now, he isn't that dumb, and he extended the invite to me. So we went, and it was disturbingly obvious she wasn't expecting me to be there in all my visibly pregnant glory. So while we met up with some mutual friends, she kept trying to get him to go inside her house with her alone. I whispered to him that this is what I was warning him about, and to keep his wits about him. So he left for a moment and came back. She looked peeved, and he looked embarrassed. Shortly afterwards, we left and he told me I was right and that she told him that she liked him. He shut her down as politely as possible and wanted to get the heck out of there. He then asked me how I knew. Beach please. It was obvious. You are just oblivious. And after that night she never talked to him again, and I think blocked him on social media. He trusts my instincts with other women now. Was with my friends in the car after a dude's 18-year-old birthday. The one driving, let's call him Matt, 19-year-old, was driving like crazy wanting to impress the 2 girls sitting behind. I was a bit drunk, but even like that I feared for my life. After he almost crashed a dude when risking a quick red light. I told Matt to drop me off, that he was faking going to kill me. Matt, still wanting to impress, wanted me to stay and have fun, saying it while almost sideswiping someone while overtaking him. I lost it and screamed to stop the car. Matt scared a bit, so he did, and I got off as soon as I could. He said I was a coward, or probably gay for not wanting to have fun with them. I told him that he needs so chill because he can crash, but before finishing he closed up the window and left, making revs on the engine extremely hard. I took the nearest bus home. Found out tomorrow that Matt has T-boned someone like 5 miles after I got off approximate. I never stayed in the same car with him if he was driving, no matter what. I wouldn't call this satisfying because a family member of mine was really hurt, but everyone called me dramatic and said I always think of the worst. But I just knew I was right about my sister's ex-wife. I never trusted her and felt she wasn't as in love with my sister as she made it out to seem. So 2 years ago, her wife had left for training for a new job in another state. There was really no telling when she'd be finished, so my sister was preparing to follow her. She was getting out of the army and made plans to attend school while her wife worked. My sister had taken care of her for 3 years while Wiffy was attending school, so they made a deal that if Wiffy ever got picked up and my sister retired, they would switch roles. Wiffy would work and my sister would go to school. Just 3 months after Wiffy left, she became really distant. She would hardly text or call my sister, and if they were on the phone it was really short, and she would be so platonic with her. One day, something made me tell my mother watch her ask for a divorce, and I have a feeling she is with a man Just a week later my sister gets a text from Wifey asking for a divorce, saying she wants to find herself. She also said I just never done anything for myself that I wanted to do, and this is my chance. I need to be alone though. I need to finally be selfish for myself. It was a long and horrible year for her. I was afraid she was going to fall into a deep depression. But she's doing much better now and is attending her dream college. And just a few months ago my sister found out through a mutual friend that the reason her ex wanted a divorce was because she fell in love with some guy. They're still together. I'm a resident. Recently I made a rare diagnosis from clinic. My patient, who was previously pretty healthy, didn't have the vital sign derangements or risk factors to justify me sending them directly to the ER to get a guaranteed hospital stay and complete workup, but I was pretty sure it would get bad soon. Patient had some non-specific complaints, a few exam findings that were off, and they just looked desperate and scared. After putting the pieces together I told a couple attendings and they were skeptical and said it probably was not what I thought, but were intrigued enough by the case I presented and also are very supportive of their residents, so agreed that me demanding an expeditious workup outpatient, i.e. calling to have a studies done same day, that usually takes some time to get, would be appropriate. The initial workup was completed the next day and the patient is getting back to their former self after a hospital stay that involved some big time medications and an invasive procedure. Without the treatment patient would have probably had long days to short weeks, barring a complication from the illness that can cause massive brain or problems. So yeah, faking satisfying. Definitely the kind of day that makes it all worth it. So one day, I was having gym period, and it was sunny with clouds in the distance. I didn't think much of it, besides knowing that it would rain later in the day. 30 minutes later, and I'm walking, and notice how cloudy it is, like quite cloudy compared to other times. So I joked that there was going to be a tornado, due to the clouds looking like they were spinning. I took a pic and posted it to Discord. Anyways, I went inside, went to my digital art class, and didn't think much about it. But then it started to rain quite a bit, and was a bit windy. Okay, maybe just the thunderstorm that was expected to come later. But then approximately 2:40, we get an emergency weather announcement. Apparently there was a tornado warning happening, and we needed to take shelter. Well, wow, okay. So we did the normal sheltering stuff and yada yada. We had to leave school late, which was a bummer. In other words, I predicted a tornado like 40 minutes before it actually happened, lol. Well, also they were saying it was a few miles away from our school, but okay, that is fine. Valentine's Day of this year, I work next to a gun store, a gun range. We often see cop and state patrol cars in our parking lot because the place is one of the few indoor ranges in the area and they all go there to do shooting exercises. Well, it's late in the evening and we all see this cop car pull into the parking lot right quick. I have never seen a police officer get out of their cruiser so fast in my entire life. Few moments later 2 more cop cars pull up and then an EMS ambulance as well. I'm in my store talking to my coworker, and I casually tell them someone must have tried to blow their heads off in the gun store because it's Valentine's Day and they are all alone and suicidal, or whatever. They all call BS, say it has to be someone who just accidentally shot themselves in the foot. I eventually admit that's the more likely scenario. Eventually a guy comes out on a stretcher and gets taken away, and the cops leave. As the gun store is closing up and the owner walks out, I go out and casually ask him how his interesting night was and whether someone anciently shot their foot or something on the range. He laughs and says no, someone really had tried to shoot themselves with a rental pistol. I faking called that motherfucker, and I made sure all my coworkers knew it. Lady admitted on the floor I was precepting on for my senior practicum for my RN. CNAs were busy, so I took her vitals and got her settled. Her oxygen saturation kept sitting away 89% with occasional passes into 90%, but not for long, even when I asked her to take deep breaths. Asked a nurse, a former coworker of mine from my previous job at a rehab, and she said no, she wanted her to take deep breaths first. Taking deep breaths works fine for stable patients who are recovering, but it's not really a smart thing to do to a new hospital admit who is still being treated and may not have a thorough diagnosis yet. And this patient was complaining of phlegm and had been less mobile due to cellulitis, so it's possible she's developing pneumonia. I accepted her role as the nurse though, and didn't bring oxygen. 2 hours later, that patient sprung out of bed in an anxious fit of respiratory distress and I couldn't get her up over 90% until I had her on 4L of oxygen. I grant that this nurse had way more experience from a rehab perspective where the goal is to avoid oxygen, but this is a medical surgical floor and this lady came from the Put her on air, damn it. Nearly ended in a rapid response call. I said nothing to the nurse, but I hope she was feeling that I told you so as much as I was. I was fighting with my ex-boyfriend, who was super popular in our specific friend groups, which we shared. I told him something along the lines of people only like you because you're an asshole and they think it's funny. Once you graduate high school, you won't get very far in life and you'll be alone. He said something like you won't get anywhere, you ugly beach. So we've graduated since then. He dropped out of college after 2 months, works in fast food, gained 30 pounds. He used to be very fit. He is now very chubby. He has no dating pool anymore and stopped doing the one extracurricular we shared, which was the source of his popularity. So I was right. Icing on the cake was that despite the school bullshit and some depression, I'm about to finish my freshman year of university. I'm still doing that extracurricular and doing very well for myself in it. I'm regarded as an attractive person and have my pick of men and women if I ever want to date, make new friends all the time, and I gained 5 pounds of muscle weight. So not only is he being a deadbeat like I called, he was wrong about me, and I'm doing very well. Moral of the story is, don't peak in high school. When I was about 10, I decided to eat a whole Costco-sized bag of dried cranberries. After consuming them, my mom asked me to go with her to the park to exercise. I told her I didn't want to go, since I was nauseous and felt throwing up. She didn't believe me and said I was making an excuse not to exercise because I'm lazy. I then went to the park, against my will, running laps. When I got home, I was feeling even more woozy than before. I told my mom again that I felt like throwing up. She kept saying I was overreacting. Remember, I'm only 10, still a helpless child. A few minutes pass by and I'm dizzy. I run to the restroom and I feel it coming up. All that sweet and sour, dried devil cranberry acidic bits, traveling from my stomach through to my throat. At that point, my eyes pan back and forth at the toilet and the sink, which are both equidistant to me. I make an executive decision to throw up in the sink because I was mad at my mom for not believing in me, and I knew it would be harder for her to clean. After it was done and over with, I immediately opened the restroom door and shouted out to my mom, I just threw up. I called it. I told you so. I looked down at my regurgitated pile of red mush in the sink, smiling. TLDR, ate a Costco-sized bag of dried cranberries and felt nauseous, forced to run laps at the park by my mom, who didn't believe I was nauseous. Came home and threw up in sink out of spite, to prove I was really sick. I faking called it. One from me, and one from my boyfriend. Mine was when me and some friends and friends of friends met up to go swimming, and one guy, who I didn't know before this, started flirting with me. I had an odd feeling about him and didn't reciprocate. He then switched his attention to my friend who ended up dating him. He ended up being massively manipulative, to the point where he got her to ditch all her friends, including me, and mentally abusive, which later escalated to physical abuse. At first he always had to be with her everywhere she went, and when one time she managed to get free long enough to hang out with me and another friend, he was constantly checking up on her via calls and texts. We later found out he pulled this with every single girl he dated, and continues to date to this day. Long after they broke up, he stalked my friend enough to find out where she lived, drove by the house regularly, and threatened her then boyfriend. My friends sometimes joke that if he ended up with me, we would have gotten rid of him much sooner. My boyfriend's experience was, again, with a friend of a friend he had an odd feeling about. This guy ended up being one of those absolute low-life scumbags who robbed a bus driver at Niffer Point. Always thank the bus driver, kids, and always trust your gut. Took my friend's custom PC home to work on a skateboard part, 2004. The next day, instead of working on the part 1, went to a scatter park with another friend and lied about getting work done. Of course we get back to my place in a hurry to get some work done and the computer won't power on. $3,000 computer and it's broken, and I'd lied about using it prior. Well, I tell the truth, but at this point the truth just seems like a bigger lie. I was accused of trying to overclock his processor, resulting in hardware failure. I basically felt like a liar for a couple years after that, despite the problem being the power supply and the BIOS being into shade. When the rig was finally operational again, and I know other than the kid who was with me, everyone thought I broke it and lied. A couple years later my buddy goes to turn on his PC and nothing happens. I was there to see the wheels turn in his head as he realized I had been telling the truth. So again, this was so satisfying. Taught me how dangerous a white lie can be. Instantly regained the trust of my friend. He didn't even hold the fact that I was happy about his misfortune, my redemption, against me. This guy, let's say his name is Derek, 26 meters. Derek has severe anger issues and mental health issues. He's had a rough upbringing, but I don't believe it allows for you to take advantage of your friends, be manipulative, and just being an insufferable asshole. Anyways, Derek and I have had good times and bad times. Bad times are very bad. Just an example, I've sent him money for groceries because his cupboards were empty. Friends help each other. A couple days later, he's posting pictures of his new $400 tattoo on social media. Livid. Helped him buy a new controller because he smashed his, only to have it smashed again because he got dropped from a game. Anyways, Derek actively worked his way out of my life simply by being a Winnie douche and me being maybe a bit petty. Derek and I have a couple mutual friends. I told them almost a year ago that I was done with him and that I wouldn't be inviting him anywhere. If he was there, box party, on a trip, whatever, I'd be cordial, but I'm not actively seeking his company. I don't need that toxicity in my life. They kept telling me that he grew up and was very mature now. Give him a 9th chance to prove his maturity. One of these mutual friends informed me just last night that he had loaded up a PC game, RuneScape? Something like that, and he was having server issues. Again, not sure if it was the game or Discord or what. So he did the logical thing, took his memory out of his laptop, hard drive, I'm PC illiterate, and demolishes his laptop. Like, smashing on the ground like a child smashing it. He was Hulk, and laptop was low-key. I don't know the last time I felt more I faking knew it. I don't know if it was the most satisfying, but with it being so recent, it's still very fresh in my mind. I don't want to be his acquaintance, but I genuinely hope he finds help. He needs it. Strappin' for the whole ride. TLDR, my Mills friend stole $60k after I spent almost 2 years earning them. Something was sketchy about her. My fiancé's stepmom had this nightmare friend whom we will call Karak. When I first met her, I notified my partner of my uneasy feelings. I couldn't pinpoint what it was, but she just didn't seem right to me. She solidified my feeling about her with her actions. Such as moving in with my in-laws for free, only to paint the bedroom and get 3 cats without asking, trashing the house when she moved out and not cleaning it up. I mean bags of trash, cat shit everywhere in the basement, as well as bringing people she had restraining orders against around the house, etc. I began to voice my opinion to my mother-in-law, stating all of her poor behaviors. My mother-in-law kept mentioning that she was homeless, lonely and in need to stability and support. I understand this, and I'm very compassionate towards those in need as I grew up homeless. But this wasn't enough for me. Everything was too disrespectfully handled in her part for me to believe her son's story. My mother-in-law remained friends with her for another 8 months after she horrible moved out. Here is where it gets good/awful. A few nights after a horribly scary evening in the house with her, I finally told my Mil I had enough of her being around. Her ex-boyfriend, see last paragraph, restraining order, showed up to the house when I was alone banging on all windows and doors trying to get in. 4 days after I tell her, my Mil's father passes. Her friend Karak goes with her to her dad's house to sort through paperwork. Over the next week, my mill begins noticing that money is being stolen from her deceased father's accounts and things are being ordered in her childhood nickname. Only her dad called her this. You guessed it. Karak was stealing money, credit cards, debit cards, gift cards, gold and silver bricks. $60,000 worth. We know it was her because we got surveillance footage. Oh yeah, and she has attempted to pin the entire thing on my mill, even threatening to sue for defamation. I hate to say it, but I told ya so. I wrestle in high school, and for our conference tournament we merged with another conference in a large school. We were separated into Northwest and Southwest, I believe. Fast forward to about middleweights. I'm getting warmed up because I'm a light heavyweight. Watching the match in front of me, I see a kid lock up an illegal throw and throw it without getting called. This tournament was going to be long if these don't get caught, because depending on what style it is you can get really hurt if I'm the wrong position. In about middle of the third period, kid locks up the same throw and gets it perfect in freestyle, not folk. Kid goes over the other and smashes his neck when he hits, and when the other lets go, he goes limp. Ref stops the match, and it took a solid 45 minutes to even get the kid off the mat. Told my coach prior to this that someone was gonna get hurt because these ref aren't calling correct calls. Told him so. TLDR. Kids at wrestling tournaments were throwing illegal throws. One got hurt and sent to the hospital. My husband kept telling me about this investment fund his whole family was involved in that guaranteed a 12% return. Swore that these guys were friends with the family for over 20 years. People have been collecting monthly for years. Yada yada. I tell him that's a Ponzi scheme and shouldn't invest any money unless he plans on pulling out quick. Well, he calls me a moron and has a problem with pulling out quick. Hence why we are married. Lol. I pointed out that mad a friend that scam for 20 plus years with close friends too. Still, he says I'm an idiot and have no idea what I'm talking about. Long story short, he gave a check for a large amount to invest and the Fed shut down the Ponzi scam 15 days later. Maybe not the greatest, because I swear I've called some really random stuff. Like within 20 minutes of meeting my sister-in-law, I said that girl has a story she's not telling, and I bet that she was a prostitute in the past. I couldn't have been more accurate. My stepmom is a moron and typical enlightened suburban socialite. She doesn't listen to anyone and is just an idiot. A few years ago she and my dad went to the Dominican Republic and the locals there would fist bump tourists, saying something like machuco, which apparently meant something akin to pound it. So she came back acting like she was the world's authority on Latin culture and telling my sister's fiance, who is a native-born Costa Rican, we'll call him Jay, all about how much more she knows than him and how she feels for him, calling both the doctor and Costa Rica third world countries. Yikes. Fast forward a couple weeks and it's right before my sister and Jay's wedding. His relatives fly in from CR and come to her bachelorette party. Stepmom wants to throw the machuco slang out to prove how cultured she is, but I just get this horrific gut feeling and tell her it's a bad idea, since slang from one area does not always translate to slang from other nations that speak the same or a similar language, pointing out that fag in England does not have the same meaning in the US, which everyone knows. So we're at the party. She gives a smug look in my direction and shouts machuco to the CR relatives and holds her fist out. They look horrified and don't do anything until an aunt tentatively bumps her fist back. I had a feeling something bad happened. So the next day I see Jay and bring it up, and he starts howling with laughter, going no way she said that. I affirmed she did, mentioning I warned her and asked what it meant. Jay said, in my area, there's a slang called machacalo, which is essentially pound that bussy. We say it when someone's gonna go get laid. About a week after the wedding, after all the relatives had flown home and things calmed down, he mentioned to me they thought my stepmom was celebrating my sister and her new husband's consummation and chalked it up to a weird American cultural quirk. He had to explain that she was just an idiot. TLDR. Idiot stepmom ignored warning that slang from one country doesn't always translate to another. Embarrassed herself to my Bill's relatives by sounding like she was vulgarly celebrating my sister and her husband's wedding night. This gonna be buried point my friends and our disc golfers. So naturally, we follow the Professional Disc Golf Association and the pro players. A couple years ago I was at a mini tournament, non-sanctioned casual event, and was talking about how the biggest name in disc golf, Paul McBeth, a 4x world champion, who was, at the time, sponsored by Innova, the biggest company in disc golf, was probably gonna switch sponsors soon. And that I wouldn't be surprised if it was Discraft, a very underrated, but well-established, disc golf company that has its roots in Ultimate Frisbee. Everyone said that that would never happen, and Discraft doesn't have the kind of money it would take to sign McBeth. I argued that Discraft may not be making much money in disc golf, but they have a very big hand in Ultimate, and they are also on the board for Ultimate. They make very solid money from Ultimate, and could very well afford McBeth on that money alone, and ride the McBeth hype to boost their disc golf sales. When I was asked why McBeth would ever switch from Innova, I explained that Innova hasn't been pushing him as much as they used to. He had some personal issues and it affected his game a bit. He fell off the winning wagon for a little bit, but almost always finished top 10, if not top 4. There was also some drama revolving Adidas, who sponsored him for a little while, but wouldn't give him a paid sponsorship. Then they signed with DGU and that got under McBeth's skin. Sure enough, the rumor dropped that McBeth would not renewing his contract with Innova. Rumors started flying like crazy where he would go. I stood by Discraft as the only company that could pay for him. Others speculated Dynamic Discs, Latitude 64, who we had just learned was losing to ex-world champion Ricky Wyosuke, etc. Sure as shit. It was announced he had signed with Discraft. The announcement was in the form of a YouTube/Facebook video. It was very tasteful and caused a lot of hype and controversy. It took the disc golf community by storm. I tagged my buddies in the video and left a comment that said, "You remember Sonora Mini 2 years ago? Called it." Most satisfying though at the same time the worst. Had a friend who I worked with over the summer when we were about 16. She ended up seeing this guy who was 19 a lot, who overall gave me bad vibes. I voiced my opinion on him a lot, told her he gave me a bad feeling, and well, she shrugged them off. Later in the year, when school started, they are still talking a lot, and she ends up mentioning that she's planning on taking him over one day when her parents are at work, and automatically I tell her it's a shitty idea. Her moms are super strict, and they would most definitely find out. I don't trust or like the guy, and the works. Her friends agree with me, but again she shrugs it off, says they won't find out, and it happens. Fast forward a few more months later, and her moms find out, and are beyond pissed. They make her do all of the test. She's stressed, depressed, and well, everything else. Her moms decide they're taking the guy to court. She's afraid for him, doesn't want to ruin his life, etc. I comfort her, tell her it's legal, since there's under a 4-year age gap, and it would only be illegal if he was over 20. Fast forward a little bit more, court date is coming close and some new info is revealed. One of the mom's friends actually ended up going to high school with the guy, and even had the yearbook pictures to prove it. So instead of being the 19-year-old guy we thought he had been, he was a 27-year-old man. And that was where the bad feeling had come from. The guy ended up getting 5 years in prison and registered as a sex offender. A few years ago, we were given a TV by my brother. Boyfriend, now husband, decides he doesn't want to lug the stupid 100-pound TV up the stairs to bedroom right away, so he sets it just inside the front door, kinda by the stairs to top floor. I looked at it and said that's an accident waiting to happen, but shrugged since I can't exactly carry it upstairs. We go to bed, and about 2 hours later boyfriend wakes me up by jabbing me in the ribs with his foot. I open my eyes to see his hands cupped under his chin and his nose is pouring blood from both nostrils as well as from a giant gash on the bridge of his nose. His nose is completely shattered. He ends up jumping into a cold shower to avoid blacking out and tells me how he went downstairs to get a drink, tripped on a shoe and fell. Despite his arms being out to brace, he landed with the bridge of his nose smashing directly onto the edge of the TV. Called it. I had a suspicion that my parents once smoked weed in the past. My mom asked me if I had smoked weed while I was in college. I said I did, and I asked my mom if she had. And she explains to me this: my mom did it with some friends and my dad did it with his friends. Later on that night, my mom and her friends went to a Hispanic club. My mom was dancing with a lot of people and each guy was talking while dancing, and that would kill the moment my mom wanted. My mom went back to her friend group and said, I want to just dance with a guy, no conversation, no nothing. In comes my dad and his friends. My dad looks at my mom and thought she was the most beautiful woman he has seen and approaches her. Without saying anything, just sticks out his hand and she accepted it. They danced. My dad told me he was too high to have a conversation. My dad later went up to her and asked for her pager. They got married later, had me, and divorced when I was 8. I'm not a single child. Also point TLDR, my parents meet when they were high. My dad was too high to dance salsa or whatever and talk at the same time. My mom loved that he didn't talk once to her. Dated, got married, had a child, got divorced 8 years after, now hates each other to the point of no communication. A couple guys at work, we are commuting wage theft. A couple of us called them out to our manager, his boss, the director, and VP. We were completely ignored because we were the problem children, but had the best numbers in the area. Fast forward 3 years and this is brought to their attention monthly. All of a sudden another manager looks at their GPS and sees they are hanging out at a fast food place on overtime. He continues to look back, and day after day they are at a fast food place for hours on overtime. Investigation is launched, and both resign instead of being terminated. The math added up to around $225,000 stolen in falsified wages. The look on my boss's face when I got to say, I usually hate saying I told you so, but I told you so. They still continue to not listen when things are brought to their attention by us, but there is satisfaction in knowing I and others were right for years. Not a huge accomplishment, and a little more luck than anything, but I was watching The Hangover on DVD at a party with a bunch of friends. One friend who had already seen it was excited that I was watching it for the first time. She exclaimed how I'd never guess where they find the groom, and how the movie was great. Immediately after she said that, the scene where the Hangover trio see the mattress on the statue played, and I asked, did they find him on the roof? Friend was semi-freaked out, and asked how I knew. I joked that it's cause I was psychic, and said just watch, my phone is gonna ring right now, as I grabbed my cell phone. And then by extreme coincidence, my phone rang not 2 seconds after I picked it up. I don't remember who called, and it wasn't an alarm or an app notification. Didn't have a smartphone at the time, but I definition remember the what the hell exclamation from my friend. I was in a live/work at a hostel. There was an overpass front desk guy who was terrible. He was never at the desk, would literally disappear for like an hour at a time, leaving the building open to any crazy San Francisco person who walked in. Even worse, he had this ridiculous tough guy persona, complete with both a teardrop tattoo and a claim that he was a Marine at some point, pick a lane buddy, and tried to lord it over everyone that he had been hired to keep us all in check. Awesome nonsense. He was also truly terrible at his job in lots of different ways. Anyway, it all came to a head one night when I was up late in the lounge and a woman came in and told me she had been waiting to check in for half an hour. I ended up punching in and trying to fix it. Even though I was not a receptionist, I did breakfasts. I got her straightened out and fixed it and waited at the desk for him to come back so no more homeless people would come in. Finally he comes in and asks me if I need something. He didn't even know I worked there. We got into a big argument and I sent an email to the manager, who I had already told about other issues with this guy, telling him what happened, apologizing for losing my cool, and telling him something needed to be done. I got no response except in the email that went out to all the employees with the weekly schedule. There was a note saying that we were a business and that anyone who lived there needed to be professional, 24/7, and show our coworkers respect at all times, and if we couldn't manage that then we needed to leave. Since the overpass guy didn't live there, it was pretty obvious he was talking to me. As for the absences from the desk, this was solved with the sudden appearance of a little sign that said receptionist will return shortly. Yeah, right. A week later, an envelope containing all the cash from someone's shift disappeared from the safe under the desk, and it was suspected it was him, although the cameras didn't catch it. A few days later it happened again, and I believe this time they were able to see it. The owner sent him an email asking to stop in and speak to him in his office. When he got to work the next day, the guy never returned. He was absolutely as awful as I had said, plus he committed a felony. Even better, it turns out this place was screwing its employees every which way, and I'm now involved in a lawsuit for back wages, illegally high rents, and non-compliance with a bunch of other things. It's going to be big, and I will truly enjoy taking these fakers down. When I was 14, I was at the dentist getting a sealant put on a tooth. While it was drying, I felt a pain off to the side of my lips, like just a little past the corner. I tried to let the assistant know, but I of course had a shit ton of stuff in my mouth. So, I was essentially just going AHH for a second. Next thing I know, the assistant starts making the noises back at me and starts laughing. I'm so fucking dumbfounded and just sit there in pain and confused to why this grown-ass woman is mocking a child. Anyway, I get out and my mom and I are checking out at the desk. I tell her about the pain and she said it's probably just because my mouth was stretched open. I tell her it feels different from that and she tells me it is fine. We are walking out to the car and I keep complaining about it. I get into the car and look in one of the little mirrors in the visor and my mom gets mad. She tells me to leave it alone and it's nothing. But I knew it was something. We get home and I'm in my room stewing about how I was in pain and how something was wrong. Sure enough, after about an hour a mark came up right in the spot I say it was hurting. I go out to my mom and am like, I told you. They did something to me. Now, this mark did not look good. Like, it was red and super nasty. You see, what happened was when the assistant was putting on the sealant, she dropped acid on the side of my mouth. It was a pretty gross and painful burn. Luckily it healed, and it didn't scar. I'm just glad I proved my mom wrong. I worked for a residential center for people on probation. Think a college dorm facility, but for convicted criminals, so they can keep a job and do treatment instead of sitting in jail. Was doing normal rounds in the housing unit I was supervising. Saw one of our younger residents in a bathroom stall, but he had the door open and his feet were facing the stall dividing wall. It piqued my interest. After he left the bathroom, I searched the stall and found an empty baggie. I found him in his room and informed him that he was going out to the main lobby to be searched by staff. He ran to the bathroom and flushed whatever he had. I'm not legally allowed to place hands on him for any reason but self-defense or to prevent him from harming himself, so I pretty much had to watch him do it. I informed my supervisor of all this and requested he be placed on facility restriction and not allowed to leave until his case manager reviewed the incident and made a decision. I had a feeling, based on the resident's demeanor, that he would do something stupid like go a while absent without leave, that is, escape from his place of employment the next day or worse. I was asked what proof I had that this was a likely event. The resident had not made any comments about what he was going to do and refused to answer any questions. I told my supervisor that, based on my experience, I felt like he was a flight risk. I was told that this was not good enough. The next day he left the facility to go to work and didn't show up there. He ended up running off, broke into his parents' house, stole the family car and a few guns from the house. He left a note saying not to call the police because he would not be taken alive. A month later I saw his mugshot on the news. He had been murdered in a drug deal. In a daily briefing with staff, I sat across from the aforementioned supervisor as we discussed the death of a former resident and how that can impact current residents who knew him or were friends with him. When somebody brought up the issue, the supervisor asks who we are talking about. I say that guy I told you to not let go to work. He's dead now. If I was in the wrong for saying this, nobody called me on it. Not sure if this fits, but a woman occasionally, about once a month, comes into my work and buys lottery scratchers. She always buys a few, one for herself and one for each of the cashiers. Not really sure about the rules or laws on this, but our boss knows and doesn't care, and this happened to me and nothing went wrong. Anyways, the lady comes in and buys her one scratcher. looks up to my coworker and says, "Which one do you want?" They were all saying, "Get this one, get that one." Even a different customer got in saying, "Oh, this one for sure," but I was silent, thinking, every single one I thought, no, that's not going to be a winner, and to every one single one, 6 before me, only one was a winner, but only paid it back out. $5. Cool, he bought a sandwich with it, lol. It was my turn. I had my eyes set on one of them. I knew it would be a winner, not really sure why or how. The very first number one scratched was a 20x multiplier. I ended up winning $1,000. The lady didn't want any of it. I tried, but she said that it was mine. It wouldn't be fair to do this and then expect to take the money back. Wow. Lady, you rock. Cashed it out, no problems, like a week later. It was awesome. Was a clinical manager in a very large nursing home. There was no general manager at the time, so no one clearly in charge, except a regional manager who'd come one a fortnight. Assessed a patient who wanted to come and live in my nursing home, go to assess her at her daughter's house because she's staying with her for a week or two. Nice, polite, friendly, family all wanted her to be there and seemed supportive of the move. Something seemed off though. Knew the answers they were giving me were a pack of lies. Nothing concrete, but been in nursing too long not to spot bullshit when I see it. Return to work and say I want to reject the application. Sales manager for the home throws a fit. Argues with me non-stop. Calls the company's sales director to force me to take her cause it's a £1,800 a week room. Argue with my boss. To company directors, and eventually it goes to the owner of the company. Get overruled because my bad feeling wasn't a good enough reason not to take the business. New resident arrives. Within a week the beautiful room has poo all over the walls. She's bitten 2 care assistants, refusing medication. Master baits in a full dining room at mealtime, urinated up and down the corridor. Lied to family and GP saying my staff were making medication errors and leaving her in pain. Racist and abusive towards staff and other residents. Family were verbally aggressive towards staff, constantly on the phone, accusing staff of abuse and not being able to do their job properly. Turns out the family had her assessed at daughter's house because her home was half destroyed. Whole situation lasted about 3 weeks. So satisfying to walk the company's sales director around the room after she left so she could see the damage done. Made sure none of her parting gifts smeared onto the walls had been cleaned until she's been round and seen/smelt it. Made the home sales manager come with me to all the safeguarding meetings I had attend, so she knew what I had to deal with following the little mess she provided me. Lesson for the future: if a nurse has a gut feeling about something, listen. Nurses know. I don't think this story should be here, but here goes. I live in the Philippines. This is important. Sort of. Almost 8 years ago, me, my mom and my little sister were on my great uncle's, let's call him Grunkle, car, going to a family reunion. We were going for about 50 km/h on the highway. Me being the scaredy cat asked my grunkle, aren't we going too fast? He replied, nonsense. I'm the driver, trust me. A few moments later, a kid that was about the same age as me, I was 10, crossed the road without looking left and right, and we hit him. My uncle stepped on the brakes, but I could clearly remember how the kid hit the front of the car and slid for a good 2 meters. I could hear the kid's mother scream his name, which I forgot, and rushed to his side. My grunkle had no choice but to let him and his mother on the back seat where we were. He was so bloody, some parts of his face and limbs were peeled off. I could hear a gargling sound every time he breathes, and the smell of blood was wafting in the car. It took us more than an hour to get him to the nearest hospital because the road was full of ambulant vendors and traffic was terrible. When we arrived, nurses scrambled and took the child to the ER. Police were waiting for us, although they only asked for my grunkle and the mother's statements. I vaguely remembered that the kid didn't cross a pedestrian lane, and their house was on the side of the highway and a small store on the other. He was probably gonna buy something. Thankfully, the mother admitted that her son was in the wrong and won't press charges, but my grunkle had to pay for the hospital fees. I don't know what has happened to the kid since then. I'm not sure if I should be proud or scared of myself. That 1 hour beside a bloody kid isn't enough for me to cry, scream or faint. One of my mother's exes was a bit off and didn't do meth. but absolutely loved pinging on Adderall. I'm talking this dude would clean a house because he was bored and mess with the vents in the house to the point I had to hammer them opening key parts of the house. He had a really bad tendency with money to get a paycheck and spend it in a weekend, as he was accustomed to living off others with no bills. They ended up breaking up on a trip to Florida, where he had spent his and her entire check. We were left to eat sparingly for a month and a half, while he stayed with his kids' well-off grandparents. I refused to let him in the house due to his drug habits and narcissistic tendencies. I refer to him as Fuckboy Mike. My mother's best friend deals with him and pays him for labor at time, so she keeps a check on him for whatever reason. He, after a long binge, finally managed to find him a job as a manager at a new local restaurant a town over. My first words to my mother, I give it 3 months before they arrest him for stealing from the safe and insufficient funds. Did FBM let me down? Nope, he was ahead of schedule. He got fired 2 months later for stealing upwards $1K from the restaurant. He's bailed out since then, and I heard he got a slap on the wrist for it. I've since named a sandwich after him. It's a toasted ham and cheese with 4 pieces of ham and cheese stacked between each other and light mayo, just like the one I caught FBM making when we had less than $100 left for food for the month and 2 weeks to go. I have a bunch, but the 3 I remember very clearly was pretty insane-amo. Just because of the insane odds there is this video game, Destiny 2, and they made a new gun available in the game. Everything is RNG, so whether you get it at 1000 tries, or one is completely random. After 1 week, I woke up at 4:30 AM, told my friend, I have this weird feeling I'll get it if I try right now. I'm sending you this, so I finally tell someone beforehand, so we can freak out about my psychic abilities together. I did the activity it drops in, just sent her the picture of the gun equipped on my character, saying, I'm sorry, you can hate me, I know you want it more than I do, but I was right though. Went to bed. Weirdly enough, I got no reaction at all. I thought it was pretty amazing to call it like that, but nothing. The second occasion was the same game, in a 6-player activity, a raid. There is a 5% chance that a gun drops only from one of the 24 chests at the end. You get 1 key, 24 chests, 1 key point. Before playing it for the first time, I had watched only one playthrough. At the end, I saw a chest that felt right, so I picked it in advance. We did the activity. We each got 1 key. I said, I wanna pick my chest first. I already know which one, so please, let me get mine out of the way. As you probably expected, I got the weapon. To put it in perspective, I have a friend that just got his weapon after trying 108 times. I'm not gonna add #3 now. This has already gotten so long. I doubt people will read this at all, but it feels good to talk about it somewhere. I went to college with the Harlem Globetrotter Corey Thunderlaw. He was the star of the basketball team, and everyone in our small North Carolina college basketball obsessed country club university assumed he'd go pro. But I said no sir. Thunder, or Superman as he was known back in 2010, was a high-flying, rim-shaking master and a studied meester of the slam dunk, paired with his smoother Steve Harvey demeanor and Will Smith's sense of humor. I saw the stars align. I saw his future play out in front of my eyes. In a drunken vision I saw our Superman donning the red, white, and blues, crossing over from DC to Marvel, and taking Mjolnir from Thor himself. The newly crowned Thunderlaw raising the god of lightning's hammer and slamming it upon his foes, the Washington Generals. After waking up from my vision, I'm now convinced that Corey Superman Law should and probably will become a Globetrotter instead of an NBA player. I tell anyone who talks about him, and I'm met with laughter and reminders that I'm from New England, so I couldn't possibly understand college basketball players like they do in North Carolina. Well, maybe they're right. I have no idea what it actually takes to make it in the NCAA or NBA, but I goddamn know a Globetrotter when I see one. Even if it's in my strategic communications class that he always attended. Point wrapping it up here. When Thunder officially became a Globetrotter and even broke several Guinness World Records in the process, I felt vindicated and, dare I say, impressed with myself. They say it was the day my ego grew 3 sizes that day. I call up some old college pals to show them that I fucking called it. He's a Harlem Globetrotter. I was right and you was dead wrong. and almost unanimously they reply, "Who faking cares?" It all started in my junior year of high school. Went through a rather tough breakup with my crazy girlfriend 2 weeks before Valentine's. Was feeling down in the slumps about it and hung around with my best friend at the time for a few days to get my mind off it. Since he's my best friend, practically my brother, I figured he'd express a little empathy and I'd be able to vent to him about the things she said and did, and just wanting someone to assure me I did the right thing by ending it. After a few days of talking about it, I felt like I was bothering him, so I just stopped coming around for the rest of the week. The next week I find out my best friend and girlfriend are dating 4 days after we broke up and already plan to go to a movie for day. As you can imagine, I was pretty pissed and felt rather betrayed and said this whole thing is gonna bite him and her in the ears someday. And if he thinks he can talk to me again after this without a hit to the face, then he's got another thing coming. FF a year. Find out they're living together with her mom because his mom tried stabbing him with a knife. He was homeless and couldn't find a job. Ex shaves her head because of aforementioned craziness. They split up on and off constantly and he still lives with her and the family every time they do. FF another year after that. I stopped caring about things blowing up in their faces and think they'll live happily ever after. I receive a message from friends saying that they had a nasty breakup and my ex-girlfriend had found deep that my friend was cheating on her while they were still living together, and she threw his stuff out and slapped him across the face for his betrayal. Another year after that, me and my friend are friends again and going to go hang out today. Well, or about it from time to time and how she decided to go bald, haha. So I don't know if I necessarily called it, but it felt good to be on the outside looking in. In high school, my best friend, Jane, confided in me and told me that she was sleeping with one of our 8th grade teachers, Mr. C. We were freshmen, and she told me the relationship had been going on for a while. I struggled with it for a few days, then went to the school counselor and spilled the beans. All hell broke loose. They denied it. Her parents were furious at me cause CPS, Child Protective Services, got involved. It seemed everyone at the school where Mr. C worked was mad at me, and the people that had to deal with this at the high school were mad at me. Her parents called my parents to tell them off. My parents took their side. I was ostracized and alienated. Nothing happened to him. She, Jane, never talked to me again. Fast forward to my freshman year in college and I go back home to visit some folks and find out she's pregnant with his baby and her father made them get married. I was like, told ya. He always did creep me out. Saved my uncle's life. About 10 years ago I was helping some family members build a well for my grandfather. One uncle down in the well, and we were hauling up buckets of clay. I noticed the knot on the rope wasn't tied to the bucket very well. I suggested fixing it, and my other uncle, who has a bad temper, says just fucking sand it down. And they did. I ran to a nearby shed and found a hard hat and dropped it down the well for my uncle to catch. He puts it on and the knot slips for the next bucket of clay. Bucket full of clay falls about 25 feet onto my uncle's head. Shattered the hard hat, gave him a concussion, but he lived. My other uncle had tied it, Mr. No Patience and always angry. It was a family event at my grandfather's, so a bunch of nearby family members came running over to hear me say to my jerk of an uncle the loudest, "I told you so." He, for once, had no rebuttal. He also didn't apologize and just left. My uncle in the well would have probably died, or at least never been the same. And he was kind of simple to begin with. I don't think a head injury would have improved the situation. My parents wanted our family to befriend the $OTHERFAMILYS because my brother played sports with their son, often on teams with the patriarch of the $OTHERFAMILY household was a coach. They had a son in my grade and we were not friends. After a couple visits with them, I told them that I didn't like the $OTHERFAMILYS because they clearly weren't good people. They insisted that I go, and, while I played nice, I didn't make it much of a secret that I didn't want to be there. I got my driver's license shortly after, and didn't have to deal with them anymore. My parents continued to spend time at the $OTHERFAMILY household, until one day, they came home furious. Some suburban political bullshit had gone down. Something with the sports teams. They screwed my brother out of something, or said something about how my parents did X or Y, or whatever. I don't remember what it was, because I didn't give a shit. I had been right. I'll let them talk and talk and talk, relaying events with he said, and she said and whatnot, and then I was just like, you realize that I called this years ago, right? I told you that they weren't good people, and that I didn't want to spend time with them. Never got any credit for that, but my wife has told me that I'm a good judge of character after I've similarly called it with one of her previous work associates and a few other people. Was living with my lifelong friend, let's say Sten, in one city. He started dating a female friend of mine, Sam. Sam lived in our hometown, different city than where Sten and I lived. Sten tells me I'm moving back to hometown with Sam. Without thinking about it, my instinctive response was that's not a good idea. Which I did say out loud to Sten. Sten and Sam don't hate me, but you know, when people say oh it doesn't bother me, but they continuously bring it up in an attempt at a joke. That was basically our relationship for the next 3 months, until Sten moved back to the hometown to live with Sam. Sten visits me 6 months after living with her. It's not working out. How does it sound if I move back in with you at the end of the year? Meaning he moved from one city to another, back to the same city. She moved out after month 7, and he was stuck paying rent for the last 5 months. Not a good idea at all. Greatest, satisfying but very scary. So, picture a summer afternoon, me and my younger sister are in the kitchen. Our dad was having a nap. So, my sister, 5 at the time, had the bright idea to start playing with glasses full of water while standing on a chair to reach the kitchen sink. I start cleaning the kitchen table. We had finished lunch 10 minutes before this, and as I notice her, this conversation follows. Me, please, stop doing what you're doing and get down from that chair. It's not safe, sister. No come on. There's surely something safer and funnier than playing with water and glasses in the sink. If you want to do it on the floor, do it. I'll clean. But please get down from there, sister. No, I won't get down. Stupid. Leave me alone. Then I don't care if you fall and break your skull. You're on your own. Literally 5 minutes later, while 10-year-old me was cleaning the table, there's a loud thud. I turn and my sister was on the ground belly up. For a brief moment her face was completely blank. Then she bursted out crying. Suddenly, while she was touching the part of her head that she hit, she screams blood. She had indeed broken her skull and I freaking called it. A few moments later my mom came home from her job, woke my father up, who was deep in his sleep, so he didn't hear anything nor I wanted to wake him up, because he'd blame me, and I didn't want that to happen, and took her to the hospital. Fortunately it was nothing, and 3 stitches later she was alright. When I was young, my dad played classical guitar. All through growing up my favorite thing in the world was listening to him play. He even had his own local guitar and flute duo for a couple of years. He had this old Yamaha classical he used. It wasn't worth much, and he'd modified it quite a bit, putting a pickup in it and stuff. Fast forward a couple decades, dad has stopped playing, switching to other types of music, and I'm in my 30s. Dad calls me up and mentions wanting to sell this guitar. My dad goes through periodic purges of his things, so it's not out of character at all. It's inevitable that he's gonna try to sell almost anything at some point to lessen the things he has now. He's had this guitar for as long as I've been alive. There's a little watercolored bear on the case I made in flipping preschool. I can't let this thing leave the family. So I tell him I'll take the guitar from him if he doesn't want it. I take the guitar and move around with it for a couple years, sometimes pulling it out to play the one song I know. Show off. Last year dad decided to take up classical guitar again. He buys a different guitar and it just doesn't have the depth of his old guitar. So in November I gave him his Yamaha back and got to listen to him play again. He's currently recording some songs on CD for me to have and listen to at home. I knew he couldn't stay away from classical guitar forever, and was so right. Just got done with a climb at Mary Jane Falls at Mount Charleston outside of Las Vegas, NV. This climb has a nice hike from the top safely down the mountain and back to the hiking trail. It's either that hike or rappel down. I generally enjoy the hike after a nice climb. 3 of my climbing buddies decided they wanted to free solo the down climb. I told them that is a terrible idea. Down climbs are generally much harder because you can't see your footholds as well. I convinced one of the 3 to hike back with me. The other 2 insisted. We picked a meeting spot at the trailhead. They should have been able to climb down faster than it took my friend and I to hike, so I knew immediately something was wrong. When we were alone at the trailhead, I thought maybe they got tired of waiting and headed back to the car for snacks or something. Then I heard the most terrible scream I think I've ever heard. Help. I shouted back to see if it was one of them. Sure enough, one of them lost their footing and fell 45 feet. Ruptured his spleen, broke 7 vertebrae, knocked out all of his front teeth, and broke 3 ribs. It took 4 hours for search and rescue to get him into the helicopter, and we were damn lucky to immediately run into an off-duty EMT with an emergency satellite phone in his pack. 6 hours later I walk into the emergency room and they have him sitting up in a body cast and he says to me, "Say it. Just say it." I replied, "I told ya so." He recovered completely and still climbs to this day. I stick to bouldering because 45 feet should have killed him, and I'd rather not experience another day like that. My sister, 30, invited over her on again off again boyfriend, 30s, to Christmas dinner. It was them, our mothers, my husband, my sister's work friend, F40s, and friend's daughter, F13, plus my sister's 2 kids, aged M7 and F8. Her boyfriend was actively flirting with the 13-year-old, and we told my mom how uncomfortable it made us and that we didn't think it was appropriate. Mom told us to keep the peace. Hubby and I discussed how it was probably too late and they were probably seeing each other. The mother of the girl made the joke, "I don't know if I could leave you two alone in the backseat of the car." Hubby and I exchanged looks. We told my sister after dinner it made us uncomfortable and it's not kosher, and we left. Found out a month ago he was grooming her and having sex with her since before Christmas. You don't say. Daughter doesn't realize the extent of her actions yet but is getting help, and my sister feels guilty for introducing them. I hope he rots in hell. A house 2 houses down from mine was being foreclosed on, which I knew because it's public record and I was interested in buying it for a flip house. I'm also a landlord, so I'm familiar with leases and tenant rights etc. Okay, so there are 2 young brothers that were renting the house, and one of them was hanging out in my other neighbor's house, and I asked him if they got a foreclosure notice on their door. He said yes, but the owner/landlord told him not to worry about it. I explained to him that the owner was full of shit and he should stop paying rent because the owner wasn't paying the mortgage. I told him he was going to be abruptly kicked out because once the bank takes possession of the house in 6 months, they are not going to let you stay. He was like, "Nah man, I've got a 2-year lease." My other neighbor chimed in and agreed with the kid and told me to lay off. I kept reiterating that I was trying to help him out, stop paying rent, and be ready to leave in 6 months. They didn't believe me. Well, you can guess what happened. 6 months later there is a dumpster in the driveway and everything's gone. Never got a chance to tell him I told you so either. The smuck of a owner got 6 months rent out of the poor kids after they didn't even own it anymore. Oh man, I hope I'm not too late. So, one of my best friends and I used to work at a very small company we will call Ziz. Ziz was a small firm that employed about 5-10 people and probably did between $10 to $20 million a year in business. Exact numbers fluctuated, but when I got hired it was 10, and by the time I left we were down to 5, including me. Anyways, so much faked up shit happened there that I'll just put it in list format so that it's easier to comprehend and digest, and also for legal reasons, this barely scratches the surface. To cut right to the chase, for anyone who doesn't want to read the whole thing, my buddy and I correctly predicted that the company was going down, but we never could have predicted the details of that fall from grace. In roughly chronological order: 1, I got in a huge blow-up argument with the owner, who was extremely involved in the day-to-day. It was like my 3rd week. Someone at the morning meeting, a 45-minute micromanagement sesh we had every faking day, insinuated that my direct supervisor wasn't working hard. I said that I didn't think that was fair. We were trying, but just not having success. The owner threw his coffee into the trash and stomped up to me, getting in my face, talking about how this was his company and how dare I act so defensive when I know so little. Literally, nose to nose. Because I stood up for my manager, lol. 2. That same manager, it turns out, was not working, but also throwing me, the brand new employee, under the bus at every opportunity. I'm sitting there working miles off while he pays bills, and he was cheating on me to the owner. Anyway, dude got fired, which is when I found out all of this stuff. Point 3. Had a couple of months of smooth sailing, although the micromanagement was on a level I've literally never seen before. Morning and afternoon meetings, timing bathroom breaks and lunch breaks, monitoring metrics super closely, etc. The owner of the company. Timing bathroom breaks. Just let that sink in. 4. I won't get too into detail here, because I think most people who have been in lower level sales type roles know this pain, but the metrics were completely unattainable and unreasonable. We literally didn't even have tools necessary to be successful, and not only that, but the only remaining account manager, after the other guy got fired, had no incentive to pay attention to the other guy's accounts, because she didn't get any commission on them, and she also got grandfathered into a ton of accounts, and was already at the highest commission level. All that is to say, she had zero incentive to bring in new business. You may be wondering, how that's important to me in this scenario. In this specific role, I could only work on stuff that came directly through her, so we had the owner breathing down our backs about metrics and goals and quotas. But not only did we not have the tools to effectively reach these goals, it literally wasn't even possible. Based on the business we were bringing in, I offered to double as business development for my same commission rate, so that we could bring in more clients. So that we could meet our goals and get the owner to stfu. This caused a total faking she chow. The AM was so butthurt that I went behind her back, and it created this weird tension in the office between the lower level people and the AM, and the lower levels and the owner. Oh, and he refused my offer, by the way. The ship was sinking, and I offered to bail for basically free, and he declined, and told the AM, who was an emotional wreck for various factors I won't touch on too much. Point 6. This same AM also micromanaged, while somehow simultaneously not doing any work of her own. It was actually pretty crazy. She also constantly talked about her divorce and personal life, and would try to hype up clients to us, like we were little kids, when we knew they sucked. Point R man, I may have bitten off more than I can chew here. Guys 7. I ended up having multiple more weird confrontations with the owner, 3 to be exact, and all of them were when he would ask for opinions and feedback on what we could fix or change. And no one would speak up. So I spoke up every time, and then we would have this weird "this is my company" conversation. It was super weird, almost like he got off on it. 8. Anyways, we have this huge office heart to heart, and we all tell him all these things that would make the business run more smoothly and would allow us to do our jobs more efficiently. What does he do? He tells us we're all, including the AM, who was very buddy with him, and they covered for each other a lot, wrong, and brings in a consultant for thousands of dollars to tell us how wrong we are, while insisting that has not bringing the consultant in to be right. 9. The consultant tells him we're right. Another meltdown ensues. This is all over the course of 2 years, by the way. Point anyways, huge meltdown, hair shooting and hollering and throwing around insults, and puffing out his chest. Consultant leaves because what the fuck. All this to say, he somehow gets more micromanage after this fiasco. 10. Over the course of the past year, like 4 people had quit or gotten fired. Finally, my friend had it, and just walked out. It was pretty unprofessional, tbh. I was not a huge fan, but also, the work environment had gotten completely hostile. Point we had no clients, and were in fact hemorrhaging clients and revenue. The clients we were keeping were the AM's friends who just gave us the shittiest business, but it was all we had, so we had to work on it. 11. Owner makes all these promises if anyone, can reach their unattainable goals. I reached goals, the first person in the company to do so in 7 years. I asked about the promises made. Cue another blow up about how I don't run the company and it's his company, etc etc. Point lets everyone else go early for meeting their weekly goals and makes me stay despite the fact that I met my quarterly goals, lol. Despite the deal he made. Point anyways, just a ton of shit lol that. Oh, can go on and on and on. Promised raises for performance that were not followed through on. Constant tension between him and I because I wouldn't lie to him or BS him. He always talked about how much he respected me and admired me, and he always apologized after blowing up. Still did it though. Eventually, I turned in my 6 months notice. After once again, for like the third time in a row, making my quarter, which no one else had even done in like 7 years, and still getting constant shit. I told him in my review where I somehow ended up with a lower score than a more senior person that I was going to start looking and would be happy to help find and train my replacement. Point he laughed and didn't take me seriously. I got a $20k raise at a new jobs and left. I told them one day when he wasn't there that the company was a sinking ship and they should jump off when they could. No one listened to me. Point anyways, the co went under. He had taken out like $500k in loans to just pay salaries. He also committed financial fraud, apparently. Last I heard he got fired from a volunteer position at his church and was begging to work for ex-competitors. He was always super high and mighty about anything drinking related to because he was in AA. I guess he also fell off the wagon, which is sad actually. Told his kids he wouldn't be paying for their college and they're selling their multi-million-dollar home. Point never felt so damn smug in my life. Fuck that guy. I was an army wife at this one post and had a reasonably decent group of friends. We were all just nice people who had the same weird sense of humor and enjoyed spending time together. Then this one girl arrived there and someone invited her along to one of our get-togethers. This in itself wasn't weird. New people move into the neighborhood all the time, and getting to know them is the right thing to do. Point anyway, this girl immediately set off all my bullshit detectors. She just seemed off. It's hard to describe, which is why no one really listened to me when I said, I don't think we should hang out with her. She seems off. Because I couldn't quantify it. Point well, fast forward 2 years, and she's become queen bee of the group. And is basically making everyone's life hell, lying about all sorts of stuff, collecting GoFund money because she was pregnant and needed baby stuff. She was morbidly obese, so she looked exactly the same as ever and just generally being awful. We found out that her ultrasound pictures that she posted on social media were from Google. She was never pregnant. She just took everyone's money, left her husband, and ran off to Montana, where she apparently found some other guy to scam. Point a couple of my friends from that time messaged me about it. I had moved elsewhere by then and told me they wished they'd listened to me when I told them that something was off about her. I have special ability to notice bad drivers in my country. We have many roundabouts with 2-lane/rings. Every time I'm driving in outer lane/ring I pay attention to cars and I can tell when some of them will jump in front of me without letting me go first. One time I was in outer ring. It was night, only me and this car that was driving seemingly fast. I had a bad feeling. He was in a lane and I said watch. He will jump in front of me, cut me off, possibly cause a crash. I have to be careful, and he did just that, except I was able to brake and avoid the crash. Point also one time this kid, I could tell by his age and experience, he wasn't looking around, only in front of him, was in a lane next to me. We were literally by each other, me in outer lane. I look around, and I see him not looking around, and I called that he will try to turn right into me on the next exit. He did just that, but I was able to beat my horn and also make some space between us so he doesn't ram me. I recently got back from a field trip to Malta. Our group consisted of all hard workers. Apart from me, I make things easier. Now our task over the week was to conduct a study into illegal immigration and integration. That's the TLDR question. 3 days into the trip we are in our room as a group discussing the flaws of the questions because we had to get it cleared before we conducted any sort of field studies. One member raises the concern of interviewing illegal immigrants and how that could potentially put us in a position of sensitivity. So I agreed, and we worked on creating a deviation of the original question. Person A, let's change it to migrants and integration. Person B and C, I agree, that works. Me, changing it to migrants will not work as it is too vague and generalizes too much. There are different types of migrants, because all decided to vote for the change, but prior we had a heated debate, where midway they started to realize I was getting angry at their unwillingness to see the error, and began to tell me to calm down. Bear in mind this is a university paper, shared marks and whatnot. I reacted negatively, and to squash everything I said, okay, let's put it to a vote. I was swiftly defeated. We shook hands and continued, albeit I continued with huge reservations come the morning where the final clearance meeting with our project manager. She is to dissect our work and make sure it is extensively cohesive. She ripped into the question immediately. And I quote, there are simply many different types of migrants, and to just use migrants is a cheap umbrella and generalizes too much. My jaw dropped. I felt like a smug piece of shit. I took my bottle of whiskey from my bag and proceeded to pour a glass in full view of my group and lecturer and drank with the biggest smile. One word. All it took was one word to be the downfall of their question. After the meeting we were set back, and I couldn't help but say I fucking knew it. I knew she dissects this way, and with my pride intact they all apologized, and we worked on another variation of the question. We finished our project with ease, typed it up, and handed it in all before we touched down to home. Honestly speaking, we all put equal amounts of effort, but if it were not for me arguing and standing by my principles, our grade may have been slightly worse. TLDR, one word screwed up our project, and I had argued against that word change, only to be told I'm worrying too much. Later turns out the lecturer agreed with my thinking, and we were set back. They apologized and we finished our project. It was 1997 and my brother and I were attending a Colorado Rockies baseball game. We had seats in left center field, maybe 15 rows up. Anyway, I don't recall the opponent, the inning, or the score, but do I recall that Dan Bichette was up to bat. So he gets pitched to a couple of times and the count ends up being full. What happens next is something I'm not really sure of to this day. Just as the pitcher is winding, and before he's even released the baseball, I shout out to my brother and all the people around us, I got it. I got it. Here comes the pitch. You hear the crack of the bat, and like slow motion this ball comes off his bat and it sails directly at me. We were already standing because of the intensity of the game at that point, and so I just stood there like it was every other routine fly ball I've ever caught in my life. I reach my baseball glove up slightly above my head, and I catch this home run ball like I just stepped into the future, and then right back out. After the electricity from the home run, everyone settled back and sat down. I can't say that I got many congrats, but I did get a lot of weird looks from people around me wondering how that just happened. I say it was instinct, but I can't even be for sure. Somehow on that day the universe just lined up. On mobile. Sorry for formatting. After my mom and dad divorced, my mom decided to try dating again. There were a few that didn't last long, but then there was Sean. I disliked Sean from the moment I first met him. My mom always taught me to say something about a guy if I had a knifey feeling, but she seemed happy, so I held my tongue. He lived in an incredibly small house with his 2 adult sons and their dogs. He was on the verge of being an alcoholic when he started dating my mom. I was as uninvolved and uninterested as I could be. I hated him, though I couldn't understand why. There was just something unsettling about him. Jump forward to a few weeks later, and they had not seen each other for a while. She comes home saying she and Sean had broken up. When I asked why, she said that he came over to the theater. She was in a play at the time, and would not stop touching her, as in, rubbing her back or legs. When she told him to stop, he wouldn't, and threw a tantrum. When she pulled away, she broke up with him then and there, telling him to never get near again, and calling him a creep. I never told her to her face, but I did a little I knew it dance later. Never saw him again. Not me but my mother. As a toddler, 3 weeks after I learned to walk, I began to walk with a limp. My mother, being concerned with this, took me to a doctor and had some tests done, but nothing was wrong. My mother insisted something was wrong, so they referred me to a specialist thinking it was muscular tear or bone fracture. The X-ray and MRI came up normal, so they told her nothing was wrong. My mother insisted and asked that they do more tests. All the while I was walking with a very slight limp that even my father admittedly never noticed, and neither did the doctors, and was otherwise a happy and cheerful kid. Eventually, after seeing 11 different doctors, they did a psych evaluation on my mother because they had decided she was crazy, but she was having none of it. So she took me to another state to have another doctor do a test on me unfamiliar with the case. According to her, all of a sudden they come rushing in and say, we need to get your son into surgery immediately, and wheel me away. Turns out I had a septic hip, which means there was an infection slowly killing my hip bone from the inside, but without a bone marrow test there was no way to know that. If the toxins in my hip had spread to the rest of my body, I probably would have lost my leg and possibly my life. The doctor's explanation for not testing my bone marrow was that it should been extremely painful for me to walk, and I was a laughing, cheerful child. I was also diagnosed with a above average pain threshold that I still have to monitor to this day. Moral of the story: moms know things. I used to work at a fast food restaurant. I worked there for 5 years and saw people come and go quite often. We had this one kid come in, 16, high school student, never liked to work and just did the bare minimum. Constantly got told off by the manager and ended up costing us time and resources. I told one of the staff I'd been working with for a few years that this kid was going to be the reason we would fail a health inspection, and she doubted me. Surely enough, next health inspection comes around. Everyone's stations are clean and proper, everything sanitary and ready. This slacker hasn't shaved. His dandruff falls from under his hat and onto the food. His station is a mess. We failed thanks to him. He was fired. Luckily, the guy that replaced him was a hard worker and was actually a cool guy to talk to. He covered for me when I had to be out due to pneumonia. Shockingly enough, after that slacking kid got fired, we passed the following health inspection and never had a problem after that point. I quit a few months after this due to an unrelated incident, but that's another story. My best friend and I in our mid-20s were smoking weed in the parking lot of my apartment building. Across from my apartment was a high school parking lot separated by a river roughly 30 feet wide but pretty shallow, with a couple of sewer drainage about 5 feet in diameter adjacent to the ledge from the high school parking to the water. Anyway, we smoked a fatty and just gazing toward the river. That's when we saw a man in a complete suit walking along the ledge of the river from across the way. In our clouded stupor, I wagered my friend $1 that the guy might climb into the sewer drainage hole for absolutely no reason. My friend, while stoned, thought it was the easiest dollar he'll ever earn and agreed as we watched on point. Well, what do you know, the suit guy stopped directly above the drainage, took his blazer off, held it in his arm, and proceeds to climb downward to the drainage pipe. We were in total amazement and witnessed him working his way down the river and finally climbing into the drainage until he was out of our sight. For what reason? We don't know. We stuck around for about half an hour and the suit guy never came out. Best dollar I've ever won. I still bring this up every once in a while amongst my friends after 10+ years. The first one was Mirror Mirror, that weird one with a love potion, and about 65% through the movie I say her dad's the monster in the forest and she's gonna save with the oddly convenient heirloom, and surprise surprise what happens. The second one is a little weird, and I'm not sure if this counts, but every time me and my family play Monopoly or something like it, I have what they call bad juju, as they get one chance. And I'll say I hope you go to jail, and weirdly enough, what does Monopoly go straight to jail? Granted, it wouldn't be my thing if the same sort of thing didn't happen several times after that. Now I try to do it on purpose, but it doesn't work. It's gotta just happen. Should this be on r/monkey's paw? The third one is sort of bad, but it's my favorite. It was a nice afternoon in the summertime and me and my older brother and younger cousin are hanging with the kids in the apartments. My bully stops by and my brother chases him off, cause I was afraid of fighting, but not before he knocks the Arizona out of my hands. I'm understandably upset, but I try to have a good time, regardless. Anyways, this game we play at the basketball court is one that can only be played with the kids bringing their little cars to the hill and racing down it. Tons of fun, but a little dangerous, so everyone lining up and I'm still having a good time. When I see the bully with the car he normally uses, I get this funny feeling. Smile, turn to my brother and say he's gone a full hard. My brother was confused and a little creeped out by the Norman Bates vibe I was putting out, but that turned to surprise when said bully's car takes a hard left, and with how fast he was going down flips over as I watch with a sick sense of satisfaction. Felt a little bad when I saw him skin his knee, but in those seconds there was divine retribution. I later thanked God and gravity for the help. Once during med school, I was doing a shift at the obstetrics ward. We had a young patient that was going through labor, but was taking a little long due to it being her first pregnancy. I was taking her CTG when I saw abnormal drops in the baby's heartbeat, decelerations. I told this to the resident in charge, and she just told me to continue monitoring the patient. She didn't even go to see the patient herself, though to be fair we had a lot going on that night, and she was already very busy. Well, sure enough the decelerations continued, and the baby's heart rate became dangerously low during them. Finally, the resident came to see the patient and immediately started freaking out. She called the attending and called the surgical team to prep for a cesarean as we continued to monitor the CTG. Fortunately, both the patient and the baby pulled through, and she managed to deliver a healthy boy. Needless to say, that resident trusted me and our team a lot more since then. When I used to go to church at the age of 16, there was this guy, let's call him Dave, who everyone loved but I didn't. Dave was 26, a youth group leader, and engaged to another youth group leader. I had a bad gut feeling about him, not sure why. He was always nice to me but something was off, so I was never nice back. People kept telling me to quit being so rude to him because he was such a nice cool guy, etc. One day at youth group, Dave was sitting on a couch next to Hannah, a 15-year-old girl, and he was talking to someone else, and I just thought there's something going on between Dave and Hannah. It was a random thought. They weren't touching each other, so I told myself to quit being so presumptuous. Fast forward a few months. Dave is sent to jail several weeks after his wedding for cheating on his wife with several underage girls at the church, Hannah included. Guess he wasn't so nice after all. My husband, kids, and I have recently moved to a new base, and since we don't know the area well, we've decided to live on base for the first year. The first home that we saw was underwhelming, but luckily, they had one more home that had recently become available. During the walkthrough, we saw that the second home was much better suited to our needs, and we agreed to sign for it right away. However, just as we were leaving to sign paperwork at the housing office, the agent told us that they would need to talk to us about something before we made it official. I immediately turned to my husband and said, I bet someone died here. Watch. We got to the housing office, and they had us waiting for a little while before we were called back to finalize the terms. After much anticipation, the office manager finally said, we are required to disclose that someone has died in the home. I realized a little too late that turning to my husband and saying I knew it was a vastly inappropriate reaction. I'm a marina manager. A 60-foot Woodhull 1960s boat sold. The buyer asked if they could keep the boat at the marina. I said no. He called the marina owner. Fight ensued. The marina owner with me. I told the marina owner the boat was going to sink. We needed to tell them they had to relocate while we had the chance. He demands the boat stay and says it will be fine. The buyer has to make repairs before the boat can be insured. Warning, warning, but the marina owner says it is fine. Boat sank less than a month later. The marina owner tried to lift the boat without laying pig socks, and against my advisement entirely, the whole damn boat fell apart. No one involved had insurance. The marina touched it, so we had taken ownership of the wreck. Gas and oil was everywhere. The marina ended up having to pay the lift, labor, fees, disposal, and we lost slip rental on a 60-foot slip and ramp use for months during the summer. The owner never listened to me. We lost 2 more boats to almost exact copy experiences before I was able to find a job with someone that wasn't an idiot. I, 27F, worked at the Starbucks in the small town I grew up in during university. I grew up there, and the vast majority of its residents have been there many years. People know people who know people. Things can get around rather quickly. So, we had this regular male in his 50s who we'll call Bob, who started coming in several times a day. He lived next door on top of the diner and would come in to just order a tea. Came to around $2.25, but would always leave the rest from his $5 bill in tips. He had 2 sons who were between the ages of 13 to 15. I have never been good at shutting things down when it comes to uncomfortable flirting, so the conversations always kind of weirdly lingered, with him staying around too long and talking. My coworkers all thought this was funny and even laughed when he offered to drive me home. He would always tell me how beautiful I was. It was creepy, but never really felt threatening point anyways. This went on for months and he even brought me weird gifts when I wasn't there, like a teacup and just innocent, but unnecessary and useless things. One time it was Chinese food from the restaurant he cooked at. He's white by the way. And no, I did not eat it out of fear of being poisoned, even though I love a good kung lao chicken. After a while things got weirder, because he would come in with his son and his friends, sometimes girls, all around the age of 15. Very weird and totally inappropriate, but still people would just laugh at how much he would ogle at me and look for me all the time. This continued until one week I noticed he hadn't been around in a few days. Then I noticed our tips hadn't been as much, which was fine by me, because I would rather forego tips than deal with him. During my day off that week, my coworker texted me, "Oh my god, Bob has been arrested for sexual misconduct with minors," attached with a full police report and his mugshot. He was arrested and later sentenced to 5 years in prison for over 30 counts of sexual interference with minors. Turns out those girls were doing drugs during school hours at his place and he would take them to Starbucks and buy them stuff during all of this. I faking knew it and called it, but everyone else, minus one mom coworker who knew how creepy he was and her kids went to his school, didn't believe me. I ended up calling the detective who provided their number in the police report and helped provide any information I could about him. Sick bastard deserved it. I work as a chef in a small town restaurant. We had some bozo apply, talked his way up saying he had 5-star restaurant experience, blah blah. We hired him, I trained him, and he would not stay on task ever. He was always high and very open about it. This is Montana by the way. He couldn't do anything properly when he was high either. He talked his game all high and mighty until the boss offered him a management position. And we knew he'd swing his weight at that point, and damned if he didn't. To the point of where he was changing stuff in the kitchen saying, "Oh, the boss said I could," and when our boss caught wind he'd go chew him out because, I'm all honesty, our boss wanted him to change nothing. This happened continuously for weeks on end, and if it wasn't him being a total buzzkill, he left stuff on at the end of the night. Charbroilers, pizza ovens, grills, and fryers almost always were left on. And one morning as I came in to open, I noticed how disgustingly hot the whole place was, and damned if the ovens and fryers weren't on. It was a sauna from hell. My boss told me to confront him when he walked in for his shift and I did. He denied everything, even when I had picture proof, claiming he was set up. Then my boss joined in and backed me up. Bozo walked out, and I looked at my boss and went, "I told you 5 months ago this was a bad idea," and he just nodded his head in agreeance. Things are splendid here now. When the company that bought the one I worked for closed us and fired nearly everyone, I was warning people it was coming, and they all said I was wrong. The new owners held a meeting explaining they never close offices or fire anyone after a buyout. I kept saying they were lying to us to keep us from jumping ship while they figured out a transition plan. The week before it happened I got word the new owners were coming to visit. I cleaned out my office of all personal items and got all personal stuff off my company laptop. Sure enough, the day of the visit they jumped right into letting everyone go. Even in my exit interview with ours and the new CEO they were shocked I knew it was going to happen and asked how I knew, because they kept it secret. I told him, "You've been paying me good money to do root cause analysis, and I'm good at my job. My primary job function is literally to collect data and find a common explanation." I worked with students with emotional disabilities. One kid was hollow, and I felt like he was a psychopath. He had a death stare that would look right past you. I kept telling other teachers/staff that I was deathly afraid of him and that he was going to end up in prison. I thought it would be better if he got more help than I could provide and tried to get him moved to a private placement. Nope. No one believed me. Before winter break he kept mentioning that he might move to Florida. I could only hope, as he was more of a challenge than I knew what to do with. He wasn't in school the first day after break, and I was called to the dean's office at some point to come and talk to the police. Apparently, this kid's dad was about to be released from prison, and he had talked this kid into trying to kill the mom. The kid tried to light the house on fire with the mom and sister in it, and was found near the house fully dressed and with matches in his pocket. Within a day or so, he ran away to Indiana or something, definitely not Florida, which was found to be a cover. They eventually found the kid and threw him in juvie. A few weeks after that was all settled, the dad was released from prison. He went straight to the mom, who was now staying with her sister due to fire mentioned before, and killed her by stabbing her to death in front of the daughter and the aunt. I looked up the kid recently, and he was released from prison in 2016. So, yeah, faking told you so. Honestly, whenever my gut is right about people, I'm pretty quiet and watchful, especially around new people, so most of the time I can catch on to how they really are. Point probably a tie between pushing that my brother's ex wasn't good for him or my mom, since they were friends. After seeing her interact with my brother, I told my mom that she ex was definitely going to cause shit. About a month later my brother was breaking up with her, and she harmed herself to get him to stay, and then blamed it all on my mom, who was heartbroken cause she had supported this girl and been her friend for almost 2 years. She's now blocked and hopefully out of our lives. Not so satisfying cause someone got hurt, but still I had the faking called it moment. Second was when I was 16 at my first job and had a minor crush on one of the managers, 20, almost 21 at the time. I never pushed anything cause I knew I was too young, but he was really cozy with me, you know. We ended up messaging about a game, but I was adamant about not pursuing anything. It was just friendly. Besides, my crush had slowly disappeared. After getting to know the guy, he wasn't bad. My crushes are usually short-lived, cause I spent more time imagining who the person is and then end up disappointed once I get to know them. But once my schoolgirl crush faded, I started to get a little weirded out with how easily he got comfortable with me. After a few months it was obvious I had no plans to get with the guy. He pulled away almost instantly. At first I thought I was being paranoid and reading into things cause people can be friends, yada yada, but then I noticed him giving attention and getting close to this other underage girl. I remember my crush, what little remained, just dying cause it grossed me out. I thought it was fine with us cause it was just friendly and I was just one girl, but once he went for another underage girl it changed my perspective. I left for 2 weeks to go visit family/friends out of state. When I came back, his friend, another manager, told me that he was with the underage girl. The other manager was friends with the underage girl's brother, and the brother had went over to the 21-year-old's house to get his sister and everything. I always feel bad cause the girl was really sweet. I left about a month later, so I never knew what happened, but still, I'm so glad I never let anything become of my crush. The fact that a 21-year-old would even consider going for such a younger girl is disgusting to me. TLDR, when my brother's ex turned out to be just as bad as I predicted she was, and when an old crush I had on an older guy ended up dating an underage girl. When I was 15, I had a boyfriend for about 2 months. It was early summer and my cousin came to the family farm to visit, and she was this confident city girl, and he thought she was really cool because she said hella. I told my sister the first day, after we all hung out, that I'm pretty sure my cousin liked him. My sister didn't believe me. Well, he broke up with me a week later, literally on my 16th birthday, and they started dating the next day. She went back to the city she was from, and they stayed dating. I stayed mad for like 2 years. She moved to where we live and everyone told me to forgive her because it was love, and they were engaged and getting married, and all that. I told my entire family, I don't care, it's not like they are going to stay together, because she will probably cheat on him with a friend or something really shitty like that. Everyone told me I was being jealous. I really wasn't. I was just betrayed by one of my favorite cousins and super bitter about it. Well, it's not been 10 years. They just got divorced 2 months ago because she decided she was in love with his best friend. younger brother started dating this girl he was friends with in high school shortly after graduation. She had a 1-year-old daughter that he loved like his own. The girlfriend would always make these comments around me about my brother, how she deserves to be taken care of by him, and if he didn't get a nice car and a well-paying job to move them to the suburbs then she was leaving him. Keep in mind they were all of 18 to 19. I told him time and time again that he was being used and he was too young to get trapped like that, but she was his first and he was in love. I decide to back off and be nice to her because my brother is my best friend and I don't want to fuck that up. Fast forward 7 years and he is working 2 full-time jobs to pay all of their household bills and her car payment and insurance, while the money from her job is her pampering money. They fight constantly because he's never home to do things for her and take her places or buy her things. He takes her on a trip to New York City around the holidays and proposes in front of the big Christmas tree because he knows that's her dream. They get married the following fall, but the relationship was still a mess. Not even 6 months into the marriage she leaves him to be in a throuple with her maid of honor and her husband. The husband is loaded, and he would take his wife and my brother's wife on cruises and vacations, while my brother worked and looked after her kid. I watched my brother quietly suffer for the better part of his 20s knowing it was inevitable that she'd break his heart. It wasn't satisfying in the haha right told you so sense. I'm just happy to see him getting his life back. A friend of mine started online dating. Big mistake. She found a guy who was few months younger than her, both 18 at the time. I'm usually supportive of my friends' decisions, but I got a weird vibe from him. He never smiled in pictures and he wore hats supporting Republican Maryland people. She was pretty liberal compared to her family, but thought they would appreciate him. The first time her family and I met him, she brought him over and we played Uno. We had to drive to get him because for some reason he can't drive. He was very quiet the whole time. I got bad vibes from him because he wouldn't interact with anyone but my friend. I sense something is bad. I can't put my finger on it. Cut to driving home. I'm sitting in the back and texting my boyfriend. They end up talking the whole time and I pretend not to hear. Turns out he's a former Nazi, has assault charges, and has had other partners above the age of 21. I don't know if it's legal in MD, but I don't think he cared. On the way home I hopped in the front seat and said to my friend, I support you in a lot of things. I can't support you in this. I didn't trust the guy the moment I saw his resting beach face. It kinda felt good when she dropped him like a hot potato. Not very entertaining, but still a bit satisfying. A good friend of mine owns an electric scooter, but they have faith in the safety of our neighborhood and campus surroundings, so they don't lock the scooter whenever they ride it around campus. I'd warned them multiple times that no matter how safe it is, it's still a risk. Without locking the scooter, anyone could ride off as the alarm wouldn't ring. Even if people generally don't take stuff, it's no reason to make stealing more attractive to others. A week ago, while we had class, my friend's scooter is nowhere to be found, but they brush it off, saying maybe someone moved it around to be park their own bike or bicycle. The next day they still couldn't find it, so they went to the campus security. What do the security cameras reveal? Someone being curious about the scooter, test driving it, and then riding off with it. I'd warned them multiple times, but at this point I just felt so sad. Hope my friend will find her scooter though. When I first met my step-cousin, Jake, I immediately knew something was off about him. I was 10, and he was about 8, but even then he was a very aggressive kid. He played rough, had an abrasive attitude, and constantly threw tantrums. Being a brat wasn't unexpected, since my entire step family are extreme conservative Christians from the Bible Belt, and are devout church members. But what really worried me was the malicious look in his eyes he got when he would play wrestle. I imagine that, if he had pets he tortured them. I don't recall if he did, because I only saw him a few times a year. Now when I was about 13, I talked to my mom about Jake. It was Christmas and I wasn't thrilled about another uptight gathering of the Wasps, much less being forced into a WWE reenactment by my creepy cousin. I digress. I told her about Jake's unusual violent tendencies and his worsening attitude. I even went so far as to say that if he doesn't see a doctor or psychologist he might end up killing someone. She thought I was being stupid and nosy. Well, 15 years later Jake is in prison for second-degree murder. Before that, he got into drugs, theft, got kicked out of the military for drugs and violence against a co, and hit his roommate's girlfriend in the head with a sledgehammer. She's fine. Even after all that, my step-family still thinks that Jake is a saint. They honestly blame sleepwalking and PTSD for him assaulting and murdering those women. Even with blatant physical evidence to the contrary. These people truly baffle me. I went on a few Tinder dates with this woman once, let's call her Sally. She was nice but something was a bit off. Each time I met her she was a little more irate. Eventually I cancelled on a date with her, not because I didn't want to see her, but because something came up. I asked if she wanted to reschedule and she flipped the fuck out and sent me essays of texts proclaiming that all guys do is waste her time and I'm no different to anyone else and eventually I'm just going to mess her around. I tried to reason with her, but I couldn't get a word in, so I stopped replying. She actually phoned me hours later, not apologizing for anything she'd done, but asking when I wanted to next see her. I politely declined and suggested that I didn't think we were compatible for a relationship. She insisted on being friends, but thankfully I didn't hear from her again. Months later, almost a year in fact, one of my best friends sent me a picture of a woman he met on Hinge asking if I had dated her. Sure enough, it's Sally. I told him everything that happened, and he told me he was going to date her anyway, but wanted to know how I felt about it. I said I'd rather he didn't, but that if he was going to anyway he should know that she's a little unhinged, no pun intended. I didn't hear from him for months after that. I'd assumed that he told her he knew I used to date her and that Sally had made him promise to cut me off or something. But it was so much worse than that. When I finally caught up with him there was no mention of Sally at all. A few drinks later he revealed all. Sally had gone full psycho. She'd been emotionally threatening him this whole time, saying she'd hurt herself if he didn't see her. Meanwhile, she had also been spending time with his housemates behind his back, slowly manipulating them to believe he was hurting her. Eventually, he blocked her on all platforms and tried to rid himself of her, so she started stalking him. Finally, he reported her to the police, and she was arrested. Even I didn't know it would go this far, but I faking called it. TLDR, dated a woman who was crazy, and broke up with her. Best friend dated her a year later, knowing full well what transpired between us. Warned him, he didn't listen, she almost ruined his life. That guy found his long lost daughter from a hookup many years ago. DNA certified, etc, etc. He was kind of a big deal. He made lots of money, kept his family happy, doted on his wife and all his stepchildren, etc. Well, when he found his long lost daughter he spent lots of time with her. Had to catch up. After all she was 18 over 19 years old at the time. But, one night his wife and step-family and only son were hanging out without him. He was still doing lots of BMX racing with his long lost daughter down in FL. Well, his wife and stepkids and kids started bitching about how much time he spends with her. He went on special vacations with her. He spent special money on her. Had hobbies that only include her. They all understand trying to get back in touch with a long lost child. He was just trying to make up that time he lost. I was drunk and felt it. He's faking her. I yelled. Oh, the dirty looks. The shame lumped upon me. The awful perverted nonsense that was obviously overcoming my mind. TSK. 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 So 2 months later my ex-wife's best friend's mom needed a place to stay. While sorting out some things no one ever apologized to me or my intuition. I held it against them only a little. Finding out all the nitty-gritty was so rough on them and their family I didn't wanna rub things in people's faces. Also, yeah, she totally walked in on them getting their southern love on. When I was 15, I spent 3 weeks in a children's psychiatric ward for depression and suicide attempt. The next year around the same time, my father started having some emotional problems. He and my mother were fighting a lot. He cheated on her, and it looked like they were heading towards a divorce. One evening, they were arguing, and he stormed out of the house. I was supposed to go to my church's youth group, but I told my mom that I didn't want to go because I just knew dad was going to do something to hurt himself. She insisted I go anyway. However, I couldn't shake the bad feeling, so afterwards, instead of going home, I tried calling the house. No one answered, so I tried our next door neighbor. It turns out, after I had left, my father took a lot of pills and then got extremely drunk. My mom found out and tried to take him to the hospital. Instead, he got in his truck to drive off by himself, but my neighbor's husband jumped in the truck with him and convinced him to come back home where my mom had an ambulance waiting. I found out where they had taken him, which ended up being the same hospital I had been at the year before, and I was the only one he would let come in to see him before he was admitted to the adult psychiatric ward. Later on, my mom thanked me for being able to see how serious his depression had gotten, because it ended up helping her to be on the lookout and catch his attempt. This was 25 years ago. He's great and much healthier mentally, and he and my mom are still married and very happy. Literally just happened yesterday. There's a guy who lives in our apartment complex named Mike. Mike has always seemed pretty chill, friendly, loves to shoot the breeze with people, has a sweetheart of a dog who he takes very good care of, just a generally likable guy. But Mike has Norse rune tattoos all over his hands. I kept hoping maybe he was just an oddist, because that would be chill. Norse history and culture is pretty damn cool, all around. But I also know that white supremacists have taken to co-opting Norse symbols and imagery, because white supremacists are terrible people who ruin everything cool. So while Mike has never been anything but polite and friendly, I couldn't help but be leery of him. Well, yesterday Mike was in the parking lot of the shopping center across the street when my fiance went to do some shopping. Mike had parked his truck badly, so it was partially blocking the lane. A security guard came over to tell him that he needed to move his truck. The security guard was black, and Mike immediately started calling the guy an Edgar and trying to goad him into a fist fight. I really fucking hate being right sometimes. Taking out a massive loan to buy as much Facebook stock as I could when they had their IPO, then taking out an even larger loan to buy Apple stock right after its last split. Finally, buying a ton of Equifax stock when it dipped down to the high 80s. Time people told me I was an idiot. The first two times, I had to work massive overtime, 20 plus HRS extra a week, just to meet the minimum payments on the loans. The last time, people repeatedly told me I was some level of evil, stupid, or clearly didn't understand that Equifax was done for. I now haven't had debt in years and have essentially no financial worries. I wake up and go point to point work because I want to, not because I need to. Each time, I adamantly told people it would work and anyone that did this would clearly make money. There was no logical reason outside of apocalyptic situations that you wouldn't make money on it, so why not put money in? It'll get buried, but I have to. When I was about 12, my family built a holiday house a couple of hours from where we lived. One weekend my dad picked up an oven to be installed at the new house. We loaded it into the trailer and set off. I said, "Hey Dad, shouldn't we tie the oven down?" He said, "Nah, it'll be fine." Narrator, but it wasn't fine. Halfway there the oven left out of the trailer, like it was trying to skip on a taxi fare. Just lucky there wasn't anyone following close behind that could have been hurt or killed. In retrospect, he was a fucking idiot for not securing his load, but as a 12-year-old, it was a pretty big eye-opener that my dad wasn't infallible. I never let him forget about it. This one's a bit of a pick victory. I was a 17-year-old Australian on September 11th, 2001. I clearly remember commenting to a classmate the next day that we, the Anglosphere, would be in Iraq within the year. I was off by 6 months. For a bit of ancient history, there was no rational link between the WTC attack and invading Iraq. Remember, WMD was a flimsy lie that didn't directly call the invasion retribution for 9/11, but relied on the unspoken implication for support. But 17-year-old me could see the writing on the wall. I'm kinda proud of that kid. Years ago I worked in a coffee shop inside of a high-end resort in Park City. If guests wanted to charge purchases to their room, they were supposed to fill out a receipt asking for their room number, name registered, signature, tip total. Most guests were annoyed about this and would refuse to provide more than their room hash, which would often come back to bite me in situations when that room turned out to be vacant or if the guest denied the purchase at checkout. As a result, I was pretty firm about at least including the registered name along with the room hash, as it would help me to close out the tickets and the hotel wouldn't lose money when the hotel could show the guest or guest's evidence that someone didn't just throw down a random room hash. One day this man was particularly offended that I was asking for the registered name. I had moved to Park City from New York City, worked food bev in New York City for years, so I wasn't great at backing down. Anyway, he keeps shouting his room hash and refuses to give the registered name, even though I tell him how often guests are mistaken about their room hash. A woman walks in as this is going on and interrupts us with, "Excuse me sir, but that's my room number." He claims she's mistaken, but she actually has the paperwork on her. I offer to look his number up based on his last name and he had, not uncommon, mixed up the digits. Very small moment, but it was the one time someone was able to immediately understand why my request was valid. My buddy got fixed up with this girl who was way more attractive than his previous girlfriend. I mean night and day. She was great. She was very domestic and tidy, would plan romantic dates, and do other cool girlfriend shit. Long story short, my buddy was in heaven. She had a taste for the finer things, and he loved that about her. She also happened to be, by far the hottest girl that he had ever touched. With his last girlfriend, he was resigned to become a 36-year-old asexual man, and now he loved faking again. I was extremely happy for him, so I ignored the sometimes annoying presence of the basic beach. I was happy to tune this idiot out. Then one day a bunch of us went to dinner. Now, this girl had an employment background in restaurant management. However, she was an absolute beach to both the hostess and the waitresses at this Mexican restaurant. We rolled up 12 deep with no reservation, and were given a 15-minute approximate wait time. Despite this reasonable wait estimate, she would not stop loudly and aggressively complaining to the hostess until we were seated, which took about 15 minutes by the way. Her best friend even verbally attacked the hostess immediately upon arrival, after having been given half of a 10-second breakdown. Not a 5-second breakdown, half of a truncated timeline of whatever she perceived as an unreasonable time waiting. We were seated, and the dinner went exactly as you would expect. They were rude to the waitress, used a language barrier against a server in order to make them feel inferior, didn't make eye contact with the staff, and didn't tip. It didn't make sense. She did this for a living. She broke so many cardinal rules of etiquette despite having dealt with this on the other side. Something was wrong with this beach. I was a bit disgusted and didn't hang out with them again for a few weeks. I met up with them at a local beach. That's when I finally saw it. She had a puzzle piece on the top of her left foot. I knew right then and there, some poor schmuck out there had a tattoo of the matching piece. I pulled him aside and told him so. He said he had asked her, and she denied it. She said she just got it while she was by herself one day. She thought it looked fun. Fast forward a few years of dealing with similar behavior and a never-ending incongruous web of lies. They're in a therapy session. It was deep into the wedding planning, and my friend wanted to finish addressing all of his major concerns before they tied the knot. They had been in therapy for a couple of years, the majority of their relationship, in fact. He still wanted to marry her. This was 2 weeks before the wedding. She sat down with him and the therapist and told them her high school boyfriend, who would be at the wedding, had the matching piece on the top of his foot. My buddy still married this rotten cunt, and sometime a few years later, I didn't attend the wedding because I didn't support their union. He understood and respected my position. After the divorce was final, he told me there was in fact a matching tattoo out there on some guy's foot. That's when I yelled out loud I faking called it. Found out my coworker at a program for adults with special needs was constantly drunk/high on the job. I seemed to be the only staff that was not okay with this, considering his job was to drive the clients around and keep them safe. So I told ours with text messages directly from him about how drunk he was as proof. The super corrupt agency does some half-assed investigation, doesn't fire him, and has it out for me since I called them out on all the faked up shit they let happen. I get fired a few months later for something that should have been a write-up, but they want to use me as an example. They had just fired several people before me, so I saw it coming. A few weeks later, a coworker I was close with texts me a link to a news article. The guy I tried to get fired ended up getting pulled over on the job with a helpless client in his car that he is driving home. The car stinks like weed, so he gets searched. They find his stash sitting right in the console and he's arrested. It took everything in me not to email that link with a big eye faking "told you" to the wonderful our team and everyone else that swept it under the rug. Man, fuck that place. So I worked for a company that will remain unnamed as they are a multi-location chain across the US. So essentially I joined the staff, and about 2 months after the manager of 3 years was transferred to his hometown, the right-hand man, so to say, was then made manager. Came to find out he wasn't first choice. He was a bit odd, socially awkward, lived with parents, 28, didn't have a car, and just generally didn't know how to be an adult. The car thing was the weirdest, as his parents drove him everywhere. I live in an area that isn't really possible to have no car, even if it's a beater, something from point A to B. Either way, he comes into the position and is almost oblivious. It became a game with the coworker to put stuff in weird places to see if he would notice. Sometimes to see if he was doing cleaning or any sort of duties. We learned he wasn't and that he couldn't manage. I was signed on for part-time, but they put me on just under 40 to keep me that while I was a full-time student. This was only because of the new manager's inability to do anything without a higher-up telling him he wasn't mentally capable of taking initiative to get things done. So despite the previous person leaving and my coworker leaving, he was a temp. He never hired a new person. I emailed the DM and told him I was ignored. A month goes by, manager is injured and can't come in because he neglected a foot injury that became a staph infection. He puts on leave for a month. People are covering our store from their locations hours away. I tell new acting manager I saw it coming and told RDM, and he did nothing. I was then told I would get a raise, a bonus, etc. Nothing happened. I quit about a month later. One of the transfer employees and I became friends in that time and messaged about it a few weeks after I quit. Apparently the DM was on a conference call with my coworker, the DM and his boss, I guess regional manager. Either way, my coworker throws him under the bus and mentions that he was made aware of the issue and that nothing was done, etc. The RM then has my coworker get off the phone and then calls him directly and tells him they will be working with him as the DM is put on admin leave for a month. When I was in the Navy, my shop needed 1 sheet of stainless steel deck grating for a project. Another ship was decommissioning and had 10 sheets of the stuff that were 4x 12 feet or 4x 16. I argued with the first class petty officer I worked for about taking the entire stack of 10 sheets when we only needed 1. I suggested we take only what we need and leave the rest on this other ship. I told him that if take all 10 sheets we'll just use what we need and then throw the rest overboard the next time we were at sea, because he was tired of them getting in the way. There ended up being some sort of all or nothing deal with this material that was made at a level way above me, so we got 10 sheets of the stuff. The deck grating was long enough where we couldn't bring them on the ship using a forklift, so we had to carry them one at a time from the pier to the hangar bay. We then had to cut them in half, so they were 4x 6 feet or 4x 8 to take them to our shop. They were leaned and tied up against our metal storage racks, weld table, and a couple other spots to keep them out of the way as much as possible. We end up using the material we need and had like 9.5 cut up sheets still taking up space in our shop. Sure enough, the next time we were underway he had us throw the rest of the pieces overboard, like I faking called it. How about a sad one and a happy one? Sad. Last Sunday we had my mom's 60th birthday party at my house. It was a good time. One of her friends came, and he didn't look so good. I thought to myself, this is the last time I'm going to see this man. So I went up to him, shook his hand, and welcomed him to the party, and made a point to sit at a table with him and have a conversation. On Tuesday he died of massive heart attack. Happy, my wife and I were sitting on the couch watching TV. We had been trying to have a kid for a while. She was just acting kinda funny, and I thought it was out of character for her, so I guessed that she was pregnant. I told her she was pregnant, and she laughed at me. I pestered her for about 2 hours to go take a test. She finally said fine, I'll take the test just to shut you up. 10 minutes later I hear screams for me from the bathroom. It was so satisfying to be right. Mountain lion. In central Wisconsin. This was a couple years ago. Midsummer. A road-killed deer was on the roadside on my farm. Yuck. Didn't want it rotting there for weeks, so I dragged it with a tractor off the road a couple hundred feet to the edge of a clearing and left it. A week later I was curious to see what the state of the carcass was, so I walked out there where I left the deer. Nothing. No bones, no fur, just freaking nothing. I'm like, what the hell? I know this is where I left it. After standing there for a good 5 minutes looking around for any trace of the deer in the grass, I hear it. Flies. Carrion flies. I follow the sound and sure enough, about 30 feet away in the brush I start to see bits of deer hair and hide. Then I see disturbed underbrush, like leaves and twigs piled up on top of the remains of the carcass. And more flies. Then I see the drag marks. Something had dragged it those 30 feet from the clearing deeper into the brush. This was an adult doe, so not a small animal. After a few seconds putting all these pieces together, it dawned on me, this looks like what a cat does with its skill. And a mountain lion would be strong enough to pull a deer this big into the brush. So I got the heck out of there. A couple months later, and about 40 miles away, a mountain lion was captured on someone's home security camera, peering into their patio door. I saw this in the news, and I was like, yes, I knew it. Time to set up my own trail cam. I got a job at restaurant thanks to a family friend. Let's call him John. Fact John. He claimed he was manager slash co-owner slash business partner, and it turns out he was none of that, but a simple cook. The actual owner liked me, and the weekend job to get extra cash turned into a full-blown job. At one point I was doing inventory and paying different suppliers etc. Well, John started acting like a passive-aggressive asshole because he was not rising in ranks. He started criticizing my work, and the other employees would tell me he would go around talking about me and how lazy I was. At this point I knew that something was off with him, and I faking told them, watch yourself, you can't trust him. Turns out he was stealing money and other things from the restaurant in order to supply his catering business. Everything caught up to him eventually because the other workers, especially the cooks, had a pretty good idea of how much food products were used in a week-to-week basis. Whenever he worked alone with no supervision, they would be out a ton of produce and meat, and it would immediately affect us because we didn't freeze anything. Some people really think they are smarter than everyone else. I used to do tarot reading when I was in college. It reached to the point where people would ask if I can do a few readings, just for fun of course. There was a time I would charge, but after a while I did it for free. But soon come some of my sister's classmates asking for a few readings. I had a friend from my sister's class, and a friend of mine told me about them before. My sister's course was at the medical field, and everyone was having a hard time keeping up with their grades, to the point where 90% of the class per section failed per school year. These three girls had the brightest idea in thinking of getting to the top of the class. They would psychologically sabotage everybody who is smarter than them, to the point where only a few would get an average to passing grade, and the teachers would have no choice to handpick the ones that are the closest to the passing mark to fit their quota. They would bully the scholarship kids to the point they just quit after losing their scholarships. I'm in a third world country, by the way, so these kids were poor as F. My sister was doing well with the lab and other courses, so she became a target of the cunts. Because of that, my sister needed to shift to another course and had to study at college even longer. So when they wanted to see if my fortunes were legit, that's when I was thinking this was gonna be fun. The fortunes went out as follows. The first girl I read that she will go under a difficult phase and you should learn to take care of yourself in the future. The second is one of having secret enemies, and she would have to deal with several people in and be wary of her love life. And the third was something to do with someone will come into her life and will bring something that will test her fate. Turns out a few months later the first one caught her dad cheating on a younger woman and underwent her annulment because that her parents could no longer afford to send her to college. The second one caught her boyfriend cheating on her on 3 other women, one being smarter than her, one being wealthier, and other one being more loving. In and out of the bedroom, cards were queens of coin, queen of cups, and queen of wands. Yes, one of them was a MILF. She got so traumatized that she went under an emo phase and dropped due to failure due to absences. As for the third, she got pregnant at the second year of college and quit school. Her husband is a chick boy. All I did was read their cards and I helped them cheat to read their own future. I wonder if I accidentally cursed them. Anyhow, it was satisfying that I found that out, cause as it turned out that these cunts have been doing that for a year. So to those 3 beaches, I faking called it. Through ancestry DNA, I, mid-30s F, had my bio dad narrowed down to 2 guys who are brothers, John and Joe. I found photos of each of them through a Google search. My then wife, my adoptive parents, my best friends, and my adoptive brother all thought for sure that John was my bio dad because I admittedly look more like John. But there was just something in Joe's eyes that just felt familiar to me, and I just knew it was him. I was the only person who thought it was Joe. When I finally made contact with my birth mum over the course of our first 4-hour phone conversation, I asked her which one it was, and when she told me, I immediately texted all my above friends/family members to say it's Joe. There was just something that felt really cool about having an I faking called it moment about something as basic as where I come from. Birth mum and Joe are both faking awesome, and I'm actually going to meet John and his fam next week. It's tempting to say something like, so yeah, everyone I know thought for sure that you were my dad, but that'd be super awkward, so I probably won't. Names changed, duh. Let me preface this by saying, I firmly believe things like this actually happen and should be reported. Hoaxes like this harm the perception that other claims are legitimate, and that's the true harm here. I went to Pitzer College in 2004. In March of that year, an African American teacher reported that her car was vandalized with spray paint with horrible slurs against her of the Claremonts. Claremonts are 5 separate colleges, including a women's only college, each distinct but shared, like a family. Pitzer College at that time was an incredibly progressive and left-leaning campus. Students were living in a pseudo-image of modern 60s hippie movement. I was not a notable outlier in that point, so that hit the campus like a 10-ton hammer. It simply didn't compute, and soon after, while my roommate and I watched as we regularly distance-tossed frisbees in the middle of our campus, we watched as the faking FBI came on and off campus, while students held rallies about being more tolerant and our need to improve. It felt bizarre. This was literally a place where even the concept of overt racism was unthinkable, and to hear people yell at each other to be more tolerant was almost comical. I couldn't imagine anyone managing to accomplish that. You might as well watch a rally of water demanding they all be more wet. There were a lot of legitimate issues to be talking about, but the gist of what I got from everyone was, oh my god, we did this. It seemed both narcissistic and annoyingly sheltered. Right square bracket. Anyway, talking with my roommate, watching the hyperliberal braying, while black suited men walked through our openly hippie liberal anti-authority drug-friendly campus, I confided in my roommate and girlfriend at the time, wouldn't this just be ridiculous if she did it to her own car? The community, the schools, our school, just none of it made any sense outside some random outlier or that theory. I wasn't convinced by it. If you ask me, I would unfortunately have to admit that the horrible event was more likely true than not. Weeks later though, it did come out to be exactly the case that she had vandalized her own car. I had almost felt guilty for my joke earlier, but just with my roommate, we laughed that I had called it. It felt a special kind of good to not have been swept up in the self-flagellation and to have everything suddenly snap back to normal. The event as a whole led to good conversations, though was clearly harmful to legitimate claims outside our community. I'm not particularly smart, but I was in that moment of reserved judgment, and it was a good lesson in it for life in general. Though looking back, we were all really just naive kids going to a stupidly expensive private college. We were in a place to sit down and learn about racism, what had occurred and what was occurring. to talk about the reality outside our seeming utopia instead. It seemed people either freaked out and made it about themselves, or people like myself thought it unthinkable and or some outlier to be condemned and dismissed casually. One day I'll write a short post. But if you made it this far, thanks. Finally, my time to shine. I have this friend that we will call Zach. Zach's brother was 2 weeks away from getting out of jail as me, and this friend went to a restaurant to hang out. After we got our food, we ended up walking down out the main street and we were talking about his brother. I was being completely unserious and was not expecting this at all when I said this as some idiotic joke. Me, so when is your brother getting out of jail, Zach? In 2 weeks. Me, oh my god, that would be so hilarious if you got arrested on the same day as your brother getting out. I would laugh my ass off so hard I couldn't faking breath. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, on the exact damn day his brother gets out, he gets arrested for trying to steal sodas from a local convenience store. Was laughing so hard I couldn't breath, repeating the words I called it in a weak laughing voice, because I had been laughing so hard my voice box gave out. When my cousin got married, he did a long distance relationship with this girl from Tennessee. They met like 3 times before moving in together. They were together about 6 months and he proposed. She then talked him into paying for her parents to move up to Ohio and stay with them. Her parents lived with them for almost 2 years. I told all of our friends she was using him as an escape from the mountains of Tennessee. She then talked him into moving up near Cleveland to be never other family of hers. She moved up first. He stayed behind to finish his job and finish packing. A few weeks go by, and he's moving the last of their stuff up north, and she says she found someone else while he was away and doesn't want anything to do with him. I so want to relish in the I told you so, but I can't bring myself to tell my cousin I faking called it. TLDR, in less than 3 years he married a stranger, paid for her family to relocate, got used, quit his job for his wife to only be dumped after he left his job and moved to a completely different city. A few years ago, my state was trying out this new form of standardized tests. The test was in 2 parts, one in late March and the other in early May. We were supposed to do it on the computers, but the company messed up, and we had to do it on paper. After the part in March, my friends and I are talking about how something like this could have happened, because they'd said from the middle of the summer that they were going to use different tests and that should have been plenty of time for them to get the website working. I mentioned that it would be funny if they messed up again and we didn't have to take the second part entirely. Well, a month passes, and a week or so before the test was scheduled, we find out that the company actually did mess up, and we didn't have to take the second part. Since the school system is broken, most teachers weren't too worried about having to teach us anything, and we got to have a lot of free periods. The thing was, I really liked my history teacher that year. I was super confident in my ability to do well on the test, and I was really looking forward to taking it and trying to make a 100%. Yes, I was the one kid who was disappointed we didn't get to take the final exams. A few years ago I was dating a guy. His brother had a girlfriend too, but it was long distance. I kept hearing weirder and weirder things about her medical condition, and every time he planned a trip she would go into a coma from nervousness and then wake up once his trip was cancelled. I thought it was super shady and told my boyfriend that his brother's girlfriend was a catfish. He thought I was insane, argued that I was jealous and she was a huge part of the family, and told me he didn't want to discuss it again. It went on for years, and she spoke daily to his parents and ordered cakes for their birthdays, but no one could see her, and she wouldn't video chat cause she was self-conscious about her unhealthy appearance. Finally his mum was on a business trip to the city she claimed to live in. She went to the hospital, and they had no record of her ever being there. After that she just stopped talking to them. My boyfriend apologized, told his dad what I thought had happened, and I spoke to them explaining what a catfish is. Turns out it was an old family friend who had a massive crush on the brother. It was really sad to see, because they had invested so much time and love into her and worried so much about her medical condition, but I faking called it. I can't say I didn't feel a sense of victory when the truth came out after I was accused of being jealous and making up stories. So I have some severe anxiety issues, mostly social. For that reason, when it comes to meeting people, I'm always overly polite and trying to make a good impression. It has always been that way, with 3 exceptions. My best friend in high school met a guy, and we ended up hanging out in a group. I immediately disliked him, and showed it. I had never done anything like this before, and she confronted me. All I could say was that I didn't like him, and she shouldn't see him again. She argued, and it actually led to us almost completely cutting contact for a while, which was very hard for me. It got to the point where we couldn't even hang out in school, and I thought I was going to lose my best friend. But I didn't back down about him, which wasn't like me at all. About 6 weeks into their relationship, she called me crying. He had gotten her drunk and rapped her. She refused to report it because her mother was very religious and she thought she'd kick her out. Her mom ended up kicking her out a year later anyways, for being a slut, or in other words, having sex at 16, and a few years later my sister and I had moved in together. She was 18 and had a friend who was 16 who spent most of her time at our place. I was 21 and it was basically the party house, so lots of people came and went. I came home drunk from the bar one night to find a new face, one I instantly hated and expressed so. I ended up getting into an argument with the guy and kicked him out. Apparently he had spent the evening chatting up my sister's friend and she was upset I made him leave. But when I woke up the next morning, I found she and him in the spare bed. The dude was like 35. I made him leave again and said if he came back I'd call the cops. She left with him. I found out later he was already going through a divorce because his wife caught him sleeping with underage girls. And he was arrested a little while later for being caught with a 15-year-old. And the last one was actually female. My ex knew her from work, and since my friend was moving to town, my ex set them up. They texted for a month before my friend came to stay with us. He hadn't been with anyone in a long time, but was recently coming out of a divorce, and was clearly didn't want anything more than friend with benefit. She knew this and agreed. While they texted, I had a weird feeling about her, but didn't feel it was my place to say anything. The night my friend arrived at my house, he came to stay with us and find an apartment and also see this woman in person. They had a plan to meet. She stopped texting and left him sitting and waiting all evening confused. She later texted that she needed to meet him for something other than sex, which is understandable. But I was really mad for him. My feelings were brushed away by both men. But they went out the next day for a few hours. That evening she texted how she was falling in love with him and would only have sex with him if he agreed to date her. He said no, and she went completely crazy on him, saying he led her on. Okay, just friend with benefit. He was the worst. Maybe he could just move in with her as friends. It was all crazy. He ended up having to block her. I said I had called it, and my ex agreed. I couldn't let her go for a while, even though my friend had. She just really got under my skin. And lo and behold, a month later I got a call from my ex that he was at her house, had slept with her, and was leaving me for her 10 years of marriage, and a lot of bad behavior on his part, and this broke me. I was done. Because she was a lunatic, and my ex saw it firsthand. I agreed to the divorce. He dated her for about 5 days before she went crazy on him too, and he ended it point. But on the bright side, I ended up marrying my friend a couple years later. It has worked out wonderfully. No idea where the crazy woman is now. But during the separation with my ex, he ended up dating her best friend who also worked there. Lots of workplace drama ensued. He didn't end up with the friend either, but he did end up quitting his job not long after. My brother-in-law has some issues. Without going into much detail, he decided to up and marry his on and off again girlfriend without telling his family beforehand. Then he tries to push her into family events. Well, my wife was having none of it, so they got into a spat and stopped talking. He took a job overseas, while his wife stayed in the States, and all was acquired. For about 4 months out of the blue he starts talking to my wife like nothing happened. I told her they were getting a divorce. Took a month before he finally told us. Then he was on his way back to the States for a vacation and to do some paperwork for a house he bought. He didn't contact us after he landed and waited a day or two before asking if we could meet for lunch. Told my wife the divorce was off. She assured me her brother wouldn't do something like that without telling her. Timing for lunch was bad, but he really wanted to see our daughter, so he asked if they could swing by the house later. Who is they, you ask? Boom, back with the ex. I have a small circle of friends. There happened to be a girl in it who I'm very protective of. Mostly because she's my best friend and like a little sister to me despite being a year older than me. Well, a new guy came into the circle. He had a horrible speech impediment, was Canadian, and had heart issues. These are all the truths we came to learn about him. Unfortunately, he also mixed a shit ton of lies into that point. He told us he was 22 or 24 and had served in the military. Red flag, but not impossible. It became impossible when he told us he had served 2 tours and became a first lieutenant, then got sent home when he got shot and the bullet shrapnel narrowly missed his heart. He also told us he was Greek and spoke Greek and that's why he worshipped Hades. In truth, he was born and raised in Canada, so was his mother and father, and their mothers and fathers, etc. The dude is so far removed from Greece that it might as well not be mentioned. Also, he just worshipped Hades because he's an edgy fuck. I mentioned heart conditions. There was a reason for that. He was born with a small hole in his heart that he started having issues with around the time he joined our group. He lied and told us he was getting heart surgery to get the shrapnel out. They were just adjusting some sort of mesh over his heart, or were putting one there, or some shit, I don't know. He exaggerated everything. Well, that girl in the group fell faking head over heels for him. I could smell trouble like danger up and fetched it in my face. Gross descriptions aside, I was 100% right. After nearly a year of dating, he literally just faking ghosted her. He ghosted the whole group. Straight up dirty style. Left us high and dry, blocked on all social media. We only got answers when his brother took pity on my friend, who was heartbroken. She'd have been fine if he had broken up face to face. But finding out that he lied when proclaimed his love for her through his brother because the bussy couldn't face her, that pisses me off. I was right. He wasn't military. They wouldn't take him for his potato heart. He wasn't Greek, he just wanted to sound mysterious or exotic. Also, he wasn't in his 20s, a little shit was barely 18. My dad got remarried to a girl that was half his age. My sister and I warned him, she's going to want a kid. He doesn't believe us. Fast forward to a few years later, they moved to Omaha and fly us out for Thanksgiving. It's going great and all. Then she asked if everyone's okay with her inviting a friend over, since he's all alone. He was from out of state. We allowed it. We are not heartless people. He gets there, and I immediately think she's having an affair with him. I dunno, it was something about how they looked at each other, or how they seemed to purposely not try to be close. Well, I end up asking how long they've been sleeping with each other, and all hell breaks loose. Everyone in my family calls me a heartless bastard, saying I'm an asshole for ruining the holiday after not seeing my dad for months. Well, time skip to 2 months later, my dad found them in bed together after he went home from work sick. They'd been having an affair for a year. When I was in my early 20s, a little bit after high school, a friend of mine started dating one of my exes and asked if it was cool with me. I said yeah, since I didn't think about her much, but she's a cheater. So watch your back, man. He brushed me off. They dated for 2 years, and every time I brought up something she would do or say that rose some red flags. Some people really got a lay off the Facebook. My friends would just say, oh, you're just being jealous. They're so happy together, the usual stuff. She ended up getting pregos, and one DNA test later, lo and behold, it's not his. They had a pretty nasty breakup, especially considering that they lived together in his mom's house. I was consoling and helping him get over it, but admittedly on the inside I was just going yep, saw it coming. He's doing better now. Got his own place, making good money, he's good. Don't know about the ex though. Don't care to find out either. Alright, so I've had this weird sixth sense sort of thing for a while now. Yeah, boy is able to pick up on anyone's true colors / intentions just by talking to someone or looking at them once. I've had this ability ever since 3rd grade, I think. It's been a longest time. I've had many moments like that, but if I had to pick one, it's when someone began to spread rumors about one of my friends and her now ex-banging behind an ice cream shop that's walking distance from the school. I knew that it was her best friend. They aren't friends anymore obviously, because she's been trying to hop on his dick for a longest time. She never really liked said friend, and she's just a rat who loves to fuck up people's lives in general. Lo and behold, earlier this year in the first semester, my friend and I were talking about the drama that happened last year, and she brought up how it was her best friend that spread the rumors. What's even worse is that she immediately tried to date him not even a week after they broke up, and I knew that was gonna happen before it did. Here's an important lesson, kiddos. Don't be this chick. Don't fuck people's love lives. Had a really shitty algebra teacher in high school, the kind that you could tell only got the job because she knew someone. Anyways, I wasn't the most respectful student to her, since I saw through her facade, and as a result got in trouble a lot. Maybe halfway through the semester she missed school, and the next day showed up, but was in and out of class going to the bathroom. I made a comment to a few kids saying I bet she got pregnant from some dude at a bar. She was pretty openly promiscuous, talked about not having a boyfriend or anything, and was young enough to be in a partying phase. A lot of students dismissed my comment as anger towards a teacher that was constantly calling my parents for acting out, which was fair. Turned out she actually was pregnant and missed 40 days total of a 90-day semester. Kept the baby, but revealed the father was not in the picture. Huge win for the doomed Denny fans of the world. This is late, but might as well share my stories. I've got two, both involving my former roommate. Though it indirectly involves him. When the two of us went and watched the first Goosebumps movie, I called every single plot twist that the movie threw at us. For context, we were both in a cheesy movie mood, and that sounded as good as any, in spite of the fact that neither of us had read the books, though we were both familiar enough with the source material. As a side note, I was, and still am, aiming to be a professional writer, so while we were watching it, I tried to guess what would come next. Turns out the story was incredibly predictable, but we ended up having fun anyway. Good time all around. And now for the exact opposite. As great as he is to watch a movie with, he was still a terrible roommate. He was aggressively over-opinionated, was way too confident in himself, and was absolutely horrible with anything involving money in every sense of the word. I admit that he was a decent cook though, even if he hated sauce of any kind. At one point I tried to sit him down to force him into making himself a proper budget, but he refused, saying that he had everything in his head. I told him that if he didn't keep an eye on his expenses then he'd end up running out of money and I'd end up on the street because he couldn't pay his half of the rent. At the time he laughed and said it wouldn't happen, but sure enough that same year, 3 months into our new 1-year lease no less, he did exactly that, and I ended up on the street while he moved back home with his parents. A different friend lent me his couch for the next several months afterwards. Before he left he was over $1,000 in debt to me alone, nearly $500 in debt to the landlady, and I'm pretty sure he was over $10,000 in business debt for a failed business he tried to start. He eventually paid everyone, including me, back, but don't ask me where he got the cash to do it. Some more highlights of his stupidity. Before I submit this, he decided to pay off his entire student debt all at once, with all of his money. Had to live paycheck to paycheck for the next few months. Because he didn't understand the concept of saving his money, he got a second job that paid higher and immediately quit his first one. He ended up being miserable for 2 weeks before getting fired. Edit. He couldn't get his first job back, partially because he told the entire staff to fuck off, mostly because of the below highlight point. He accidentally sued the college. They blacklisted him from ever getting another job there again. He tried to borrow money from the local Mormons. No, I'm not joking. No, it didn't work. Believe me, there are other examples, but you get the idea. I called it, and I should have bailed on him, but I didn't, and was screwed for nearly a year because of him. It occurs to me now that the second story is less of a satisfying I called it moment and more of an excuse to complain about my former roommate, but I digress. I hope you enjoyed that anyway. My husband and I were watching Star Trek: The Next Generation. I remember it was probably the second or third season, and one of the first episodes I had watched. I remember seeing Lieutenant Geordi LaForge for the first time, and asked my husband why. Is he wearing a banana clip over his eyes? My husband scoffed and said, it's not a banana clip. His character is blind and those are glasses that allow him to see. I said to him, come off it. It's a damn banana clip that the show bought at Walmart. He was really miffed by this and told me they probably have $1 million an episode budget. Why the hell would they buy a prop at Walmart? It's a set piece custom made for the show and probably costs at least $1,000. I thought it was dumb to keep on arguing, so I dropped it. Fast forward about 10 years later, and we are watching a documentary on how the show was made. LeVar Burton is being interviewed, and he said something like, people ask me if the visor was custom made for the show, and actually it's not. The set designer happened to be in Walmart one day and was looking for ideas for the visor. They saw a rack of banana clips and I guess it was exactly what they envisioned Georgie wearing, so they bought one for the staggering price of $1.99. I stood up and did a victory dance in front of television. I was so happy. I remember my husband looked confused and then really embarrassed when he finally recalled that conversation we had. Not the one going I faking called it cause it was multiple people doing it, but I was one of the people they called it to. Anyways, me and my current boyfriend were very close friends before we were in a relationship. We apparently had a lot of moments where people kept shipping us cause we kept hanging out at fighting game tournaments together and got each other gifts. I kept denying it cause the dude was already in a relationship with his ex. Due to our friendship, people both online and offline who were friends with him started to befriend me and eventually became my friends. Fast forward like a year or two full of shipping jokes and other annoying shit by our fighting game community. My friend broke up with his ex. That's when our friends were like, yeah, they are gonna fuck in a couple of months. Fast forward like 3 months, we decided to be in a relationship and didn't say a word about it yet, but somehow people found out through our Twitters and busted the fattest PogChamp pop-off nuts ever, all like they finally did the fuck. And one friend even made a tweet saying, I feel so smart predicting that these two would end up dating, so yeah, not so exciting cause something best is get into relationship, but I know it was kinda big considering how many friends kept messaging and tagging us with you guys actually did it, and I faking called it. My brother was gay and was seeing his dorm mate. My brother, Nick, was a university student. He is about 21. I was in year 11th, about 16. This happened a couple of months ago, about 2. After coming home from school, I found my brother and another man in our living room playing our PS4. Nick would sometimes come home as his university was about a 10-minute bus ride away. Nick introduced me to the man, who was named Mark. He was about my brother's age and was taking the same course as well. I ended up joining them in a Call of Duty shoot-off. During the game, Mark got a call and went into the next room. I could him saying about how it was over Ethan. When he came back, I asked him ex-boyfriend. He gave a small nod and I just said there'll be other guys out there, and we continue to play. After Nick and Mark left, I then realized how close they were and how they talked. It gave me the whole old married couple vibe. I didn't say anything as I knew it wasn't my place. A few weeks later, I went to my brother's university as we had agreed to go out for breakfast that morning. I went into his dorm after another one of his dorm mates let me in, and I walked over to his room and knocked on the door. Mark was the one who answered. He was dressed in only a pair of pants and started to blush before saying excuse me and heading to his room. Nick then shows up, also only wearing a pair of pants, and starts saying how Mark was only sleeping in his room as it was late at night, and it would have been easier if he had just stayed over. However, Mark's room was right next door, but I told my brother I believed him, even though I didn't, as, again, it wasn't my place. About a couple of days later, Nick, our parents and I are having dinner at home, during which my mom brought up the cute girls that were at her workplace and how one of them had seen Nick and wanted him to have her phone number. Often, my mom would try to set me and Nick up with the people who worked at her cafe as part-timers. Nick said he was actually has been seeing someone for the past few weeks and my parents asked for her name. Nick then starts to stutter before saying Molly. Mom and dad let the thing go after asking to meet her. During the rest of dinner Nick had a guilty face and then, when dinner was over, said he something to tell us. He said that he wasn't seeing someone called Molly and was seeing someone named Mark. My parents were shocked by this, but I couldn't help I knew it coming out of my mouth. Nick wasn't surprised that I knew, and after my parents came down it from their reactions, they gave Nick their support and asked to meet Mark. They both work during the day, we only get to see them at night. Mark came over the next week and my parents liked him. They approved of their relationship and would often invite Mark over for dinner every now and then. Nick and Mark are still together today, and their relationship is still good. I like to point out to them that I so-called that they were together and now I send a text message and ring my brother whenever I meet up with him at the university as I don't want to walk in on something like I almost did before. I don't want that to happen, thank you very much. Remember when Bitcoin got huge in October to December 2017? Honestly I wasn't really paying attention to it, but all of a sudden everyone was talking about it, and even the news was trying to sound like they knew what they were talking about. Anyways, I distinctly remember talking to my training officer at the time, and he was really into it. Had a new account, and was following the prices every day, and was trying to get me into it. He eventually succeeded, but at that time, all I could think about was how much it blew up seemingly overnight. And I told him as such. It was worrying how so many people who didn't understand what Bitcoin was, myself included, were just pouring money into it all of a sudden. I told him, at some point the price is going to drop, then everyone is going to mass panic and sell to prevent too big of a loss, and the price is going to shoot straight down. He didn't believe me. Anyways, I passed FTO and a few weeks later, the price dropped from $20k to $11k overnight and kept falling until it bottomed out around $3,800. And that's when I started buying. Lol. Literally said faking called it when I saw that initial drop and everyone on social media was panicking about the end of Bitcoin bubble burst. This one might interest you. Back in 4th grade, I joined the school basketball team. Before you ask, the team name was Spartans. There were already Athens anyway. Every 3 times a week, we would practice and do other things to hone our skills. I was one of the big kids, 180 pounds at age 11, and would always become the basketball captain. The basketball coach decided to face the Southern West Virginia schools. I knew we were gonna have a bad time. Once we made it to Southern West Virginia, we were already prepared to face the Welsh elementary basketball team. Before anyone came to the game, the basketball captains would go to the court and observe it, see its latitude and longitude, etc. After observing, I already had a plan in set right before the game started. I told the team our plan and of course, being the autistic kid, they of course said you're full of it. Our plan is better, you don't know anything, etc. Normally, I would keep to myself. But this time I stood for myself and said fine, how about a bet? If you lose by going by your plan, each of you will owe me $20 each. But if you win by going by your plan, I owe each of you $20 of course. They went deal. I went beside my coach and told this bet, then said of course they're not gonna win. I mean come on. Slide like this, insert funny sliding person, and dash like this, insert funny dashing guy. They lost every single round, with no points on their side. Called it. Thanksgiving, 2015, living in North Carolina, when the Carolina Panthers were having an astounding season. They were undefeated with 5 games left to play. 2 of those games were against the Falcons, who'd started the season well, but had lost 5 of their last 6. Those 2 upcoming games were only 2 weeks apart. The Panthers are my second team, but the favorite of many in my family. We were discussing the remaining 5 games, and I made the call that they'd lose the second game against Atlanta. Reason being that it is tough to beat any NFL twice in a season, and that second tilt would be in Atlanta. Also, the Panthers may have already secured home field throughout the NFC playoffs. Not guaranteed, but possible. Well, in the first game, the Panthers crushed them 38-0. I was starting to doubt my prophecy, but stuck to my prediction whenever it was brought up. And sure enough, in the second to last week of the season, Carolina lost their only game of the regular season to Atlanta, 22-13. My ex started a rebound relationship with his coworker a few days after leaving me. They acted like they were so in love, moving in together, getting a bank account, applying for a new job together, etc. I was talking about this with my best friend one day, and I told her how funny it would be if she cheated on him after he did so many times in our relationship. She is a serial dater, so I had a really good feeling about it. Well, about 6 months later, my ex texts me out of the blue asking how I'm doing. I debated for a minute whether or not I should answer him back, but I wanted to know what happened to his little relationship endeavor. So, in making conversation, I casually ask how they're doing, and he responds with the fact that they've been broken up for months, and he's back living with his parents because she cheated. He even said something about our relationship and karma, my current boyfriend, and I had a great laugh over those texts. I was in a polygamous relationship with 2 people, another girl and a guy. We were both dating him, but not each other. PG for the girl and PM for the guy. The guy had this best friend, call her HF. 4 years that was a girl. She had dated this one friend of his years prior, call him DF. Well, HF was madly in love with DF still, and it had been about 5 years. While I knew her, they slowly gained contact and got closer and closer again. He lived in another state though. Through social media and like she introduced PG to him. I realized they got along pretty well, and also how much alike PG and HF were. It was an uncanny level of similar interests with differences here and there. Point out of nowhere one day during some discussion about fate and whatnot, I told PM that I was starting to believe that PG, HF and DF were destined to be together as a throuple. I didn't know how or when, but I knew, plain as day, that if they ever met in person it was game over. Fast forward, relationship complications. Me and him break up. We are all still friends, barely. PG and HF are being kicked out of where they live and decide to travel to DF and live with him. Not even a month and PG cheated on PM with the both of them, and they broke up 2 weeks later. The 3 of them all still live together and are dating each other still. This happened 5 years ago. I worked overnight at a fast food place for a little while. The higher ups didn't care about any of our problems. Short-staffed, high pressure, constantly backed up drive-through, etc. The response was always work harder, work faster, you're stressing yourself out, make it work, etc. Point regardless of what the issue was, including the times we were left with only 2 people. They admit that overnight shift is the most difficult, yet won't acknowledge that having 2 people for that shift is unacceptable. When the favored overnight manager quit, I told a different manager I'm friends with that the entire shift was going to go to hell. She agreed. Again, the higher ups pretended everything was fine. Within a month, 2 crew members quit. One was fired, a manager was fired, a manager quit, and another manager became blatantly verbally abusive. The higher ups are still pretending that their behavior has nothing to do with it. 2 of them, both my brother. One, we are at a bonfire, and he's trying to cut a glow stick open. He's got the knife at the tip of the glow stick, and is jamming it in right towards his own hand. I say cut towards your chum, not towards your thumb. He ignores me, so I say louder, cut towards your chum, not towards your, and he stabbed himself in the hand. The other time we were driving on a very crowded highway in a blizzard, and his tires were bald as heck. For some reason he kept trying to accelerate and close the gap in traffic for no reason. He came several inches from sliding into somebody and was only saved by the fact that they started moving again. I told him like 15 times over the course of that trip to slow down. There's no reason to accelerate. Stop trying to close the gap, etc. Finally, we pull into the exit ramp and I think we are finally out of the woods. Accelerates down the exit lane, brakes late, starts into a slide, close over a street sign. I tried my hardest not to be too smug about it. When my work decided to build a new plant, old one was old, built in the 60s, and contaminated with all manners of bad things. asbestos, beryllium, etc., and they, the company H, decided to contract out the building security dispatchers to an outside company, S. When I got laid off, only for a years, I got a job with S, cause I already had all the clearances and knowledge of the building. When I finally got called to go back to my real job with H, I told all the dispatchers to wait it out. H will end up taking the dispatch center back and cancelling the contract with S cause S couldn't keep employees cause they treated the employees like crap, didn't offer any kind benefits, medical, retirement, vacation, etc. So there was a lot of turnover and hella overtime. At first H thought it would be more cost effective to contract that out and found out fast that was a bad idea. Cause not 2 months after I left S, they were gone, and H had taken that job back, cause it was costing more than they thought it would. I got to look at people and say I told you. I was in a car with my friend and his girlfriend. Let's call them James and Jill. James gave the keys to Jill and Jill said that she was a good driving, blah blah blah. We started in a small town and Jill blew a stop sign because she was looking at a hotel. My warning lights started to go off, but I dismissed them and filled under everyone gets distracted. As we continued to drive we took the state highways and it started to rain. Jill was ripping 80 miles per hour in a 70 miles per hour in the rain, and she was weaving in and out of lanes and tailgating other drivers. I told Jill to back off because I don't want to get into an accident. Jill told me that this is how she drives in D.C and it works there. We are in the back highways in Virginia. I start texting my older brother I'm going to get into a crash. She can't drive for shit. Blah blah blah. We come up to a stoplight and Jill is going too fast and doesn't stop in time and rear ends the car in front of us. After checking to make sure everyone was okay I stepped away and called my brother and said hey, so you know how I was saying that we would get into an accident? Yeah, we got into an accident. Things have been off for a bit with my girlfriend, and I just got back from a family vacation. She kept not wanting to be touched, and about a week ago she said she was bulimic and having issues. I had seen pregnancy tests around and got curious, but she said it was her sister's, newly married, made some sense, but I knew she was cheating on me. Today I dropped her off at work and saw another pregnancy test in her glove compartment. So I didn't do the best thing, but when I got home, I decided to get on her computer and of course saw through Facebook that she's been cheating on me with her ex. I confronted her and she admitted to it right away. I tried to discuss it with her but apparently wasn't acting out / angry enough about it all. She just kept saying I was being too nice and that we shouldn't be together. She left a bit ago and is now at a friend's house. So I'm at home currently in S house that's 100% in her name. Just waiting for the next step. Mine was actually yesterday, and I feel kinda bad about it. A coworker was on their way home and sent a video snap to our Snapchat group that there was an accident on the highway and everybody had to take a detour. Don't snap and drive like my coworker, by the way. They had no idea about the details other than it was a traffic accident. I replied and said $5 says it was an old person who pulled in front of a semi. Yes, I realize that's a terrible thing to make a bet on. They followed up like 30 minutes later saying that a semi T-boned somebody on the highway but didn't know anything else yet. Another in the group replied that I need to go to church and confess because of my kinda insensitive comment earlier. I replied go to church and ask God to pay up for the bet I just won. Still didn't know if it was actually an old person. But this morning the local newspaper provided some details and lo and behold, an old couple, 77 and 79, was crossing a highway intersection in their van and got T-boned by a semi they didn't see apparently. Both deceased. Mine happened about 2 years ago. I had this girl I was interested in, and I knew one of my friends was also a bit interested, but at that time me and her were really close, and after a month of talking and hanging out we started dating. We were going out for 2 months, and we had a big talk about the relationship and we decided to break up, and we left on really good terms. We still hung out with each other, but only as a group now, and we didn't really talk outside of the group, but still there were no awkward feelings. Then after 2 weeks, I noticed that my before mentioned friend was hitting on her, and she was into him no doubt. At one point a few people of our friend group started drinking and the topic of my ex came up, and in the middle of the conversation I made a claim that our friend and my ex are gonna end up together. They didn't believe that and said that there is no way it is gonna happen. So I made a bet with them and they agreed. The winner gets a casket of beer. So fast forward 2 weeks, the friend calls me to ask if it is okay if he and my ex started dating and wanted to make sure that I'm not mad about the situation. I said that it was okay and was really happy that I won the bet and gave them my approval. They did found out about the bet at one point and were and still are mad at me for that, but I won the bet and got my beers, so I'm really happy about that. Girl I was dating and I went on 7-day road trip to 3 different national parks and stopped at this country store to load up on supplies. Midway through they put like 15 pounds of groceries in a single paper bag. Me, that's way too much weight in a paper bag. You need to get them to split it up or put it in plastic bags. Plastic bags are bad for the environment and I don't want to have to deal with more than one bag. Me, okay, but that bag is going to break. It won't. I've put much more than this in one. Before we were crossing the parking lot to the car and the bottom of that bag just ripped open and everything hit the ground. The gallon of milk exploded. The glass jar of tomato sauce exploded. The half gallon of orange juice exploded. The can of Pringles took off rolling across the parking lot like it was fleeing a crime scene. Most everything else landed in a smushed soggy heap around her ankles. She stood there in the middle of the parking lot looking like she had just finished a color run, covered in milk, udge, and pasta sauce. I prefer to think that it was just some stray orange juice that made the wet spot on my shorts, and I to this day that I laughed so hard at the look of shock and betrayal on her face that I pissed myself. About 2 months ago, there was a big storm where I lived, so naturally, many schools closed, but my college didn't, since it wasn't high enough to have the storm be too bad. Everyone wanted to find a reason to skip. Then out of nowhere, we receive an email from the announcement system which usually sends notifications for whatever news, stating that the next day was cancelled at 10:30 p.m. at night. Everybody posted about it and enjoyed it. Meanwhile, I contacted as much people as I could, telling them it's fake. I noticed the slightest discrepancies in the way the mail was written as well as the address itself wasn't 100% the same. The first letter was unusually uppercased. Most people told me that it's actually true and I should just go enjoy the off day. Next thing I know, about an hour later, a doctor sends an email saying it's fake and others follow. And finally the next day, we hear news about the email system of the college being hacked. I told everyone I told them so. There was this guy who was like barely 5 foot. He was up there in age, and he hopped out of his lifted F250. His first few steps, I knew that man was drunk. No sooner than he entered his store, his F250 starts to roll back and towards the street. It's an auto parts store, so of course all the dudes in it had to run out and try to stop it from headed towards the street. It finally started to go right and it ended up in a grass island. I go out there to help out, and sure enough I smell beer off this dude's breath. He all of a sudden says, "Oh shit, my wife." So I opened the door, and out came like 10 beer cans spilling out of the cab, and the wife was on her side of the floorboard because she hid down there while it was rolling backwards. I was thinking WTHY, didn't she stop it, until I saw a big wine stain all over her pullover, with a broken wine glass in the middle of the floorboard. This was a nice, bright, and sunny Sunday afternoon, so I guess Mama and Papa had some drinks in them, and were bored enough to go driving. I made sure the dude ate some food, and sobered up a bit, before handing his keys back. But as soon as I seen the dude hop out, I knew that bastard was drunk. Well, my brother's best friend was dating this German girl he met while studying abroad. We live in Brazil. They dated for a while, like 1 year, and they came back to Brazil together, and then he told everybody in our group of friends that they should make a big trip together to Germany in the next year, and being very pushy to have every one of them in this event, it was. 2011 to 12, I was jogging with my brother when he told me this, and I instantly said they want everybody to go in this trip because they're getting married there. And my bro just said no fkin way, he would never marry someone he dated for just 1 year. Anyway, fast forward 1 year, they got married in Germany. Also, I predicted my friend's younger sister, who I had a huge crush on, was lesbian, and I was the first person of our group to who she revealed she was lesbian. Even knowing beforehand, I went into tears, because I was right the whole time about her. Knew a guy. Let's call him Chippy, because I always do when I talk about the story. He was a friend of mine. At one point I was his best mate. At a point in our friendship he got really skeptic to be around. Like terribly insufferable. We'll spare the details unless asked. Just know he became really possessive and kept gaslighting everyone in the group of friends. He was dating a girl at that time, and he seemed to revolve his entire life around her. Well, Chippy and I argued. More like I called him out on the guilt tripping. He played innocent. A friend backed me up. Huge mess unfolded. I end up ghosting him mid-argument. Then told my friend his girlfriend is going to leave him soon. 4 days later I find out through a common friend that he woke up to his 9-month anniversary single and ghosted. The evil part of me was happy to know what he lost. The kind part of me was happy for the girl who got to run away. Late to this, but I do have a pretty satisfying one. At least, satisfying for me. So, as a lot of you may remember, Congress passed the Patriot Act in the wake of 9/11, which allowed the NSA and FBI some pretty broad freedoms in investigating terrorism, particularly without warrants. The main architect of this bill was Republican Congressman Jim Sensenbrenner from Wisconsin. I was 13 when 9/11 happened, and when the Patriot Act passed. Even 13-year-old me knew that law was some bullshit and opened the door for a lot of shady action on the part of the government. Little 13-year-old me knew this was a bad idea and that someone, somewhere, was going to abuse all of the new powers they'd just been handed. And lo and behold, about 12 years later, the NSA spying scandal broke, and America learned the extent to which NSA officials illegally spied on American citizens by monitoring their digital communications. Around this time, I was in the second year of my first job as a reporter at a small newspaper in Wisconsin, on the political beat, in Jim Sensenbrenner's district, and I got to sit down and ask him, as the NSA spying scandal was breaking, why the hell he sponsored such a stupid ass piece of legislation. And fuck if it wasn't satisfying watching that asshole try to defend himself. We were at my boyfriend's Amos apartment and the aunt and cousin were there. They kept going on about how they were afraid the elevator would be blown up because they came up with some Pakistani people, and how Indians overcharge for the ATMs at the gas station, like they have a choice, and just being super racist in general. It was making me very uncomfortable, and it was right after Trump was elected, so I text my boyfriend and said I bet you anything that they are Trump supporters, and sure enough, 2 minutes later we hear, Trump is the best president, halting the immigration and kicking people out, and I just smugly look over at him, like I told you so, and then we actively avoided them. His uncle wanted to go home, so we offered to drive him back in the aunt's car, since she wasn't ready to go yet. He kissed my hand and said how nice it was to meet me, and when we left I promptly washed my hands in the community bathroom on the ground floor. My family is definitely better. I snuck out of my youth group with my brothers and the one driving, we'll call him Ed, decided to pick up a girl. We went around her neighborhood just hanging out. Then, when we stopped somewhere, my younger brother, we'll call him Wallace, decided to go on an adventure, so we had to look for him around the neighborhood for a solid hour. I told him not to get out because he would get lost and end up calling my parents. His phone was dead, so apparently he walked to CVS and texted me he was there. The nearest CVS was 2 miles away, and it took me around 30 minutes to see he texted me. Once I texted back, he said he had already called our parents to tell them what happened. So my dad texted Ed and I to go pick him up, and he was furious. We went and picked him up, and in the car we made up a story of how this was all a prank, but Ed wanted to drop the girl off at our local supermarket so her friend could take her home. As we were turning into the front of the supermarket, my parents' van cuts us off and pulls us over. Ed pulls over knowing that his life is done for. I didn't think it was my parents' van until I saw our bumper stickers. That was probably the scariest moment of my life. So my dad gets out and walks back to our car to pull Ed and then my mom sits in the driver's seat and looks over to see the girl he took, and the look of shock on her face was insane. My dad comes back to our car to tell me and Wale's to get out and get in the van. As we were driving home not a single word was said. The tension in the car was horrible. Once we get home our dad takes us in and tells us that each of us is going to a different room. He makes us wait in the room for 15 minutes just to build the pressure. Then he comes into my room and gives me a sheet of paper and says, "Write down what honestly happened and I won't take away your football season." So I'm sitting upset because I didn't want to sell out my brother, but when someone threatens to take away football I have to fold. He had already taken our phones, so we couldn't communicate on what to say. I wrote down the absolute truth. But I did get an I called it moment. Kinda satisfying but not at the same time. 20 years ago. On a golf course, par 5 hole. Ball right next to a metal plate telling me I'm 255 yards from the middle of the green. I need a career shot to get the ball over the front bunker that's 10 yards short of the green, but there's a pretty good trailing breeze so what the hell. I wait for the group ahead to putt out. Guys in the group behind start yelling at me to hit. I'm getting mad because I don't normally hit a good shot under that kind of pressure. The guys ahead are slow to putt out. Guy behind rides up in a cart. What the fuck? You can't hit it that far. I mean, how does he know? Never saw the guy before point. While the guy is sitting there talking shit, the group ahead moves off the green 3-wood already in my hand. I told the guy to shut the fuck up, tried to remain calm as I swung, and caught it on the sweet spot. Hit that faker over the bunker, and on the green, putting for eagle point one of the best shots I ever hit, even discounting the pressure. I looked at the guy as I picked up my bag. Now for the best part, he said wow. Dealt with a difficult coworker who made my life a living hell. Changed jobs because of it. In addition to yelling, carrying on, throwing things around and physically getting into any target's physical space, this jackass regularly got into it with people on the way home / to work. Point now, the workplace in question is in Manhattan. Most people occasionally have stories like this to tell. It's a crowded island with a lot of people trying to get around during rush hour. But Jackass had a new one, about once a month or so. Jackass had already driven off at least 4 people prior to me, one of whom had to take stress leave. Point as I left, I predicted to a couple of other co-workers that Jackass would either make the tabloids for a senseless altercation or inspire a workplace killing spree. Sure enough, saw Jackass in the tabloids for a senseless altercation a few years later. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, so I was able to enjoy sweet schadenfreude at Jackass's expense. My husband's and I saying his cousin's wife would leave him after his money was gone. Point backstory. My husband had a group of friends that included his cousin. We'll call the cousin's wife Sally. Cousin will be cousin and friends involved labeled A, B, and C. So Sally briefly dated friend A, they split up. So she dated friend B, they split up. So she dated cousin. Guess what? They split up. So she dated friend C. She stayed with friend C for a long time. They bought a house together and had 2 kids, but didn't get married. Point she cheated on friend C with cousin. Friend C was crushed. Cousin just happened to get a decent payout after redundancy right around this time. He did get a job not long after. Cousin had been living with friend C's brother who kicked him out as soon as the cheating came to light. Sally stopped friend C from seeing his kids, even though he was paying child support. Point my husband tried to talk to cousin and say that if she did this to friend C what was she going to do to him, and warned him that she was only after his money. Cousin got angry and they haven't talked properly since. My husband tried to be the bigger man and make peace, but cousin just won't have it. Point Sally and cousin got married and had another kid. Sally had complications and ended up with a full hysterectomy. A few months later, just as the redundancy money was gone, she served him with divorce papers, took all 3 kids, took the car, and took the dog. No, her real name isn't Karen. Sally has since gone on a soul-searching journey, leaving all 3 kids with her parents, and since gotten together with a wealthy woman. While this whole mess is a faking disaster for the kids and their fathers, literally everybody else saw the ending coming. The cousin wouldn't, even though he previously dated her, and should have known better. The group of friends is mostly intact, but the cousin is not a part of them anymore. I've shared this story before, and to be honest it was not satisfying at all. It still makes me sick to my stomach. My wife and I worked with at-risk youth for a number of years. We had some new staff who had told me about their son, who was my age, 29, and was going through volunteer training, and thought he and I would be good friends, etc. The day I meet this man, I shake his hand, and immediately in my head I think, this guy is a predator. Mind you, I had absolutely no reason to think so. None at all. But I just knew. After that initial meeting, all the info I knew about him began to line up with my feeling. So from that day on, I wouldn't let him near any of my girls I was responsible for, unless I was right there with him. After a couple of weeks I broke down and told my wife. She immediately was trying to convince me to report him. I explained I can't report someone for a feeling I had. After all, if I were wrong it could ruin this poor guy. So we agreed to keep it between us and make sure he's not alone with any kids. A few weeks later it turned out he convinced a 15-year-old girl to go to a shady hotel with him. I freaking called that. His mother was in complete denial and refused to believe it. My boss had to literally show her the text messages from the young lady's phone before she'd believe it. At that point she grabbed a trash can to throw up in. So yeah, that all sucked. Intuition is as much a curse as a blessing, FYI. My mother started dating a guy who was much younger than her when I was still a child. I think I was maybe 7, 25 now. Funny enough, he was 25 at the time, and she was 40. I didn't like him at all at first. I'm sure a lot of it was dealing with my mom dating again, but something just didn't sit right with me altogether and everyone knew I didn't like him. I could tell my mom was torn. They dated for 7 years on and off and eventually got married in secret, which was weird AF. Looking back, he was incredibly narcissistic and way too immature. He got in fights with my brother and I, and he would make sure my mom took his side on everything. Eventually I grew to make the best of it and was doing more stuff with friends, which helped me care a lot less. He helped us a lot financially, and we would have been struggling without that. To about 1.5 years after the marriage, my mom tells my brother and I to pack our stuff because we are moving. Turns out he had been cheating on her with one of her best friends for who knows how long. This lady was married, and the couple was pretty close to my folks at the time. Was kinda surreal for my early teenage mind. We had to move to an absolute shithole. We were moving all of our things and my mom casually says to me, "You were right about him." This is so stupid, but my friends and I went to see the Red Dawn remake on its premiere. The movie was boring and predictable, and my friend and I were commentating the movie to each other. At the end of the movie, the Josh Peck character is sitting and having a conversation with the leader of the group who's standing, and the conversation is about how Josh Peck would make a good leader or something. Then I told my friend, I don't know if you noticed this so far, but Josh Peck has been shorter than the other character this whole movie. Now, next thing that's going to happen is Josh Peck is going to stand up, and his character is going to be physically taller than the leader of the group, and the leader is gonna die in some way, and Josh Peck is gonna take over. Not even a minute later, Josh Peck stands up, is slightly taller than the leader, the building gets ambushed by the North Koreans, and Josh Peck becomes the leader of the rebels. I was pretty surprised at how accurate my prediction was. I wasn't even being really serious. The symbolism aspect, and Josh Peck might have been taller than the other character the whole movie. What was satisfying was that my friend looked at me like I was some savant cinephile. I used to play Dungeons and Dragons at a friend's house. This was a good 12 years ago or so. Said friend and his wife had just had their first child, and he was at the age where he could start walking, and more important to the story, climbing on stuff. My friend had just upgraded his older's computer and had this giant steel full tower and a 22-inch court. These things were massive, sitting in the corner of their kitchen, which had a tile floor. So we are all sitting there playing DD, and I notice out of The corner of my eye, the kid starts climbing up the monitor and then the tower. I point this out to the kid's father and he just says, oh, it's fine, he does this all the time. I keep running the game and the kid is now standing on top of the tower. I point it out again and once more I'm brushed off. Now the kid is jumping up and down. I get up and say I can't watch this and walk into the bathroom. As I'm leaving, the father says, it's fine, don't worry so much. Soon as I close the bathroom door, I hear a crash. The father yell, oh God, and then crying as the kid just took a header into the tile floor. Our family had a family friend of ours that was a priest. He baptized me. He was always around family parties and the whole 9 yards. My entire immediate family and other relatives trusted him unconditionally, but I was always very hesitant to speak to him. This is the part where I tell you I've worked in a rectory before, done work for the church, went to Catholic high school, and confided in many priests before. Something about him, however, was just off for me. I'm fully capable of handling myself in a bad situation with him, so it was nothing sinister, just a severe lack of trust. Well, one day my friend is over for a party that my priest friend was at. They spoke about his recent breakup with his girlfriend, and before you know it, they decided to meet for dinner to talk more. Whatever, my family used to do the same thing with him, no big deal. It was when the next time he came to my parents that he started telling me everything my friend told him and asked what was going on with him. So I knew then that this dude was shady as fuck. You don't go around gossiping about people's personal shit, especially when they trust you as a man of God. I tell all my friends and family members to not trust him. He's a bad person and he will turn on you if you keep going to him. He was eventually accused of sexual abuse. I think he brought 2 15-year-old boys to watch fetish porn or some shit. He literally dropped off the face of the earth and we haven't heard from him in 5 years. My parents and friends were shocked, but I felt very satisfied knowing I never shared personal information with him because I knew there was something about him that I couldn't trust. I started a blog to predict the crashing the housing market around 2004. From then until the crash, I was posting about how the majority of the mortgages issued were going to be defaulted if any loss of value occurred and how many of the buyers had no business buying what they did. I would also post rent vs own calculations and even created and distributed my own calculator for that purpose to demonstrate that real estate did not make sense at the current prices. Dozens of real estate agents would give me a hard time and patronize me. All real estate is personal property. Prices don't go down, they might flatten, but they won't go down. You just don't understand real estate. Then the market crashed. I eventually shut down my blog. It didn't feel right dancing on the grave of all these foreclosures and bankruptcies, but I was right the whole time. Some people wrote me to thank me. They had almost purchased a place until they read my blog, and I changed their minds. I probably prevented a few bankruptcies. I have a sister-in-law I hate. We had a fight, not physical, because I wouldn't allow her daughters to treat me like they treat her. In other words, like shit. She went all Karen and told me not to mess with her kids and that she knew what she was doing with her life and her family life, and since I didn't had kids, I had no idea. I didn't told her directly, but I told my husband, your sister's family is going to burn. Your Bill is going to kill himself drunk and drugged. Her daughters are going to end up in drugs or drunks just like her father and with teen pregnancies if your sister don't start parenting them, and she's going to end up being the town slut if your sister doesn't get her shit together. And I faking called it. Bill got killed in his brand new car, drunk, drugged and coming home from his mistress' house. Oldest daughter, 17, is a drug addict and drinks like a sailor. Second daughter, 16, already has a 1-year-old baby and the father is out of the picture, and the 2 small ones, too young to be doing drugs, 7 to 9 years old, are some disrespectful little sheets. Sister-in-law decided she wanted to enjoy herself now that she's single again, so she spends all weekends on someone else's bed while the 2 young ones are cared for whoever is stupid enough to let them into their house while she drives away. I posted this in a comment on someone else's, but here it is again. My first tech school for the Air Force. I'm in personnel, but a bunch of my friends are in weather, since we all had the same dorm. This was this one guy, Airman Saunders, his real name, because fuck that guy. He just immediately came off as someone I would never want to trust or hang out with. But he was friendly with my friends. Soon, right after he turned 21, he got busted giving an underage girl alcohol in the on-base club. She took the full blame, and he just got a slap on the wrist. Not really, he was basically day one ''D, meaning he couldn't be out of the dorms out of uniform, or go off base. He snuck out off base to go to Mardi Gras, and flirt with his next under 21 girl. I left about a week later, because my tech school ended, but I knew he would fuck up somehow. About a year or so later, my buddy from tech school was in town visiting. So, I said, hey, what happened to Saunders? Apparently, he switched starting bases with someone, so he could follow a girl to her first duty station. They started hooking up, and then he got busted for drugs, as did she, and they got booted out, about 6 months at their first duty station. My wife and I drunkenly called the main event of WrestleMania 35 during the previous year's WrestleMania. It is extremely difficult to predict the outcomes of WWE storylines long term. Mostly because WWE is notorious for not booking very far in advance and making last minute changes all the time. During WrestleMania 34 in New Orleans, my wife was dressed as her favorite woman wrestler, Becky Lynch. I was wearing a shirt ripping my favorite woman wrestler, Charlotte Flair. We stumbled up and down Bourbon Street drunkenly insisting to our fellow fans that our respective favorites would be in the main event next year. It's important to know that at this point in time the women have never been the main event of WrestleMania. Not once. 0 over 34. Fast forward 7-ish months. Becky Lynch blows the fuck up. She gets into a feud with Ronda Rousey. In the course of this feud she gets her nose broken, like for real, by Nia Jax. Nia is largely hated by hardcore WWE fans because she's very boring in the ring and on the microphone and has a long history of injuring other talent. So naturally, this makes people go even more crazy in favor of Becky Lynch. Fast forward a couple more months. WWE starts a storyline where Becky Lynch is the anti-authority figure fighting the powers that be to take on Ronda Rousey for her championship. Vince McMahon, as the authority figure Becky is fighting against, strips Becky of her title shot. Who does he put in her place? Charlotte motherfucking Flair. After a couple of months of various squabbles between the three women, it is announced that the women's title will be on the line at WrestleMania in a triple threat match. Ronda Rousey vs. Charlotte Flair vs. Becky Lynch. And for the first time in 35 years the women will be the main event. It was nothing short of surreal to see our pipe dream prediction from a year ago actually happening. For months we kept thinking, wait, does that mean, nah, something else is gonna happen? Then oh, man, this is actually going to happen. We kind of called that. Wish it was the main event. Then, holy shit, we were actually right about this. We faking called it. 1986 World Series. Watching on TV. Not from Boston, but rooting for the Red Sox, mostly because I lived with so many Mets fans during college who were insufferable. It's Game 6. The Sox are 3 outs away from taking their first World Series since 1918. The curse of the Bambino seems like it will be broken. They come back from commercials, and I see Bill Buckner still at first base. In my mind I'm wondering why the manager didn't replace him with Dave Stapleton in the 9th for defense, like he did all year. Any baseball fan knows what happened. There are 2 outs, with the winning run on second base. A seemingly routine ground ball goes through Buckner's legs, and the Mets score 2 runs to win. They won again in Game 7. More ridiculous stuff including wild pitches to extend the curse, which took another 18 years to break. I had no witnesses, but I will swear that my thought processes were accurately portrayed here. I was friends with a girl at school for years, and she was dating this guy a year or 2 above us. Eventually we left school but stayed friends. Her boyfriend never liked me, even though I only ever said hey to him once and never met him beyond that. Well, he wasn't the nicest guy and made her choose between their relationship and our friendship. Obviously she chose their relationship, so we couldn't be friends. 2 years later I get a random text from her saying hey awesome shit like that. I respond hey and act kinda beachy for a bit, She was my best friend, and I was still kinda hurt about what happened, but we become friends again, and she tells me she's broke up with the asshole and she's dating a new guy. I knew she'd go back to her ex ocus of how long they were together. She broke up with her new boyfriend because she was going through some stuff and started banging her ex. They aren't dating. He's just a booty call. But still, I faking called it. She has shitty taste in guys GBH, but her newer ex was a nice guy. Met him once at her birthday and that's it, but he seemed nice. When I was 5 years old, my family and I were camping with my cousins in the mountains. My parents decided to take my sister, 10-year-old at the time, brother, 3-year-old, and cousin, 3-year-old, and me rafting at a river with fairly calm and shallow water. I had a really bad feeling about the raft and didn't want to get on. I kept saying it would sink. After some time my parents and sister convinced me it was safe, so we all got on the raft. About 20 minutes down the river we hit unexpected rapids and the raft got caught on a branch which stabbed a hole in it. The raft capsized and we all fell in the water. My parents managed to save my little brother and cousin right away, and my sister pulled herself out of the water. I was wearing a life vest, but the current was so strong I couldn't stay above the water. My life flashed before my eyes and I remember everything under the water being so clear and calm. It didn't feel like I was drowning, was probably the adrenaline. My dad dived back in to pull me out and saved my life. I coughed up a bunch of water and I started crying my eyes out. My mom started crying as well because she was so relieved I made it out. We shouldn't have gone on that raft and I knew it. To this day it's the only near-death experience I've ever had. Not super satisfying, but I definitely called it. 2 times I called significant events, one good, one bad. 2005, when I saw what happened in Ukraine during the Orange Revolution, I said then, they're gonna have a civil war soon. Many folks thought I was being ridiculous and negative, saying none of them want war, and I said when do people want war? Civil war broke out, and I wasn't surprised. Was sad that I was right. 2011. 4 years I believed in the idea of the Winnipeg Jets return to the NHL. I was called stupid, a moron, an idiot, believing in a pipe dream. It would never happen, they said. Gary Bettman would have been cold dead in the ground first and the city would have to be triple in size. And even then, oh, there isn't enough corporate support. We are too poor. The Canadian dollar excuse after excuse was made up and it'll never happen. But on May 31st, 2011, my brother awoke me saying they were announcing the return of the Winnipeg Jets and the NHL. I flew out of bed, put on my whiteout stuff, bought some cigars and champagne, and partied with others in downtown, and told all those doubters to fuck off. The hangover was worth it. Went to see Endgame yesterday with 2 of my friends, we'll call them Mike and John. We were buying tickets and trying to decide where to sit. John said let's sit in the middle of the theater, and I said no, let's sit in the back row, where there was only one seat reserved by someone. John jokingly said no, that's probably a guy wanting to jerk off in the back of the theater, so we should sit somewhere else. We all laughed about it, and Mike agreed with me that we should sit in the back, because you get the best view of the movie back there. We get our tickets, and take our seats about 3 seats away from the lone guy. He looked like the type of person you'd think would pound the ham in the theater, and we all laughed and joked about it to ourselves. Anyways, the movie starts, and, minor spoiler warning, Black Widow and Captain Marvel are in a scene together. When this scene began, the man turned away from us, shielded himself with his jacket a bit, and began bouncing. We looked at each other like no way is this faking happening right now. This was our first time seeing the movie, so we kind of brushed it off, because we wanted to just experience the raw epicness that is Endgame. A few minutes later he put a napkin in the cuff holder, and got up and left. After the movie we were waiting for the post-credit scene, that doesn't exist by the way, and decided to investigate the scene. Sure enough, there was a rolled up napkin with a murky white fluid soaking through the napkin. My friend called it, and it was kind of faked up knowing this old creepy looking fat dude splodged a couple seats away from us. The movie was great though, so there's that. We were looking at purchasing a box machine for my company. I was management, not the owner, but was looked to guide these decisions. I had found a new machine for a good price that came with a deal on the boxes if we bought it through the same company we bought boxes from. It was around $80k. Well, the owner loved liquidation websites and buying used machinery to save money point, so he found one in Canada that was a more robust machine, but was also 2 decades old and hadn't run in about 5 years as they had replaced it. They were also asking $80k. It would be around $120k if it were new and a newer model. I made a pretty sound argument that if we are going to spend the same amount, let's get the new one that comes with a warranty and a deal on boxes. The owner decided these were great points not to base his decision on, but rather to use as negotiating tactics with the owner of the used machine. It didn't take more than 10 minutes for the guy to drop the price to $30k, at which point the only thing I would say in reference to any conversation about the used machine was, we don't want it. No one knocks $50k off of a machine that is in even decent condition. Well, my boss did what he always does and bought a used piece of garbage and walked around patting himself on the back like he just shorted the euro for $10 million point. If you can guess, it didn't work when it showed up. It did work great after over $80k in repairs and replacement parts though, and is now Frankenstein, since most of the replacement parts were no longer available and we had to find what would work as a substitute. When I say we, I mean me. When I was fighting with the machine to get it operational, the owner would always play the old you're a lot better at figuring these kinds of things out than I'm excuse. Prior to him buying it, I said that if it shows up and was junk, I wasn't fixing it. He agreed and then reneged as soon as it arrived. Point, I have found a new job. I was about 10 to 12 when I was at my grandparents' house and they'd rented a movie for us to watch that was more to my younger sister's taste. It was one of those movies that's all about horseback riding that's targeted specifically towards 10-year-old girls, with a nice mom and a relationship between sisters that has to be fixed, and the rival horseback rider is a bully that just insults family in clothes. It was a sequel, and I hadn't seen the first movie. In the first 10 minutes, the girl gets a message from her sister saying they need to talk. I say out loud, she's adopted. Oh no. She's going to run out of the house crying like a baby, and my grandparents got mad at me. Was that a douchey way for me to describe while my sister is enjoying the movie? Yup, and I still feel a little guilty about that. But darn it, if I didn't have the smuggest grin on my face when that girl in the movie threw open the door and ran down the porch steps with tears down her face. One day I had suspected that my girlfriend was cheating on me. I'm really not the jealous type and I tried to deny it for the longest time. One day I saw a text pop up on her phone from the other guy that looked rather shady, so I tried talking to her about it. She was upset with me and started talking about trust and how I severely hurt her feelings for even suggesting that she was cheating on me. I apologized for it and everything seemed like it was fine again. That was until a couple months later, while I was out of the house. I got a long message from the other guy about how they've been together for months and that he never wants me to talk to her again. By the time I was home, all of her stuff was gone. Almost no trace of her left behind. I'm kind of surprised, but none of my stuff was missing, only hers. The only thing I found that she left behind was a giant teddy bear in my closet that her best friend gave her years ago. I had suspected that she was cheating on me, and I was right. It took me over 2 months to finally get over her, and I actually ended up forgiving her. We are not really friends now, but we are on speaking terms. She seems happy with her new man and I kinda wish the breakup was a lot smoother, but at the end of the day I fucking called it. No one will ever see this, and it's been almost 20 years since it happened, but I'm still quite proud of myself for it. Point, my mum's car had completely crapped out. It would have been too expensive to fix, so she opted to get a new cheap beater. I was about 16 to 18. Also, I'm a girl, by the way, and at the time probably the last person you'd ask for car repair advice. I went with her to check out a car she found from the Valley Trader. It was this ugly little early 80s hatchback, a Chevy Citation. She took it for a test drive, and I didn't ride with while she did so. When she came back, I said to her that it sounded like it would need a new carburetor pretty damn soon. If she bought point, she bought it. 2 weeks later, boom. The car gave out on her and guess what? It needed a new carburetor. Valley Trader was a type of printed Craigslist back in the day in the area I grew up. It was dedicated to classified ads and advertising that costed just a bit more than a regular newspaper would, but had a lot more options and covered a bigger area than the local paper. My sister was dating this guy for 3 years. I had a bad feeling about it in my gut ever since I knew about it. He was one of the most hated guys at our school and bullied my friends during their high school years of their relationship. Quite a few girls would come up to me and confessed that he cheated on my sister with them or that he traded nudes with them. My sister's boyfriend just convinced her those were all rumors started by people who hated him. In college, my sister finally broke up with him after he brought weed into her dorm and almost made my sister lose her financial aid. After their breakup, she was thinking of getting back together with him, but that shortly ended after she started getting 3 a.m. drunk calls from him threatening to kill himself if they didn't get back together. She also came to the realization that he was sexually and emotionally abusive during their relationship. After hearing all this, I tried my best not to say I told you so, but to be honest, I did anyways. For me, there's one that tops all the others. Easily pointed was a Mariners baseball game. It was a home game, sometime last year against the Red Sox. I went with 2 of my buddies. We were in the upper deck behind home plate. It was the last at bat for the M's, who were behind by 1 run with 2 runners on base, 2 outs, 2-2 to count. I whispered to my buddy, there's going to be a line drive double down the right baseline with an RBI, tying us the game on the next pitch. Sure enough, the batter, Span, smacks the ball down the right baseline. The fielder takes his time getting to the ball. We get 2 RBIs, take the lead, and win the next inning. Never felt like I've called something that accurately in my entire life. Super satisfying. We went nuts when it happened. You called it. Holy fuck, you called it. Etc. Also, for background, I don't really watch baseball/sports/ call things like this ever. Just thought it was gonna happen and went with it. Found a highlight from the game. Something of an involved story. My, now deceased, ex and I owned and managed a small mobile home court. We had a tenant who was fairly decent until he took up with the court slouched. She was barely 18 and my ex had to pick her up passed out drunk in the breezeway between a couple of our small apartments. Anyway, this particular fellow, who owned a trailer, took up with this girl. At some point down the road they bought a German Shepherd. This was a protective animal that got more aggressive as it got older. I can determine what a dog is going to do for the most parts from body language. We told them specifically not to let it out without a leash. We were uneasy. This smartest twit let the dog out, smirking at us. The dog ran down and started barking at a 3-year-old on a tricycle. By the grace of God, the kid stood her ground and kept her eye on the dog. However, body language told me the dog was on the verge of attacking. If that child had run, she would have been mauled. The dog was destructive inside, so they tied it up all day outside where it barked ceaselessly. That was the last straw. We evicted them. At the court hearing I told the judge that this dog is going to bite someone. They moved, temporarily, to another trailer park. They tied the dog outside. The court manager, who had to do something around the trailer, got too close to the dog, got bitten. Second eviction from what we heard. So much for stating the dog wouldn't harm anyone. My biggest and most worthwhile I told you so over the course of about a year or so, if I remember right, maybe 6 months, I don't know. It was a whirlwind of a time. World of Warcraft for reference. Friend in guild is married, female. Friend in guild is also crushing on guild leader who is male. Cue me saying it's never going to work out all the time to her because she was already married and her husband seemed like a nice guy from what I knew about him. Friend in guild spends inordinate amounts of time online talking to guild leader. Eventually, guild leader flies out to see her away from her husband. She rents an apartment for them together to live in. I have no idea what the current status of her marriage is at this point and am too afraid to ask. Same night he flies out, he says he misses his ex and his family and goes back home to the East Coast from the West Coast generally. She tells me this and I just tell her, I told you it wouldn't work out, and don't talk to her for weeks, mostly because she stopped coming online. A bunch of guild drama happens. I was an officer at the time. Good lord, I was like 14, mature for my age, and guild leader leaves right before our log on one morning. I try to hold the guild together over the coming weeks, but everyone eventually goes their separate ways. RIP best family I ever had. There have been a bunch of other situations as well where I've exactly called the outcome in my life about other people's decisions and lives, but that's the biggest one I remember. Spoilers and apologies. If you really like the movie Gravity, I was stoned watching Gravity in IMAX with some friends. I know I'm supposed to be sitting back enjoying the ride and not thinking too hard about the physics, but it won't stop bothering me, especially the use of propellant. So George Clooney dies in the schmaltziness, most preventable, most contrived way possible, and now it's just Sandra Bullock going from station to station. She's at her lowest point, and so am I. If you had a story of survival screenwriting kit with a space disaster expansion, I couldn't imagine anything closer than Gravity so far. The screen starts blurring, and as a joke I turn to my buddy and say this is the part when George Clooney comes back to life and gives her the will to live. Lo and faking, behold, she hallucinates a rousing speech from none other than Batman himself about balls. If I remember what that finally motivates her to keep trying. To this day my friend still thinks I knew what would happen. Fuck you Rory, I'd never do that. Some guys I was roommates with in college had this one friend I would never remember his name, and I didn't think much of him. He seemed like a pretty normal guy. I just didn't care to know him as he didn't seem like somebody I would be friends with. Just a feeling I had. I probably saw him every month or so over a 2-year period and just never remembered his name. Fast forward a year, I had moved out, and this guy had moved in. He wasn't paying rent or bills very regularly. Then some electronics like iPads and sheets started going missing, and then 1 month, without paying any bills or utilities, he and a PlayStation 3 disappeared, and we never saw that guy again. I would always get shit for never remembering his name, so I felt pretty vindicated when it turned out that he was actually a piece of shit. He had some drug issues, I guess. No idea what happened to him. I do remember his name now after that. It was Peter. Fuck you Peter. I'm the scenic designer for a play opening at my college this week. We are borrowing a guitar from one of the actors because they need to play like 30 seconds of the song during the performance. I make it clear that once the tech rehearsal / dress rehearsal starts, the guitar must stay in the theater so the crew knows where it is at all times, and then no one forgets to bring it. The director insists that the actor must take the guitar home during that week in order to practice the song, and that there is absolutely no way they could do the song without taking the guitar home. I tell them that if the actor forgets the guitar during a tech rehearsal, we can't use it in the show due to crew / university rules. The promise that the actor will bring it back for every rehearsal felt very satisfying. Watching the director and actor drive frantically to go grab the guitar the actor forgot 20 minutes before the tech rehearsal started. Probably going to get buried, but I had a friend with benefit in my teen years who was actually a pretty great friend. We just knew a romantic relationship was just not going to happen. I felt really protective over him, and still do. When this happened, we hadn't had the benefits in almost a year and a half. I was 19, and he was 18. I was single, but he had a girlfriend who had pretty much told him that she was moving in after a month of dating, which he agreed to, and told me about it in the sense of she gets weird when I talk to other women, so if we hang out, it has to be really on the down low, like maybe you can come into my work. She keeps track of my phone, and when I'm at work and everything. I said, you realize this is a terrible idea? Don't move in with her. You don't need to be with anyone who would keep tabs on you like that, especially after only a month. It's a big red flag. He told me she would never cheat on me. You're just jealous because I'm with her and not you. I laughed at him. I told him that if I ever wanted him as a boyfriend, I could have him, and that when she cheated, I would be a shoulder for him to cry on. Only took 3 months for him to get off work early and find her mid-coitus with his roommate. It wasn't a great victory for me because my friend was hurting, but he did apologize to me, and we are still close 15 years later. He's better with picking out worthwhile women, and I'd give him pretty good advice when he asks for it. I had a weapon which can be used to harness energy from lightning. It's so magical and powerful that no normal guy can possibly be able to even lift it up. Anyway, over the last few years I met this guy, just a regular Joe with a gutsy attitude with mean looking body and figure. We hung out with some more other friends over drinks and shots, each of them telling their own awesome stories and whatnot. I had my weapon on my person at the time and I figured, why not? So I told everyone that I had this weapon and no one in the group can lift it, and all of them gave a try. One even tried it with I don't know, some kind of metal looking glove. Anyway, it was this guy's turn, and when he made the attempt, it budged a little. I can't believe what I saw. Of course, I tried to look cool in front of him, hiding the fact that I was kind of surprised at that time. Come on, he's just a guy. I'm way more awesome than he is anyway. I still believe that he can definitely lift my weapon. Fast forward a few years, and we are fighting this big, mean asshole, and I had my weapon with me, but it got thrown off me. I wasn't able to reach it when this asshole continuously beat me up when suddenly it whooshed from nowhere, hitting the asshole's head on the way. But it didn't went to my hand. When I got up, I saw the weapon in this guy's hand, and it looked so awesome, although not as awesome as I do it, and I got so psyched. I even yelled at him. I knew it, and we beat the crap out of the asshole to a dead beat. It was pretty awesome moment. My girlfriend at the time, she owns a business and whatnot, was getting messages from this guy on just about everything. Text, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. She kept claiming it was her financial advisor and he need info about whatever, and making suggestions for her business and her investments, etc. Come to find out she's been faking him and taking trips with him, but would tell me a completely different story of who she was with and where she went. It really stood out when she never posted pictures on the so-called trips. An email pops up on her phone. The full email shows on the screen, talking about them going to Nashville. By the way, the faking dude is married with like 2 to 3 kids. I fucking knew it. It felt good to, but honestly I didn't really care, cause it wasn't that serious of a relationship. I thought it could be, but I was always skeptical about her. I just couldn't figure it out. I did. I wrote some insane, drunk, rambling Facebook status back when I used to partake in that cesspool. Twas early 2012 and folks were talking about the Mayan prophecy nonsense. This was also at the height of Gangnam Style fame. I wrote, in pretty certain terms, that on December 21st, 2012 Gangnam Style would hit the 1 billion views mark on the YouTube. This would cause society, which seemed precarious at the time, how naive I was, to turn on itself as jubilation quickly would succumb to violence and we'd rip the civil straight out of civilization as the main street. Earth ran red with the blood of people getting far too hyped about such a trivial thing. Well, I faking called it. At least part of it. Sure as shit, Gangnam Style crossed the 1 billion view threshold on December 21st, 2012. No blood was shed that day in its honor. I was at work in Afghanistan watching as it happened. I'd wasted so much of my life stilting up the military-industrial complex as an insurgent within a country whose only crime was possessing natural resources and strategic location for global petrol influence. I went to bed that night feeling somehow less accomplished in spite of my half-fulfilled prophecy, and I awoke early the next morning before the sun came up to the sounds of mortars landing on base point Finn. TW. Death point. I guess this will be buried this late in the post, but well, here goes nothing. Fair bit of warning, this is not a nice story. Not even a bit. Disclaimer. English is not my first language, so please be advised. If you stumble across some mistakes, you are very welcome to keep them. A couple of months ago my girlfriend, and our flatmate went to a neighboring city to see some sort of abandoned air quotes, because it's not in use anymore, but it's open to the public, and a bit of an attraction over in that city, steel plant. We wandered around, climbed the highest chimneys, and had a really good day. On our way back home, as we arrived at our platform in the central station, to wait on our train back, around 9 in the evening, there was an announcement that on the opposite platform, a train will arrive that normally won't stop on that platform. For visualization, platform with arriving train, train track, our platform. I looked back to see the train in the distance, and at the same moment, saw a mouse on the train tracks. I said to my girlfriend, who was also watching the mouse, that I sure hope it will get away. As soon as the train arrives, roughly 20 seconds ahead, the mouse froze directly on the train track and, spoiler alert, didn't survive the impact with the train. Both my girlfriend and I turned around and I said that's one hell of an omen just in the moment when we both saw a man jump in front of the incoming train. The silence was deafening. And yes, I mean that literally. I have not known that silence could be so loud. The memory of that person falling is washed out by now. The sound, the impact of the train on that body isn't. There are still nights where I'm dreaming I'm in that station. I know what's going to come. I know what's going to happen. But that crushing, gargling, screaming sound will always wake me up. I find this one the most satisfying because it was so blatantly obvious to me. Me and my buddies are playing a D&D campaign inspired by Vikings. We are trying to find Loki to stop his evil plot when we start working with the local king Eric. Now apparently the party had met Eric before I joined, so they trusted him and did not find it odd that he had literal snake eyes, yellow with a slit pupil and everything. Oh, and he also enslaves his own people. Me screaming that this guy is obviously working with / for Loki and we cannot trust him. No one believed me, said I was being shallow. Lo and behold, he was working for Loki and we actually lost a party member to the ambush bit. On the upside, I was able to yell at the top of my lungs when it happened. Just gonna cut myself a big ol' slice of I told you so. Moral of the story: if it looks like crap, smells like crap, and tastes like crap, it's probably crap. This started out years ago when my best friend broke up with her ex-husband. They had 2 kids together. She wanted joint custody and custody, even though they broke up, because he was physically and mentally abusive to her. He was barely physical, but any amount is too much. He was a lot mentally abusive. I said it was a bad idea, because he's a bad influence and is spiteful. Why would you even want to have to keep in contact with someone like that anyway? Lo and behold, he didn't keep up with child support payments for years. No idea if he ever caught up. Talked shit about her to their kids all the time. Basically ignores the kids. Didn't even get them health insurance for as long as possible, even though it was court ordered he had to. Didn't take the hearing disabled child to any hearing related appointments. Actually, it seems like he never took them to a doctor or dentist. And just last year, after being split for several years, used the kids to file a police report over and gained majority custody of the kids. He clearly doesn't even want to be a parent to them, but he did it all because he hates her for leaving him. I don't know if she would have won if she fought for sole custody, but at least she would have known she tried her best. She does what she can, but neither of her kids like their dad anymore, and I know they are worse off because he's in their life. I never told her I told you so, but I'll be damned if I didn't want to after he gained majority custody. About a year ago I started dating a girl that I fell head over heels for. I was sure we were gonna go all the way. I remember distinctly her asking me if she thought we would still be together through college, to which I responded, of course we will. I doted on her through our relationship, buying her things and spending money on her whenever I could, even when I didn't have the cash to spend. I loved her, I have no doubt in my mind. I cared about her more than my own life. Pretty early on in the relationship, I ended up seeing signs that she might be bisexual or gay. She was overly flirty with one mutual friend in particular, and they would jokingly kiss to be funny or touch each other in sexual ways. I'm not a very confrontational dude, so I didn't say anything, and I just figured that's how they be. Yeah, I know. About a year into the relationship, I got into a car accident when we were returning from going out to eat. It happened in such a way that I ended up dislocating both of my arms. She didn't even bat an eye or seem to care that I had gotten hurt. About a week after that, her friends told me she was cheating on that girl with me. One sent me a Snapchat video where my ex was talking about how she had been using me for the entire relationship, laughing about how stupid I was. Needless to say, I broke up with her after a week. When I finally worked up the courage, she didn't even care to respond and just became public with her girlfriend. The worst part is I have this knee-jerk reaction now that puts me in a bad mood when I interact with LGBTQ+ folk. I get over it, of course, and I don't have anything against them, but it's tainted me for a long time. It's probably my fault I didn't take action sooner. Sorry this isn't satisfying. Point TLDR, my girlfriend turned out to be bisexual, and I called it. She used and cheated on me for the entirety of our relationship. This one might be a bit more niche, but the entire trajectory of the dubstep scene, when it started getting big in the US, and that more aggressive brostep sound started taking off, all of my friends were worried where the genre was headed. I told them this new sound will get old quick. I think we'll see a shift back towards the original sound, which is more focused on the wobble and the bass and the consistency throughout the track, rather than the typical build up and drop of the brostep style. Here we are about 8 years later and so many of the huge brostep artists have come and gone, and some of the biggest players in the game right now are the Ogs of the scene. Casper Rusko are killing it lately, and guys like Ganja White Knight, who have been around for a decade, but never really blew up, have recently blown up, because that classic sound is back in the mind of people. You have entire record labels now curating artists who make music more akin to what we were hearing around 2008 to 2010, and the style that started blowing up around 2012 is old news to most people now. So it has been really satisfying to watch people flock back towards the style of dubstep that got me into the genre in the first place. Point kind of an obscure thing to be satisfied by, but I knew the good shit would get popular again. So to begin with, I'm a frequent bad witcher and some of the birds native to my area are very aggressive to say the least. I was with one of my best friends who we will call Jack. Jack does not regularly join me for bad witching and was quite impatient that day. It was around noon when we finally saw the first bird of the day. I, being an experienced bad witcher, knew that this certain species is very aggressive and hostile towards anything that it sees as a threat, i.e., any human. I stood in the distance watching this bird and taking notes. Jack meanwhile was stepping closer to the bird, and I whispered, "Stop moving towards it, or you could get really hurt," and he just responded, "It's fine, it's just a bird." I was semi-amused by this stupidity at this point and just waited and let the situation play out. Jack stepped closer and closer and the bird saw him. I kid you not, fellow Redditors, the bird just stared at Jack and he stared right back at it, both of them frozen in place, until the bird went nuts and clawed him repeatedly, then flying away. I visited him in the hospital just to tell him I told you so, which he didn't find very amusing. Me and a bunch of friends were attending to a smaller LAN event. They usually give away smaller items randomly to a few lucky persons. We are talking pretty damn cheap items. It's a pretty small LAN, so fast forward to where the, let's call it, lottery began. We were eagerly waiting for our respective number. We were assigned to get called out. I won 1 or 2 items that LAN event, not back to back, but pretty close to it. After I had my second prize, they called out one of my friend's number. My other friend, we are guessing what he would win, and was coming up with some, what we thought, would be stupid gifts, to win at a LAN. So the winning friend rises up from his chair, and makes his way, to pick up his prize. After he was about halfway there, my other friend was starting to guess what the prize would be. Just watch him win, like a faking scented candle or something. Lottery speaker, you winner. Short pour scented candle. Congratulations. Needless to say, we literally burst out laughing over the fact that he actually just won something that dumb, and my friend called it without hesitation. That is the best and funniest moment I've ever experienced regarding this topic. I was going out with this girl and she went to go to uni in a town up north from me. When she was there, she started getting attention from the student. Her being the friendly type, thought nothing more than that. Being heavily into smoking weed at the time, I immediately started to get paranoid, as I knew this guy had an ulterior motive. Point anyway, this dude was trying to get rid of her boyfriend so he could make a move on her, coming out with all kinds of crap about me and other stuff that he knew would make her like him. I straight away called it that he just wanted sex and that's it, whereas we were in a happy relationship and I could give her more than just a one night stand. Point as time wore on, she started hanging out more with him and his friends and making me really jealous, and we argued more and more about it, and in all honesty I didn't handle it particularly well. Ultimately we ended up breaking up, and I thought they were weak to each other. Point a few months later we got talking again, and I ended up going to stay with her. She left me at hers and went out to work, but managed to leave her phone at home. I feel bad about doing this, but something told me to look on her phone to see if she was still in contact with him, and I found a bunch of pictures of the south of France. Knowing this guy had moved down there, I stewed on it for a couple of hours till her housemate came home, who I always got on with, and asked her about it, and she confirmed that she had been seeing and flirting with this guy for ages, including before we broke up. Needing to hear it from the horse's mouth, I went to pick my ex up from work and confronted her about it. She told me she thought that she had fallen in love with this dude and went to France to visit and stay with him and see if he felt the same. He tried to have sex with her the first night she was there, and she turned it down, so he was just like fuck it, and got with someone else the same night, and took this other girl back to the flat. My ex was staying to have sex with her, and left my ex with nowhere to stay that night, until she could get a flight home the next day. Turns out I was right all along. One of the only times I have fully got to say to someone I told you so, and that I called it from day one. Wasn't particularly satisfying to tell her, but at the same time, was still cool to be 100% right for once.